Good morning. That it is. Oh, I think it's a little bit too early to get my cup of tea. Ah, amazing. Had a good night's sleep. Which I want to talk about, something to do with that, and also kind of a double topic here, in a way. Getting your shit together and some other stuff. So it's storytelling time again. Are you all ready, Robert? I got to give you time to set up. Well, I was listening to Paul, old dog, new tricks. Paul in the Philippines. Paul's a good storyteller, though. I have to give him that much. He's actually a good, what I call an orator, actually. Now, I'm not going to go into his character or even damn him in any way, but Paul knows how to clickbait quite well. I never clickbait anybody on my show here. It's one thing I've never done, clickbaiting. I just get to the point. And whatever the title is, it has to do with something I'm going to talk about on my show. But although I segue into like 300 different things at once, that's the typical ADD, whatever, that you have, ADDH here on YouTube. That's pretty common among a lot of vloggers that I listen to on here. I don't know why. Seems to be predominant. How does everybody have ADDH? Well, I must certainly, because I can segue from one thing to another. Whatever comes to mind comes out. It comes out. But at least I'm honest about what I talk about. Anywho, I was listening to Paul, and basically he was kind of griping about, you're going to hear the statement all the time, well, it's the Philippines. That's the way things happen. And he's right. Even his girlfriend, wife, whatever she is, would say, well, honey, it's the Philippines. This is the way things go. This is the way things work. And it is the Philippines, after all. I guess Paul was talking about he had this urge to get some bagels and lox, whatever. Okay. And he's so right about this, I have to say, because I've come into those situations. I actually have. And one prime one was going to a store that specializes in a certain product, and that's, the majority of their business, right? Then you get to the store, they don't have any. I mean, that's their business. That's, in this case, there was like coffees, and they have some other breads, and they have bagels. And this has happened to me many times, actually. You go there, maybe you go out of your way to go there because you have an urge for something particular that a store particularly sells. That's what the store is all about. That's their business. That's what they sell. They announce it, coffee and bagels or whatever. As Paul would exclaim that he was in a mood to have some bagels. Goes to the store and they don't have any bagels. And you're like, I can understand his reaction, although mine would have been more intense. And it's been at times, I'll go to a store for something and they specialize in something, and that's their business. What do you mean you don't have any of whatever the product is, like in my case, I mean, this is what your business is. This is what you sell, right? And you don't have any. Well, actually, I could relate that to a local pizza place. One particular that used to be in town is no more. A good reason. And they say that they have a pepperoni pizza, for example, okay? And I go to this one place, again, which is not there anymore, and I wonder why. Okay, I'll have a pepperoni pizza, 2 boxes, whatever. We don't have any pepperoni. Oh, okay, let's get Hawaiian style then. Disappointed, of course, because whether or not I spent all these years in Hawaii doesn't mean I like Hawaii style pizza. Pineapple. I don't know. I just don't believe that fruit should go on pizza. I like pineapple, but not on my pizza. Pizza. All right, I go there another time. A week later, well, a week and a half later. Okay, because every now and then we like to have some pizza. Okay, let me have some pepperoni pizza. Oh, we don't have any pepperoni. And even a third time I've been to this place, maybe a month or so later, we don't have any pepperoni. I got to the point, I said, well, why do you advertise you have pepperoni pizza? This is a pizza business, where's the pepperoni? I don't know, they couldn't afford to buy the pepperoni. Some businesses, they're just getting by on a song and a prayer. I said, screw that. So I started to go back to my, this is only one example, really. So I started to go back to Cocoa Bar and Grill, which is where I predominantly buy my pizza. It's the closest thing to being something edible for pizza. No problem. They always have pepperoni. Now, Paul was talking about going there, taking a not terribly long car ride, but getting all up there. And because, when you move for something, you're in a mood for something, I want to have my bagels, right? He came up there because he was all set up. His mind and thoughts were on enjoying a nice bagel with, I don't know, lox and whatever on it. No. So, Paul reacted basically like, not really in front of them, but like, what the fuck? He tells his girlfriend, I mean, isn't this business based on bagels? That's what the sign says, coffees and bagels. And they don't have bagels. So, of course, he and myself would wonder the same situation, which happened to me. Isn't this what your business is? Selling, whether it's bagels or a certain type of pizza, whatever it might be. And they don't have it. Now, of course, my reaction, when I leave a place like this is like, what the fuck? Even time I told him, I said, look, this is your business. Why don't you take the pepperoni pizza off your menu? I came all the way down here because I felt like getting some pepperoni pizza. No, I don't want Hawaiian. They eat it, but I don't eat Hawaiian pizza unless I take the pineapples off or something. But as I said, I just don't think pineapples go with pizza. I don't know where that came in. They call it Hawaiian. Just because it's Hawaii and they grow pineapples out there, it does not mean pizza should have pineapples in it. I think it's absurd. But, Hawaiian pizza, they're known for, pineapples. Now, that's a whole separate entity as far as I'm concerned. You eat pineapples as a fruit, you don't put it on fucking pizza. Do they put pineapples on pizza in Italy? No, they don't. Not that I know of, anyway. Pardon me if I'm wrong. But I haven't been to Italy, so I guess I wouldn't really know that, would I? I'm just assuming that would be absurd to an Italian. Certainly to Italian American, it's absurd putting pineapples or fruit of some sort on a pizza. All right, you get my point. Down to step 2, or part 2, getting services when you want and having the staff to be there. It seems that people are never in. You may have a favorite haircut place to go to, and they're not in. Well, that was part of Paul's things too, getting a shave and all that. They're not going to be in, it's lunchtime, so you figure, give them an hour. Lunchtime to Filipinos, that can mean anything. Whether you hire somebody, and I've gone through that too at my house when I've hired somebody and they would go out for lunchtime to eat. Now, what is lunchtime in Western? It's, half hour to an hour. They come back, go to work. Well, such as in a haircut place that Mr. Paul was talking about, goes there and, okay, to be back, in an hour. It's lunchtime, bad timing, I guess, right? They don't come back for maybe an hour and a half. So you go out of your way to go to these places and no service, nobody there. I guess they, if you think about it, they have what you call New York time, which is a fast progression of time. You got Philippines time, which is like your guess is as good as mine. I mean, let's face it, that's what it's like out here. Don't expect services or things to be done in the speed of light. And many times you go somewhere, for example, I don't know, you want to see a particular doctor for a checkup or something, and the doctor's supposed to be in by 9 or 10, and the doctor just shows up at like 11 or 1. Now, you've gone out of your way to go down there. I mean, you're saying to yourself, this is business. So if your time is not going to be, say, you come in at 10 o'clock, then make it for 11 or something. Then 11 comes, it'll be lunchtime. You may not see the doctor for an hour and a half. Well, you've got to just learn to say to yourself, this is Philippines time. This is how things are done out here. As frustrating as it might be, you have to adjust yourself to that. And actually, you have to have an expectation of that. It's true. Yesterday, Gilda had to go down for some kind of business down to a police station, which I escorted her. And she had to have some things signed off by a particular level of police officer. Well, he's not in. You'll have to come back on Monday because she needed to get something, let's say, get something done there. And there were 3 steps. I mean, it has to be done. If you're going to file something with the police department or something, you do this through the barangay. If they're in, even though you have an appointment, well, they forget that you had an appointment. Okay, we'll come back tomorrow. All right, you go back, you get things done. Somebody's finally in. All right, things are signed up. Next step, go to the police station, right? Oh, sorry, he's out on a seminar. It's amazing, a lot of governmental officials are always out at seminars. They're never in their office where they should be. They're out on a seminar somewhere. Okay. Well, come back on Monday. Now, normally what would happen, she'd have to go in there and she'd have to have certain paperwork read over and approved and stamped and all that. But then you'll have to go to the municipal and you pay like 25 pesos, then go back to the police department showing the receipt. Put it this way, it's never one-stop shopping here, really, in the Philippines. It's not really. Bureaucracy is intense out here. You could certainly have things done all in one place that it should, but no, they make you go to separate places. They make things hard on you. So I tell her, what's going on? Well, he's not in. You have to come back on Monday because they're out at a seminar. Okay. And of course, my reaction to that, you don't need to know, but was like, same thing. It's like, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Nothing happens quick out here, I guess what I'm trying to say. Nothing happens quick, and nothing is what it seems to be. You're not going to get anything done in an expedient way in this country. It just doesn't work that way. There are ways that things could be more organized out here. For example, how many people, of course, have always been in an immigration office, right? And go to window 1. You got to wait till they call you. Please go to window 2. Wait. Okay, then you go to window 3 to cashier. I'm sure, reasonably sure, that things can be done with more simplicity. Well, one window can do all. Don't need to hire 2 more employees for something separate, which could be done by one person. But then again, this is the Philippines. Extra waiting time. Do they want you to suffer? I don't think they're purposely looking for people to suffer. It's just not, things are certainly not done as efficient as you might have in Western countries. People might say, well, just the Philippines has got to get their fucking act together, right? But no, I mean, this is the way they do things out here. And if you live out here, this is an expectation. You got to expect this. Because if you don't expect it, you're just going to get disappointed. You're going to bitch and whine, which I've done many times. It's just who I am. It's my, New York attitude, if you want to call it. My demeanor, if you want to state that. Because, I'm the kind of person, I don't want things done tomorrow or next week or even today. I want it to be done yesterday. I guess that's who I am. I want it to be done yesterday. But then when you're being told you got to come back, and say if you made a long trip for something, fuck man, there's expenses and shit, there's time, your energy, your efforts to get something done. Just to find out, well, whatever it might be, a doctor or something, even an appointment, does not mean you really have an appointment. They got to decide to show up. And they show up, and it makes you wonder how they do business at all, because if you don't show up, you're losing money. There might be like people waiting in the hallway. And they're waiting, everybody's looking at their watches. Like, where the fuck is this guy? Or when is this business going to open? Doesn't the sign say, or like 10 o'clock, whatever it might be? Don't depend on that. Just figure you're going to wait. And then after all your waiting, you get yet disappointed again. Sorry, but the doctor or whatever it might be is not going to be in today. He's over in Bagoa somewhere, or on vacation. Well, wouldn't the patients or otherwise, whatever the situation might be, wouldn't they like to know? Wouldn't they? You think it'd be fair to put notice? No, but that's not the way it works in the Philippines. So get used to it, pal. Okay. Hello. Best and brightest. Good morning. Viking Sun, good morning. Happy Saturday. What's the plan for you? The plan is to get up out of bed, which I did, and I'm alive. The plan is to survive another day. That's the plan. But it got more plans than that, though, actually. All right. It was a little story sharing time. If you didn't catch it from the beginning, well, oh well. You might have to catch it on a replay or just listen to Popeye or something. He'll help you out. Trying to make some good changes in my life. It's a slow process, but it's better to do something than nothing, really. I have cut my smoking down in half. And as everybody knows, because I'm Mr. TMI, knows that I do take a medication that kind of helps me guide into getting into sleep and could be used for other things, but I basically don't use it for one thing. I use it for sleep, to encourage sleep. Well, I broke it in half, and now I'm taking half of that. And I still manage to, get the sleep I need or aid me into sleeping. So doing things the right way, instead of being more progressive, and for example, the milligrams I take on this Benny, as people like to call it, or benzo that they love to talk about, I broke it in half, and now I'm taking half the amount. Instead of a lot of people that build up a tolerance for something, I go in the opposite direction. I'm not taking more and more because my body is saying, hey man, you need more of that drug, dude. Give some drugs, give some drugs, give some drugs. Hell no, I went the opposite direction. Because I plan to wean off the shit. And you just can't get off any medication properly without weaning off. Okay, what else am I doing? Yeah, I'm getting so much more into my isometrics and little dumbbell lifting and stuff like that. Trying to, put things in a positive direction. Well, that's going to take a while, Mr. Viking. Easier said than done. Then you're dealing with a lot of bullshit going on. So, if anything, it makes you want to smoke more. But I always believed that you could always be a better person than you are. You could take care of yourself a lot better. You can do things that are more beneficial for you. And I've always actually done that. For example, I mentioned smoking, but even though I smoke, as I always say, instead of destroying my body with other crap and eating all the wrong foods and all that shit, I choose not to do that. I choose to eat, what would be considered as very healthy foods. But there's so many guidelines of what you eat. If you had kidney stones before, you want to make sure you're not eating something with a lot of oxalates in it. I mean, it gets very complicated. You say, fuck it, I'll eat something healthy, but, just drink a lot of water, drink lemon juice, and stuff, and try to break up any stones that could be forming, because you don't want to go through that again. I'm going to tell you with fury, you don't want to have a kidney stone in your urethra. I'm going to tell you right now. You don't. Virginia Slims, that's for chicks. Barry would smoke that kind of shit, not me. Virginia Slims, fuck that shit. Why smoke at all if you have a Virginia Slim? That's the point. Little sticks. You got to do what Barry does. Get those 3-foot-long mighty whites. I used to joke about that. I mean, you might as well not smoke at all if you're going to smoke a Virginia Slim. There's no draw to that. There's nothing like that on that cigarette. What's the purpose? I know, well, the fixation thing, the oral fixation, perhaps, yeah. Viking son. I watched that Big Dog Strategies and I can't watch it. The big brrr. I think he started the trend. I don't know. Please don't let me start. I fool around and I say that on my show. I go to big brrr. But I'll tell you what, if you say that long enough, you're going to start doing that regularly. You're going to watch it. Watch it, boy. My understanding is that he got it off some kind of a rap song or rap group, some crap rap group or something, is where that expression came from. It is my understanding. I don't know. Am I right? Yeah. Well, these kind of guys are setting their future. You know, how many characters? What was that black dude, whatever he was, that was going around and Vietnam and all these places, and he's in jail now, I'm bad on names, you know me. You cause enough problems, you're going to get noticed. It's not that hard to get noticed. And whatever your intent and purposes of being in the Philippines, you get noticed. If that's what you want, you're going to get noticed. You want some notoriety, you'll get it. It's not that hard. Believe me, I know. I know. What's going on here? Don't start me off with Seinfeld shit in the morning. Not a good idea. One thing about myself, though, I could definitely make humor out of a situation, even a horrible situation. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. You don't let something, shall I say, consume you. Because if you let something consume you, you're going to get eaten up, right? You deal with shit. You deal with shit. That's what you do. You don't avoid it. You go head on. Like a fucking bull going for a matador. You just go fucking head on, man. That's what you do. You may come across a situation, right? You have a choice to deal with it or not deal with it, or how you deal with it. You got choices to make. I got choices to make. You got choices to make. You could run away from something, or you could face something. That's your choice. You could continue to do great things and that could benefit you, or you could do some stupid things that just get you into more and more trouble. That's your decision. On a personal note, which I don't like to get too personal on here, I gotta say that the more and more time it looks like he's got a flat tire on his bike here. The more and more time I spend with my girlfriend, if I ever had any question about whether she loves me or not, it gets answered all the time. She does. I see it in so many ways. I'm not rubbing my, knuckles against my chest here, but I'm pretty lucky. I'm pretty lucky. It seems that I appreciate her more and more every day. I'm not going to say why, but I do. And if anybody's ever proven that there's real love, she's done that. Everybody's skeptical about Filipinas, right? I have always kept the 1 percentile to decide, saying, what if, really? Or, no. Then, then you realize that, and you've always known it, that, your Filipino might be really caring and loving, but then there's other times that you really see it in different ways. And I've been seeing that quite a lot. Well, anyway, this show's not about my relationship, but or getting a visit by the PNP with his drug use. That's the ticket. Oh, the big guy. Okay. Yeah, he's quite a character. No, I don't watch him really. I've been there a few times. I pretty much got the gist of what he's all about, and that, to me, it's like another, bummer on steroids. That's all I see. Bummer on steroids. Had enough of that. And finally, it takes a while to wake up to things sometimes, Dealing with this goober for as long as I've been dealing with him, I got a whole different mindset now. I told you, I'm making changes in my life. Slow progress, but I'm making changes. And like I said, I don't care what age I'm at. It's never too late to start something new, improve upon something, and deal with more positive than negative, which you have to do. And especially if you're living in a foreign country, that might pertain a little bit more for obvious reasons. Things like I talked about earlier, dealing with certain aspects of the culture that maybe you're not used to, but hey, that's part of the culture here. Take it or leave it type of situation. That's what it is. Take it or leave it. You don't like it here, get the fuck out. You have those choices. Very good, Viking son. I was just going to get to that. You read my mind. You know me too well. That's kind of scary. Let the law take its course. Look, here's the thing. You or me or anybody, they can sit there and listen to this clown's constant bantering day after fucking day. I remember reading a comment in there many times, not the first time, but more so recently, where it's got to the point that people have actually beginning to say, do you have anything else to talk about? Because, although of course I've talked about this numerous times. Sorry, I'm just doing my morning tea. Deal with me. You all know me so well, so you know my routine. I bet you're wondering what time I took a shit. I even have a pattern to that too. And what am I going to be putting in my tea? All right, come on, tell me. Tell me, what is going to go into this hot water with the tea? Tell me, what's going to go into the tea? What am I going to put in this tea? Because even John Blaze's wife knows. Of all things, John Blaze's wife listens to me. Imagine that. And she's learning from me. From the great John Blaze, his own wife. Embarrassing to him. Yeah. Imagine that John Blaze's wife likes to listen to me and she's learning from me. Oh, there's actually people, what? That are learning from me? And they're doing some things that I do, that I talk about, perhaps on my little health topics, perhaps. Yeah, she went out and bought some green tea. Yeah. And she bought some turmeric. She sure did. She sure as hell did. And ginger, although I don't always put ginger in my tea, but yeah. Listen and learn is what I say. Listen and learn, because you might actually learn something if you listen to me. I try to do what they call tried and true things for me. I try to do things in a positive way as best as I can. Because, you know, everybody, I don't care what age you are, you have limited time on this earth. So perhaps you are doing some crappy shit to your body. You're a drinker, you're a smoker, maybe in combination. Or you just eat too much and you're fatter than shit that you need his fucking zip code. Those are choices that you make. Oh, yes, Viking. Absolutely. If I start hearing that she's buying blueberries now, I would be impressed too. Now, they joke around about my blueberries, but that and broccoli and certain things and turmeric, all that stuff, that's the most powerful antioxidants on a list of the highest antioxidants. What do you want fuck this shit. I'm not going to go into a health show again. You know get my drift, okay? People are going to do whatever it is they want to do, whether it's good or bad for them. That's why I question a lot of the expats that come here. And I question them because, okay, you're retiring, right? And you decide that you want to reside. And there's a lot of definition of reside. Well, you know, you don't have an SRRV or you don't have a 13A. You don't live here. Well, wait a minute. I sure as hell am. I could prove I'm in the Philippines. I hear this bullshit all the time. You don't live, as the Quasimodo would say, you don't live in the Philippines. Really? Been associated with the Philippines about 9 years. Actually more. I was just doing vacationing out here, not actually being in the Philippines. But according to Quasimodo, I'm not in the Philippines. Then where the fuck am I? Bumfuck Egypt? Where am I? Last I checked, I'm in the Philippines. Put all the technicalities out of that. I live here. Bottom line, this is where I reside. Whether I have citizenship or not, I reside in the Philippines. Do I not? Last time I checked. I'm not in Vietnam, I'm not in Cambodia, I'm not in Malaysia, and I'm not in bumfuck Egypt. I'm in the Philippines, Jack. That's where I am. Put the technicalities to the side, because I don't have an SRRV. It means I don't live here. Oh, you don't live here! Well, Quasimodo, where do I live? Where do I live? Brainchild. Where am I? Somebody tell me where I am. I've got lost. I lost my way. Where am I? Purgatory? Where am I? Answer that. Where am I? Brainchild. Einstein. Where am I? I'm right here. Place called the Flippin' Peens, man. The Philippines. That's where I'm at. Well, I don't have the pedigree. Is that it? I don't have a 13A or have an SRRV. So I must be somewhere else. Maybe those medicines have totally destroyed my mind. They're coming to take me away. They're coming to take me away. They're coming to take me away. No, they're coming to take you away, Einstein. Well, they already did. But you're tripping over, man. He be tripping, man. He be tripping. Yeah. Yeah, he be tripping, man. He be tripping. I think he is tripping. I don't know what he's using there, but he's tripping on something, man. How about tripping on his own feet? Ugh. But anyway. Popeye's loving this, man. That's why he loves to do simulcasts. He just wants to hear my voice. Then he wants to get it out of his system at the end of the simulcast, you know, so he can bitch and whine about me again. Am I not living in his head rent-free? Is that how the expression goes? Yeah. I must be, if he's doing simulcasts about me. Then doing his little speech, soliloquy after my show. Must be something he likes about me. Because why would anybody put that much energy and time into me unless you admire him in some way or some form? At least that's the way my mind thinks anyway. It would make sense. If somebody devotes a channel to you, I always say that I've arrived. I have arrived. I've arrived a long time ago. But where am I? I'm not in the Philippines because I don't have an SRV or 13A. Oh, that's right, but you can't leave the country. So you're in a worse position than before. You have nothing to say about where you are. Well, I'm still here. What is it, like the 8th or something? Damn, I was even at a police station yesterday with my girlfriend. Was I worried about being arrested because I can't do an ECC? No, I went right in there with her. There wasn't wanted posters on the wall. You gotta arrest this foreigner. They all know me here. Well, not all of them. But let me tell you something. You'd be surprised in a small town how things get out. People know each other. If you're a decent person, they know you as a decent person. If you're a troublemaker, they know you as a troublemaker. Because believe me, you know when you hear about all the chismis and gossip, let me tell you something. It is true. We actually have somebody that actually owes us money. Everybody's saying, you owe $60,000 on a civil case in Hawaii. They love to emphasize, you owe $60,000. You better pay it. And Quasimodo will say, you better be responsible and pay that $60,000 that you owe these poor people. They're not poor people in the sense of that word. Poor, they are people, but people defined, they're more like animals. And what's of anybody's business anyway? But yeah, there's actually people that owe us a tremendous amount of money. As Philippine standards would be a tremendous amount of money. We actually have people that owe us that we don't owe. Yeah. And unfortunately, for the person who's going to be facing possibly 20 years to 25 years for estafa, getting worried. Now they're trying to come up with a big lump sum of money. I'm not going to go into detail what happened, just to say it was a private investment. That actually my girlfriend, not me, got involved with. I'm not going into details. It wasn't a 5-6. It wasn't an Indian, anything like that. It was a private investment. And we made 1 or 2 successful investments on a piece of land in a port that went through very well. But this was something different. I won't go into details with, but it was a private investment. And now she's shitting bricks, the lady. And we weren't the only ones, too. Was it kind of a Paul situation that Paul went through? Not really, no, not the same thing, but his had to do with land or something and all that Paul bought or something like that. Just to say this was a private investment that worked out very well for us for a number of years. Then she fucked herself over, and a lot of people very upset with her. And she's shitting her pants right now. That's what happened. And she faces, let me tell you what estafa is out here and how it works. The more money you owe somebody, the more severe the estafa is. And it's guaranteed that if you got the paperwork, which we do from a lawyer, that, you know, we're smart here. We don't do anything stupid. We get papers drawn up. And she ain't got a chance. There's no way out of this chick for nothing, you know. She can't get out of this situation, man. It's pretty bad for her. We could take a loss on this, and you know, we're not going to go to the poorhouse, but you know, the grapevine, and we hear this stuff. She has no idea that her so-called friends are feeding information to my girlfriend. She has no fucking clue, and it's beautiful. It's poetic. Poetry in motion. We know everything that's going on. And she is frantic. She don't want to go to jail for 20, 25 years. Let me see. Heminger said, Frank, I was just thinking of something. Well, tell me what you're thinking of, Heminger. One stream of yours has more content and creative energy than a year worth of the opposition party combined. Yeah, well, thank you for that. I'm known for that. Yeah. Quite a bit. It's millions. It's millions. That's all I can tell you. It's millions. And the way it works in this country, they take Estafa very seriously. Oh, bad that they do. Worse than cyber libel, whatever it be. They take Estafa seriously. It commensurates with the amount of money that's actually owed. Now, we got paperwork here fully defining the whole lending situation, investing, call it. Clear cut. You can't get better than that. That was done with the party in front of a local lawyer. Got the paperwork. It's smooth sailing. It's, you know, a slam dunk. Slam dunk. So actually, somebody owes us money. Believe it or not, somebody owes us money and is going to pay for it dearly. I told you, we in Gilda, we don't fuck around like this, man. We don't. You may know her as the laid-back girlfriend of Frank, and you've never seen her in action when it comes to money. Oh my God. It's really her dealing, not mine, you know, but I'm the one that pretty much supplied half of the money, but, you know, it's her deal under her name and everything else, you know. But it still affects my personal wallet too, but okay, let's see. The opposite party thinks they are the eyes in the grouping of deportation who made them in charge. Never seen that word before. Educate me on that. I'm not a particular brainchild for everything. I may know a lot about this, a lot about that, but there's some things I just don't know. And I'll admit I don't know it. But that's not the topic. Let's just say that there's certain people saying, you have a responsibility to pay what you owe. Well, let me just get this straight out. The party that they're talking about in Hawaii is never, and will never will be in my lifetime or any other lifetime, get one goddamn solid nickel from me. Because they're the ones that did wrong, not me. They're the ones that did wrong. All that bullshit talk of what supposedly transpired, this and that. No, my tenants, who exactly what I'm talking about on this particular subject is, they're the culprits in this. They didn't want to pay their rent. They destroyed my apartment. They were trying to grow fucking marijuana in the attic space with halide lights. That's why my electric bill was like fucking $400 a month. When we weren't using much electricity, I discovered that on my own. They were growing fucking keikis. Keikis. Keikis means babies in Hawaii. And it referred to as marijuana plants as keikis. I didn't even know that. How do I know that? So I forgot to finally get in there to inspect the place. I wanted to retrieve some items I had in the attic. It was just a bunch of documentary things I did on Hawaii in the cases, black cases. I kept a couple of boxes of that up there. So I went to retrieve them, and lo and behold, I see these plywood boards laying over the, what do you want to call them, the rafters. I never had that in there before. There was fresh sawdust, and there was sawdust in there. And they created a platform where they were growing these keikis. And since there was an overhead light that had a plug-in on there, they had some kind of a halogen or some kind of halide light on there. And how do I know they were growing that? Because I've seen some old leaves on the plywood board. But you guys didn't know that, did you? You figured you know it all. A lot of things you don't know. A lot of things you don't know. But you just assumed because somebody said, didn't you? Didn't you? Didn't you? Come on, didn't you? Right? Word up, right? Frank was a horrible landlord to these people. I was the opposite. You got no idea. I was the opposite. Something need to be done. Hey, need this painted? Let me know. Oh, it's okay. No, they just want me to come in and see what they did to my place. That's what it was all about. Even when I was selling the place, they didn't want to allow a realtor in there. They didn't want to allow an inspector in there. Several types. No. Because they wrecked my place. Oh, no. You think you know all the information, but you don't. It's just these tenants, not my favorite topic. I'm going to cut it right there. No, it did not. That was all bullshit. The only thing that was bad about the tank is that the canopy that covers the tank, because it's an open tank, you have to put like a canopy on. I got to sneeze. Well, you guys remember everything, don't you? You're amazing. No, man, we cleaned this out all the time. We had a filtration system. We'd have to change the filters all the time. They weren't even doing that. I went to see the two-stage filter system in the house because in the big bedroom, there's a separate little closet that houses the pump and it houses the filters, right? Follow me? They were black as the ace of spades. They never changed them. And we would chlorinate the water every month. There's a formula. 2 ounces of household chlorine you could use per, per 1,000 gallons of water in the tank. It was a 10,000 gallon tank, right? Of course, we didn't drink that water, but we showered with it and stuff like that, you know. No, there were no slugs in there. Had a filtration system and the canopy covered. There's no slugs crawling in there. That was all bullshit. You know, they did this for play. They did this for, what's the word? Sensationalism or whatever. That tank was clean. I'd even repaint the outside, corrugated steel all the time to prevent rust. If the canopy was getting bad, I changed the canopy on there. I knew what I was doing. I was living there. I had to make sure that my water source was not contaminated. So that's all a bunch of crock of shit. A lot of things you don't know I don't talk about when it comes to the tenants. The domestic violence with them, domestic situations going on with them. They were fighting all the time. And during that time that I lived there, and I don't want to continue with this after this, but I'd hear them having their, disputes behind the door. I've even heard the daughter. The daughter was suicidal. I guess you didn't know that. Not because of me. As the other party related to Dum Dum was saying that she's all PTSD, she's falling apart. It was a horrible living situation. It was a horrible family situation. Disputes in front of the kids. They smoked cigarettes and pot in front of the kids on a daily basis. And I don't even smoke when I lived there. I did not smoke in my own fucking home that I owned. But they were getting away with letting their dogs defecate and piss on the floor. They were smoking cigarettes and pot. Even the mother that was in a wheelchair for, I don't know what the hell it was, muscular dystrophy or something. She'd be sitting there smoking some doobies. They'd be drinking in there. In front of the kids. In front of the kids. Damn. Viking Sun say they're looking for a payday and we're inspired by fun. Yes, absolutely. Nah, there's somebody who's got it out there. There you go. Frank was not a bad, he was a damn good landlord. You know why I'm a good landlord? Because most of my life I rented. And I've dealt with unruly landlords that didn't want to do shit. And I promised myself that if I was ever going to own a property and I was going to rent something out, I was going to be the best landlord I could be. Because I have been in a position where I've had some shitty landlords. You remember? How's you remember? You know everything. I took a landlord to court over in Seattle. We had a rainstorm, and she never wanted to clean out. I had this basement apartment, and she never would bother to deep clean. There's like a drain in a cement landing in front of the. You go down some steps because it was the bottom of the multiplex. She never cleaned it out. When we had a big rain, it flooded the apartment. I used to wear these dingo boots, whatever you want to call them, that, you know, they got wet. Some furniture of mine got wet. I said, fuck this shit, man. I wanted my deposit back. I was getting the fuck out of there. She didn't want to do anything. That's right. I took her to court. That's right. That's what Frank does, right? Yeah. It didn't work out well for me. I was kind of like this semi-long-haired guy, and the judge was, you know, pretty much a, I don't know, a redneck type of individual. She had a lot of money because she owned properties. And I told you that story. I had a copy of the Landlord-Tenant Act in front of me. It was a little pamphlet about so-called tenants' rights, and there is no tenants' rights. Well, excuse me. It's the opposite. There's no landlord rights. But everything is about the tenants. They could destroy your place and get away with it. Actually, they wouldn't have. I'll tell you the truth, what happened was that I had already gone to Hawaii when the damage hearing was coming up. And I would have won that. Truth be told. But remember when the Philippines opened up after the COVID? That was around that time, actually, too. It was the damage thing. I would have won on the damages. There'd be no question about that. They would owe me money, my friends. They would owe me money. So the way I see it, it balances out. Well, to a certain degree. They would have owed my ass money. But my tenants are not the topic, but I'm just trying to make a few things perfectly clear with people's cloudy visions of what really happened. No, nobody was messing with nobody's kids. As Popeye likes to put it all the time. Popeye, you know, loves hyperbole, but to him, I had an 8-year-old sitting on my lap. That's what he said. Because Popeye wants to make me look bad, although he makes himself look bad in the process. No 8-year-old was sitting on my lap. Period. Did I sing a song? The Mushroom Song? I certainly fucking did. Was a kid sitting on my lap? No, Robert. No kid was sitting on my lap, sir. But it sounds good because you want to make me sound as bad as you possibly can, don't you, Robert? Because you hate me, Robert. The feeling's mutual. But no kid was sitting on my lap. And it wasn't in a small closet room. It was in my brother's living room, which is his whole space, really. It was a studio. Open door, open sliding door, not hidden in a closet. No one was sitting on my lap. But Robert likes to get a little flowery with his little soliloquies. to try to make Uncle Frank here sound so bad. So let me answer your questions. I was a damn good landlord. If they had a need, I would take care of it. And during their time in there, when their stove went sour, I replaced the stove. Something needed painting, I would offer, hey, I know you don't like probably like that color in a big bedroom. You want me to go fix that up for you? No, that's fine, it's fine. They just didn't want me to see the bedrooms. I can't be more clear than that. They didn't want me to see what they did to the bedrooms. And the brand new carpeting that I put in there just prior to get it ready as a rental, just prior to these professionals moving into there. People would call me a racist. Why would I rent to a black family? I've been called a lot of things. I've had gays renting from me in my brother's place. Not only were they gay, but one was white and one was black. Like Seinfeld and that one day in the bakery. Got a black man on the other side of the room. Seinfeld's holding up a black and white cookie. You know, the chocolate on one side, the vanilla on the other. That was a great scene. And they both put their cookies up as if to say, unity, black and white, brother. You know, Jerry puts his cookie up and the black man puts his cookie up. Oh my God. Miss Hemingway says, I mean ridiculous. Like you were in a 6-foot ladder peeping in. Right. Yeah. Yeah, probably should say I was peeping in a window with a ladder. Oh, please, how obvious could that fucking be? Let me tell you something, and there's nothing that was inside that apartment. There was no human inside that apartment that even if I was a creeper peeper, that I would want to look at. Trust me, we had Godzilla as a woman in there. Unless you're into Godzilla and fright movies. There was nothing. And I'm not into children, so I would not be peeping in the window. And whenever I painted that house, let me tell you, I had to do the window trim, even in a bathroom. It was a high-up window, it was a small window. I would tell them, I'm out here painting the trim just to let you know. If you have to use the restroom, well, that only took 5 minutes to paint the trim on there, so I wasn't up there for a long time. But I had the courtesy of telling them, I'm going to be working outside doing trim work around the windows. That's exactly what I told them. So they knew. Peeping in somebody's window? I laugh at that. There was nothing in that house that would turn me on to be peeping through a window. I will tell you that, up front and personal. Believe you me, there ain't nothing worthwhile looking in those windows for. Nothing. Yeah, best of course was I Born Yesterday, wasn't it? You were in, what's that? How many you said, LOL, it gets better. Popeye previously said you were in a tree with binoculars. I never owned any binoculars. He likes to really flower things up, Robert, doesn't he? Best of brightest. I was actually shocked what Popeye looks like. It's obvious why he doesn't show his face. Yeah, I have pictures of him. I still haven't put them on. Heminger says, who started the theory of you watching with binoculars in the tree? Where did they even come up with that? Well, where did they come up with everything else on here? They got a wild imagination. Like, how did the rumor of peeping even get started? Because I was painting around the outside, and I mentioned that on that I was fixing up the house to sell it, all right? And that's just, what trolls do. They make something of something that really never happened, but it sounds good on paper, None of that shit happened over there. There was even an incident where, if you remember everything more than I do. I was outside videoing my house because I just painted it, showing the progress. And their car was in the driveway, right? Okay. And her daughter decided to walk out. That's all. I wasn't photographing her daughter. Had my camera running, and she just walked out of the place, walked by. The car, the license plate was there. You can see the license plate and all that. So they made a complaint that somehow I was harassing the daughter because I put her on camera. Hey, it's my own fucking house. I was photographing the house. Proud of the work that I've done by hand, by myself, painted the whole place. And I was actually showing my viewers, here's the house. She walks out. So there's a big crime when she walked out of the house. It happened to be on video. Oh, that was a crime. Oh, that was a big crime. And because the license plate showed up on there, I wasn't concentrating on the license plate. It just happened to be in view, in vision, and in the report. He's showing our license plate to everybody. Look, when you're desperate, you do things that are desperate. You know. Kaleo was a good kid, man. Me and my brother liked him. Harm to Kaleo. We liked Kaleo. I still do. Kaleo was cool. He needed that attention. And this show's not about, although how we drift off to different subjects as you guys talked about earlier. That's what you like about my show, because about one thing. We go with the flow on this show. I like Kaleo. He was a good kid. He's kind of a shut-in. And anybody who was willing to talk to him, he'd be willing to talk and laugh and everything else. He was very innocent. I was doing a show while it had to be on the topic matter of Fazio. We were all discussing and laughing about when Fazio exposed himself on camera. Remember that? I know you all remember that. And I was in the middle of into that, and that's when he walked in. Oh, are you on YouTube Live? I said, yep, I'm on YouTube Live. Hi, guys. He loved talking to the viewers because he was a very social kid who needed that socialization so desperately. He didn't get much attention from his parents or anything, or anybody in his school. He didn't hang around with schoolmates or anything like that. He's a good kid. Good kid. I still say he's a good kid. I can't blame things on him. It's the parents. It's not him. It's unfortunately the parents do things. And you can't say that the kid is bad. He's a really good kid. I liked him. I wish him well. I really do. It was a very innocent thing, though. I was talking about Fazio. Maybe it wasn't the right moment to talk about that, but I was on a roll. And I didn't say cock or dick or anything like that. And they made and Einstein over there, hunchback, that's all he talks about. You sung a song! That's all he ever talks about. That's your evidence for anything? You sung a song about a dick with a kid. God, how many times can you hear that? How many times can you hear that? Then Einstein would turn around. Well, I know he would never touch a kid. I know he didn't do nothing with the kid. Then why are you calling me a fucking pedophile, you moron? Why are you calling me? Well, where did that get you? You just said that Frank would never touch a kid. I don't believe that ever happened. Coming from him, who's calling me a pedophile. All right, end of story on that. What was I renting it for? How much was I renting that place for? Oh, I think it was $1,500. Yeah, I think it was around $1,500. Yeah, they owed me 4 months. People seem to not want to put that in. They owed me 4 months of rent. That's $6,000. And top of $8,000 worth of damage in the place. Believe me, there was $8,000 worth of damage inside my unit. I kid you not. I had to suck that cost up. So fuck the $60,000 that the court wanted me to pay. And you know why that happened. Popeye would say, I never showed up in court, I ran away. That's Popeye. Philippines opened up and I was out of there. I got a buyer for the place, all that stuff. I did the maintenance on the house. Buddy, I was ready to go, like Bonomo. Philippines opened up, and I was out of there. But to correct something, I did show up in court, although on camera. It's supposed to be allowed. They even gave me the code and everything in the camera to go on there. Because, of course, Aloe showed up in my place. Now, that was humorous. It wasn't to the judge, I can tell you that. He knew it wasn't me. But, and even, the opposing lawyer had to figure out, well, that doesn't sound like Frank. That's not Frank. I don't know. I guess I could look at it as being kind of funny because Aloe is capable of doing stuff like that. But it didn't work. That's the best part. It just didn't work. But I was there. I was there on camera. He allowed me to talk, but he did not allow me to defend myself. So the judge had to make a default, I guess you call it a default decision, that if you're not physically in the courtroom, it's not because he found the case to be in their favor. It was not like that. It was a decision made on default that I did not get a chance to present my evidence. That's all it was. They wouldn't have won that. I did not get a chance to defend myself. I thought I could. That date that I was supposed to be there, my lawyer, of course, would be representing me. He was not in town. And I had just found out about the date. I said, well, fuck. Too late, too great. I was already out of the Philippines. It opened up. I had to go. You damn well I ran out of there. Not because I was running from the law. When that sucker opened up, I was out of there. Got my Q codes, all the other shit I needed to do. Got all my ducks in a row and said a year and 2 months is enough. The house is going to be sold. I fixed it up, did everything I needed to do. Once they got out of there, And by the way, they were evicted, just for your information. They were evicted by me. By court order. Popeye doesn't want to mention that. They were evicted. Legally evicted. Court order. Sheriff. You need to get out of here. And I was kind enough, which I didn't have to be. Okay, you got till Friday, and that was 4 days later. When we left the courtroom, actually, it was at the courtroom that they were evicted. I was there. Why I'm even talking about this, but let me roll with it for the meanwhile. Just to make Popeye look stupid. It doesn't take much. In the hallway, coming out of the court session, my lawyer standing there, and Eric and his wife standing there. Well, actually, let me go before that. His wife had asked, well, when do we have to go? And the judge says, well, now, today. She wasn't very happy with that. And I was like smiling, grin. I had a grin on my face that you'd have to photograph if you want to see my grin on my face. I was a cat that swallowed the canary, man. Absolutely. So in the hallway, Eric reached out to me. Hey, man, could you give us a little time on here? Because he knew he had to be out today. And I could have been a bastard, like they were to me. I could have been ruthless. And I could have said, no, get your shit, get the fuck out of there today. I could have said that. But the lawyer said to me, you want to give him a little bit of time? How about the end of the week? Would you agree to that? I said, okay, Eric, I'll give you till, Thursday? It was a Thursday or a Friday. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, he was kissing my ass. Eric was kissing my fucking lily white ass. Loved it. Every minute of it. Kiss my lily white ass, you motherfucker. After all the shit you're doing to me. Okay, so it proceeded from there, At that point, whoever that brings it up in Barry's face, that's how things transcended. That's how things went. It opened up the Philippines, and I went out. I didn't flee, I didn't flee Hawaii. I did everything methodically. I found the buyer for the house. House was fixed up. They got evicted. I was so happy about that. And I didn't give a shit if they were on the fucking street. They had relatives they can go to. I knew that. But you didn't pay me 4 months' rent. That's $6,000. How about that, Popeye? They owed me. You can leave that part out, Popeye, don't you? They owed me money. Then $8,000 worth of damage to my unit. That's $14,000 alone right there. $14,000 between rent and fix-up. If you guys would have walked into those bedrooms, you'd probably have to put some Vicks Vapor Rub under your nose. They lived like fucking pigs in a sty. A lot of times they would leave the dogs alone. They wouldn't let them out. The dogs would piss and defecate in that unit. Piss and defecate. Yeah, how about that, Robert? These are details you don't talk about. You just want to think about the bad and what you think is bad or things that I've done. But let's get it straight. When you do your little soliloquies at the end of the show, of the simulcast, let's get it straight. I was a very good landlord, and I took care of everything. And I depended on that income. They put me in a very uncomfortable position. Sure, I had money left over from the house sale in Seattle, but that's not the point. I still do. I never spent it all. But that's neither here nor there. But still, there were bills to be paid. And why the hell should I have to go into my savings, which I had to do, which I did. They put me in a bad position. How about that? You don't talk about that. Do you, Popeye? How about the stress we went through with these tenants? Did you know my brother had to go to the emergency room twice because of his blood pressure was spiking? Because of them? They turned on him. He thought they were your friends. You heard the famous recording. My brother was reaching out to them because he was lonely. He was lonely. It's not a sin to be lonely. I did never abandon my brother. My brother knew well ahead of time that I had plans of not staying in Hawaii. He knew that. He accepted that. Nobody abandoned my brother. We talk every 2 to 3 days like clockwork. And many times after I left, I helped him out continually. His car would break down. I'd send him money to fix the car because he needed the transportation. I was a good brother. I was a good landlord, period. Nobody abandoned anyone. They were really crappy tenants, malfunctioning people, dysfunctional people. His wife would yell at him all the time. I'd hear it through the walls. You've been out all night. What the fuck have you been doing? Out getting drunk and high with your friends. She'd be pissed off at him. Hear it through my walls. They weren't that insulated. And where I was sleeping, I could hear all that shit because their bedroom was right on the other side. It's the large bedroom in the house. And I could hear them if they talked loud enough. I didn't have a stethoscope or anything or a glass on the wall. I could hear them. There were times, I'm not kidding you, I'd have to wear those construction headphones, to block out the sound if I expected to sleep. I'm not kidding you. It's what I had to go through. What about my stress of what I went through with these people? What about mine? Do you know how uncomfortable it was to be there when things were turning bad with them? Do you have any clue how me and my brother felt? They basically kicking dirt in our face when they were in a position that they couldn't afford to be kicking dirt in our face. My brother had to go to the emergency room twice because of his blood pressure. Because unfortunately, it was in between all this. you know, he had to deal with them. On one hand, you know, I was his brother, had to respect and honor my thoughts and stick up for me. On the other hand, he didn't have a whole lot of friends, and, you know, he got close to these tenants and really thought they were friends until they shit on him and tried to get him in trouble with Section 8 to get him pulled off Section 8. That's what lovely people they were. Now you're hearing the truth from me and my mouth, not Popeye's foul mouth. Sick bastard that he is. Now you're hearing it from me. You know the violations they pulled off in that place? Yeah, quite a few. Let's see. Viking said this could have been a huge shit show. Yeah. Well, I guess you're not listening very much. Okay, pal. How did I lose the case? Because I did not show up in person. I was on camera. They allow that on Zoom. And I make the assumption that I could go on camera because I had left the Philippines. Remember, the Philippines opened up again with the COVID. I was allowed to travel, and after spending what I thought was only going to be a couple of months away from my girlfriend, it turned out to be about 1 year and 2 months, somewhere around there. I'm not exact on it. It opened up, and I was out of there. The real estate guy was working on a sale deal on the house. I took care of the house, fixed up what I needed to, repaired some stuff, painted this inside and out. All good to go, right? So to answer your question is, and your question was, if all this is true, how could you have possibly lost the case? By default, and only by default. No evidence was put in on me because they didn't allow it. They would not have won this at all. In fact, they would owe me a lot of money. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite, Robert. But the judge didn't want to allow me because he wanted me to be physically present. Well, I was under the understanding, and they do this a lot, even with the Einstein's case. You can go on camera. But apparently, even though they gave me the code and all this shit, apparently, whatever, how that worked, they didn't tell me that I couldn't do this on Zoom. And I assumed, make an ass out of you and me, that I could do so. No problemo. So I did so. And that was it. The judge turned around and he had to go by the protocol of the court. He didn't have anything against me or nothing like that. He had to, I don't, I understand the rules. He had to enter us as a default. They didn't win because of evidence or anything like that. No. And the thing did not have anything really to do with the kid, although they have to mention on the paper, which Popeye never, talks about. It's the tenants and their children, the people who lived there, because they made allegations against me that were unfounded, of course. But nevertheless, they tried to use that as a tool. That's all it was about. Nothing, there was no harm to a kid. Nobody was sitting on my lap, Robert. Nothing like that. I wasn't there physically, that's why. End of story. I gave you the long form to the answer, Mr. OK Pal. OK Pal says, your reputation wasn't worth staying and winning the judgment? Good question. As I said, I figured I could go on Zoom and still take care of business. I just said that. You're not listening. It don't matter anyway, because they never received a goddamn dime off me, and they never will. That's my way of shoving it in their face, because it was unjustified that I would have to owe that kind of money to them, the very people that didn't pay their rent and destroyed my place and tried to destroy my reputation. I said, fuck that shit. I was smarter than they were. I knew they'd never be able to get my money because the law says they can't touch your Social Security money. His lawyer would say, it's all right. She was pissed off and was happy. It's all right. We could always, garnish your garnish your bank account. And I'm laughing, and I said to her, on the phone, actually, I said, good luck with that. Because I knew the law. I knew the law at that time, at least pertaining to that. So, Einstein, bummer, hunchback, your responsibility to pay these tenants that money. Do the right thing. I was doing the right thing, not paying them, because they were full of shit. And considering the damage, and about punitive stuff for me, stress and everything else that went along with this shit, how do you put a price on that? Now, here's a funny thing that I'll end with the story with the tenants anyway. If I was such a horrible man, and while I was there, think about this one, Robert. If I was such a horrible landlord, why would they invite me over when they had a barbecue? Why would his wife, who does hair stuff, you know, she's a stylist, whatever, why would she offer me a free haircut? I sit on their deck, we'd bullshit like anybody else. Like we were friends for years. Something's rotten in Denmark here, right? And I'll go further with this. If I was such a dangerous person and a horrible landlord, why would they invite one of the daughters from Oahu Island to come and stay with them for a month if I was endangering their children's life in any way? Why would they invite the daughter for a whole month to come visit them for a month if I was this dangerous whack job fucking landlord? Okay, there you go. It's all bullshit. Best and brightest, they don't deserve the 60K. Scammers and professional. That's exactly what I labeled. They were professional renters. They were professional renters. This was not, I used the expression that this was not their first rodeo. Because I know a Chinese slash Hawaiian gal, Donna, who they wanted to build their own house, and they made an agreement to buy the land that Donna was selling. And she could have had other buyers, and they held her up for 2 months. It was supposed to be a done deal. And where are they going to get the money when they couldn't even pay my rent? But they were going to buy, somehow in payments or something, this lot. It was 2-acre lot, because that's what they are in Fern Acres, 2-acre lots. And they reneged on the deal with that. And they held Donna up for several months, where she had another buyer that she lost out on because of them. See, when you don't know the real story, the first thing you do is you got to think the worst. That's how it works, is it not? When you don't know the real story, Robert. But because Robert is so fucking vile that he comes up with this shit to try to make me look bad. Overcompensating perhaps for his disposition or something, I don't know, whatever. But when you don't know the facts, don't open your mouth and spew all this bullshit until you really know what actually went down. I thought I'd clear that up once and for all. And little things that they did too, since I'm in a roll here, we always like to keep the gate locked. They knew that. And they put my brother through a lot of turmoil, believe me, they did. Issues over the locks. They would purposely not lock the gate when they left the yard. And we talked to them about that. They didn't listen. In fact, they took the lock one time. They took the lock, listen to this, they threw it in the bushes. We found it, but that's what they did. They took the lock and they threw it in the bushes. When you don't know the details of a situation, you shut your fucking mouth, Robert, and anybody else. When you don't know what's really going down the pike, shut your fucking mouth. That's exactly what happened. And that was a progression of how things happened with that. And I don't mind talking about it today. We can segue into different, which is what I do very well, but Oh God, this oatmeal. I hope I didn't open up a new package to have an old one here. Oh gosh. Okay, hold on, guys. Nobody was peeping into anybody's windows. Nothing like that. It's just that if you want to believe what somebody says, then you're pretty naive, or you just don't like me and you want to believe what somebody says about me, what I've done. I was a good landlord. Better than most. As I said, I rented a lot, and as such, I've dealt with a couple of landlords that were pretty unruly that you didn't want to deal with. Would never rent for them again. Didn't want to take care of anything. Because the landlord's idea is they want to make a profit, even out here in the Philippines. A lot of times landlords won't fix things up because that eats into their monthly profit on the rent, you know. They'll find some, crappy way of handling a problem with the least expense and not get the job done right, and then it happens all over again. Well, they had a leak in the roof, whatever it is, they find some makeshift way of patching it up and rather than taking care of it, do it the right way. Frank's reputation is very important to him. The current litigation is proof of that, the best and the brightest. I'm not sure what you meant by that. If that's pro or con me on that statement, okay, pal, you might want to clarify yourself a little bit. Speaking of blueberries, speaking of blueberries, so there you go. That's the whole story, and nothing but the story. Kaleo was a good kid. I didn't love the kid, but I thought he was a good kid. I liked him. So did my brother. Although he got very talkative, and it got to a point where, okay, why don't you go home now? And normally we would never let him in there without his parents around. His parents were next door. I mean, they don't even know where their kid was. Half the time, they would leave the kids home. I'm going to tell you, they were underage, and they would leave the kids home alone. When she had to work and he was out doing whatever he was doing, the kids would be left alone in the house. In the house. And when they were home, they'd be smoking pot, smoking cigarettes, drinking. It was a horrible situation for Kaleo. I felt for him. Poor kid. Didn't socialize or couldn't socialize. It was kind of a lock-key situation. That's a valid point. They don't deserve the 60K. Scammers and professional renters. That's exactly what they were. So what I'm basically saying is get your story straight before you start pointing fingers and saying, I did this and I did that. This is YouTube. You think they're going to talk kindly about anybody? You're fooling yourself. Oh, I make a mess in here. You know how oatmeal just kind of overruns the bowl when you cook it? Well, that's what just happened. Oh, gosh. Now we have to clean out the microwave in a little bit here, too. You know what you're talking about before you make these statements. You're that desperate to get people to get viewers or something. You decide that you don't like somebody. Okay, fine. That happens. Shit happens, man. But tell the truth. Tell the truth. Just a bunch of bullshit. That's all you get on YouTube is a bunch of bullshit. I'm raising, like a stepdad, 2 children right here. I've been around my girlfriend's children many times. I don't look at them funny. They all trust me. Always have. And if I was what they're labeling me as a fucking pedophile, as Einstein was, and as Popeye just proudly, because he's on the other side of the camera, 12,000 miles away, loves to exercise a little bravado and call me this and call me that. Yes, you're a pedo, you're this and that. Well, Popeye, you know you wouldn't say that to my face. I know that. 100%. You would never say that to my face. So the only coward here, well, you're one of them. You're a coward. That's what you are, Popeye. You're an absolute fucking coward. Talk is cheap. Yeah, you come into this country, you wait and see what happens. Okay. Nothing. You remember when Aloe was pissed off at him the one time? Holy shit, man. Popeye, he's afraid of Aloe. Let me tell you something. He is afraid of Aloe. Because Aloe's a nutcase. You never know what Aloe's going to do. I don't know why. I like certain things about Aloe. Now, I know that sounds strange. But he's in your face, kind of like me. I'll get in your face when it's necessary. Aloe will get in your face. Well, not literally face to face, but he was afraid of Aloe. He for a whole year, I think he didn't come on. Popeye didn't come on his show for a whole fucking year. And there was another incident. I forgot who it was with. Somebody mentioned who it was. Oh, black expatriate or something. He was a black patriot. It was a black patriot, something like that. And that guy was after Popeye, and he said he was going to come to Florida and kick his ass or confront him. Again, Popeye retreated into his little fucking under the rock, like the vile fucking vermin that he is. He went to retreat. Everybody listening on Popeye's show right now, you're hearing the truth about your little maitre d' of the show. How do you like Popeye so far? The guy's a coward. Guy's a coward. By every definition of that word. There's not one goddamn truthful thing Popeye has said about me. And why should he? Right? Why should he? The guy is just very bitter. He hasn't been laid in how long? I mean, Jesus Christ, I guess that would build up in you for a while, wouldn't it? But that's all Popeye has to do, you know. When you got that much time on your hands to do skits and make the time out of your busy day to simulcast my broadcast. What does that say? You come to your own conclusions. I came to mine. All in all, things worked out. Sold a house. I profited more than I thought I would initially. It was a seller's market. Fortunately for me, timing is everything. Timing is everything. It really is. In this case, I lucked out. Came out with a tidy sum of money. Indeed. And that allowed me to buy this house I'm living in now. Well, I used that money anyway. I didn't touch any old money. But it worked out. Everything works out for the best most of the time. I evicted my tenants, and where they were going to go live, I didn't give a shit. Go live in their fucking car. Because I really didn't give a shit. Except for Kaleo. But they would divide their kids all the time, send them off to Oahu, to the relatives. Half the time, the kids never seen their parents, you know, or all of them. They were horrible people, man. Best surprise, it's good timing on the house purchase in the Philippines. Yeah, it was. I found a house, and we weren't even thinking about it. You know, we were just adjusted to renting and say, fuck it, you know. And this is 6 years into my relationship. So they want to call me a simp. I'm afraid that doesn't apply in this situation, Barry. Or Popeye. I'm just grateful I had the money to buy the house. We don't have to pay rent. And if something happened to me, whatever, death or anything, she's got the house. She's always going to have a shelter. That's what you call thinking about your partner. who's been great to you, been fantastic to you, taking care of him long term in that sense that you done good for me, sweetheart, I'm going to do good for you. Yep. And by the way, I got a 25-year lease on this place too. So, which many didn't know. If it's selling, I can't sell the house, but well, there's little things legally where I could actually. But it's not my goal. It's not my goal at all. This is a gift that keeps on giving, I call it. Because if something happens to her, her children inherit the house. It's on paper. I hear all this bullshit going on. Well, Jimmy's going to take over this, that. No, he's not. It's just not like that. That's not the situation here. They joke around about Jimmy. That's all it is. It's a joke. I mean, Jimmy is Rex. I actually met the guy. He has no problem at all with me. I have no problem with him. In fact, he's happy that there are at least 2 children that he doesn't have to dish out the bills. Medical, anything, educational. What a great deal. You think he's going to bitch about it? Hell no. Hell no. Pardon me. Had my bowl of oatmeal with blueberries. You got it right. Blueberries. But things tend to work out. But you gotta make some effort. If you don't make some effort, nothing happens. Sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. If you don't do that, you're stupid. You remedy any situation that comes about. Any situation. You remedy it. You don't run away from it, you remedy it. And I'm pretty good at that. When I have opposition in my life, I take care of it. And believe me, I got a record of taking care of business. Somebody's sitting in a fucking jail cell as proof of it. Hold on. When I gotta take care of business, that's exactly what I do. Instead of avoiding something, take care of it. I mean, what else can you do? You can't run away from things all your life. What's the purpose? It doesn't work well. Face things head on and do the best that you could do under adverse situations. That's what you do. So let me put this away a second here. I got a little routine that when I do my oatmeal and blueberries, I'll get a handful of cashews for the proper type of fats. Because there's certain vitamins I take. You need a little fat or something when you die, but good fat. I know what I'm doing most of the time, really. So as far as me owing money out, well, we got a small fortune owed to us. A very legitimate situation, actually. They're not going to win on this. And right now, the individual is working feverishly to try to find ways of taking care of the problem. Let me tell you something that she did. When we came to approach her several months ago about the situation, she knew I was upset. She saw it in my eyes. My eyes were bugging out of my head, practically. I said, you have a responsibility. This is legitimate responsibility. Nothing to do like my tenants. Well, oh, you owe $60,000 on a civil. Because that was all bullshit. This is legitimate. I said, look, I don't care how the hell you get the damn money. You owe her this money, and you better find ways to pay it. Your reputation in this town is at stake, and boy, it is. Everybody knows about it. I told you about the grapevine, the wireless coconut, coconut wireless. There's not anybody in this town, including the police department, that doesn't know about this. The barangay. The barangay captain's wife happens to be friends with the cousin of the girl who did this little thing. 2 other people have come forward with money she owes them. Oh yeah, she didn't even attend the barangay meetings for the rest of the time. And she knows that a staffer could get her in trouble. And when it comes to the amount of money, we're talking 20, 25 years in prison in this country. You heard me. It has to do with the amount of money that's actually owed. And that's how they determine how much prison time. We do not hesitate when there is a legal problem. We do not hesitate. No, we don't. Because as I said, I believe in taking care of business. That nobody's going to try to take her money away. And they say Gilda has no money. Well, where do you think it came from mostly? It was mostly her. Although I contributed. It was doing good for a while. It was doing really good. Interest payments we were getting. Oh yeah. Great. Then one thing or another happened. None of our fault. Something she screwed up on. She went out and bought herself a brand new car on payments. She went out and got a pre-sale, making payments on a pre-sale condo. And she bought on payments, a piece of land in Santa Fe. Oh yeah. With her money, with Gilda's money, and mine, a little bit of mine. Living a life, the good life. You know what they say, don't buy things with your own money, right? Use other people's money. Isn't that the secret to success, right? With a lot of these entrepreneurs. Don't use your own money. Well, as I said, you got to be careful when you make deals with people in the Philippines because it is very well known. There's a good chance you're going to get fucked over. But guess who's getting fucked over? Her. And right now she's sweating. And she is legitimately seeing some kind of psychiatrist in Cebu. I'm not kidding. It's not like Einstein's bullshit that his girlfriend has PTSD and she's seen this girl, in her own accord, she is seeing, maybe she should be put on suicide watch or something. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. There you go. Couldn't have said it better. Because, that money is basically future money for her. And although you think that my girlfriend has this very quiet demeanor, when it comes to somebody fucking her over or fucking me over, she's hell on wheels. That part of her you never hear on there. She always talks. The rarity that she says anything when I'm doing a show. Always very quietly and very, with a certain amount of respect,
quiet. She's not really yelling at anybody. That's who she is. But it comes to shit like this, well, she has a totally different personality. Filipinos, when it comes to money, well, you can figure out what I'm talking about. That's right. Actually, someone that owes us instead of us supposedly owing money to somebody else. How do you like that turnaround, Popeye? We're talking millions. Not hundreds of thousands, we're talking millions. Millions. So wait a minute. Dude, where would you get the money to, your girlfriend lending money to somebody on an investment, a business investment? We're supposed to be broke. I told you, she has her own money. I didn't want her spending her future money on that. That's why I helped her out a little bit on that. That's the way we work things. Now this woman fucked up royally. And she is probably literally pissing her fucking pants, like Barry is in jail. Pissing their pants. When it comes to somebody fucking me over, especially fucking my girlfriend over, that would be a big mistake. Because truthfully, I'm 70 years old. I don't give a fucking shit, in a sense, what happens to me. My focus is always on my girlfriend. I really don't. I'm selfless. I'm not selfish. I'm a very giving person. When I can be. And I've done so many giving things since I've lived out here in the Philippines, I can't count. For the first time I ever came to the Philippines, up till now. We are known as good people in this community. That's why people believe in us. And stories get around, let me tell you, they know around here if you're a decent people or if you're not decent people. They know. Because there's nothing they don't know in this town. And that goes to a lot of little province towns. Everybody knows your business, whether you like it or not. If you're a horror to the community, they're going to know that. If you fuck somebody over in the community, they're going to know that. You'd be surprised how things got around out here. It's amazing. Telegraphing, everyone. Everybody knows what this woman did. And some people were victims of this woman too. Kind of like Paul's situation, but different, But this one's in hand. Anyway, good morning. This one we got in hand. You have to have a certain tolerance level to certain things. And then it comes to a point where you say, okay, enough. I mean, fuck the tolerance. You got to do something about something that needs to be done. And you just do it, man. Don't procrastinate. Don't hesitate. Just take care of business. That's how I work things. I take care of business. And I've always been that way. When I got a goal, I'm going to achieve that goal. That's just the way it is with me. If it's serious enough, I will handle it. I will handle any opposition that's in my way. Any opposition. I'm not stressing out in regards to the hunchback's girlfriend situation. It's just another day to me. What is it, the 8th today? I was even at the police station yesterday. In the police station. I could have danced in front of them and they wouldn't give a shit. Now it turns out that that woman actually tried to file a report on me. Because she was recording me without my permission when we approached her at the store. I said, hey, I didn't give you permission. Just put the fucking phone down. And she thought she could use that against me. But they sent her out the door. Because they already knew of her. Because there were already reports on her. They knew us and they knew her. They said, no, we can't You can't file a, what they call it. Anyway, it's a report. Sorry. And she walked out with her tail between her legs. Nice try, but no cigar. Nice try, but no cigar. She didn't get a cigar that time. But now I'm smoking a cigar. Got my little gambler's cap on, cigar in mouth, and I'm laughing. I said, you dealt with the wrong person. I said, this is a lot of money, sweetheart. And I told her to her face, if you think you're going to take some of my girlfriends or my savings, it's really my girlfriend's. That's her, complaint, not mine. Then you're wrong. I said, you know how long it would take a Filipino to save that amount of money that you're trying to grab from our pockets? What shit happened to me? And I said, I don't care what happened to you. Again, you have the responsibility of paying that money back. And unfortunate for her, this was all written on contract on a paper with a lawyer. With a lawyer. With a lawyer. Spelled out. No way of backing out of this situation she has. Clearly, we went to the barangay meetings. We did everything we were supposed to, and past 2 times she didn't show up. Last I heard, she's going to try to run away to her husband's house or something that he has in Leyte. Oh, yeah. But now she's getting scared. And the last thing we heard is they're going to come up with, one way or the other, borrow again and get herself in trouble again and not be able to pay, to come up with sizable amount of what they owe. She's getting scared because she knows estafa is a serious crime here in the Philippines. Hope you've been enjoying these stories. Because they're real, not made up, Popeye. But once somebody owes us money, imagine that. Imagine that. And we'll probably get it. We'll probably get it, but that doesn't mean we're going to be nice to her afterwards. Hint, hint, Barry. Hint, hint. Can have your cake and eat it too. Although I do have my cake and I eat it and I masticate it in my mouth and I taste it and I can chew it. I got teeth. I could taste it. So yes, I could have my cake and eat it too. And I do. Don't fuck people over because you get in trouble when you fuck people over, man. Only bad could come out of a situation like that. And you certainly don't do it here in the Philippines. Oh, no, 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 no. Anyway, we'll bring this to an end here. I got a shower yet. So things do not happen quick in the Philippines. And I began to say and made a reference to Old Dog New Tricks, Paul, as he was sharing his story about the bagels. How do you operate a store that specializes in something and you don't sell it or carry it? I know, for those that don't live out here, you're saying, what the fuck? But really, what the fuck is right. As Paul found out, and a lot of other people did too. It's a specialty store. That's what they sell, coffee and bagels. All right, some other breads too, but how do you operate a store when you don't have the merchandise to sell? And the big sign out there says, for example, in Paul's situation, bagels and coffee. But you go in there and they don't have any bagels. And the girl don't know nothing that's working behind the counter. Paul asked him, do you know when you're going to have bagels in? I really don't know. Like what? Let me read the sign. This says coffee and bagels. Where's the bagels? Where's the bagels? George would say, I don't know, Jerry. Where is the bagels? Where's the bagels? There is no bagels. I want my bagels. I must bring a smile to Popeye's face. I must, because I'm sure I humor him quite a bit. I know I do. I know I do. He can't stand it, man. Oh, I love playing with him. And that's exactly what I do. He don't realize it. He's the mouse and I'm the prey. And before you kill a mouse, a cat's going to play with it for a while. That's what I do with Popeye and people like that. I play with their heads a little bit. Then they get astounded when what I say actually turns out to be right and make them look like a total fool. Okay, well, the dialogue is kind of knocked down. We covered it all today, didn't we? Now you know the real situation about what really happened in the lovely, beautiful state of Hawaii, having to do with my home, not my brother's home. That's another thing. Mine, Popeye. I mean, I guess I was making mortgage payments for something. I had to pay the taxes, insurance, mandatory. Not my brother. My brother didn't have a pot to piss in, other than providing him a toilet to do it in. My brother had no attachment to this house at all. None. Zero. He just rented. That's all he did. Wasn't happy when I wanted to sell the house because he's very comfortable there, but sometimes you got to move on. So he found himself some, less than desirable accommodations, really, when you think about it, compared to what he had. But he didn't really care about his surroundings, as long as he had a shelter. I said, come on, but you're paying for that shimmy shack. You can get a nicer apartment. Oh, well, can't force people to do things they don't want to do. And yes, I did help my brother all the time. All the time. And to straighten something else out, might as well go on a roll on this. No, I had no idea that he had passed away. How would I? He never left me with any neighbors' information. And the only other person that would know, maybe he had something written down with my sister. But since me and my sister weren't really talking, and, the wonderful person that she is, 2 weeks went by, and of course I was suspicious something was going wrong. And somebody in a Facebook Messenger that I haven't talked to in a while that knew my brother wrote to me and said, there's something going wrong over there. I haven't seen your brother. Something's not right. I said, well, investigate it if you can. Talk to a neighbor or something. I had no idea. No idea. None. How would I? How would I? Unless somebody tells me. But then I call my sister, my lovely sister, by the way, and I started giving the spiel about, hey, something's wrong. Maybe you know something, because I can't get a hold of Al, man. Somebody came by and said, they didn't see anything going on there. What's going on? She interrupted me and said, Frankie, Al died 2 weeks ago on March 8th. In fact, today's his anniversary. Today's the 8th. I can't believe a year went by already. I cannot believe it, man. It's scary. It's a year already since he died. Well, I had no idea that he died until... It's not like she called me up to tell me or emailed or something, find a way to contact me. She must have had some kind of contact information. She could have found out from possibly my daughter. Maybe she talked to my daughter or something, but I had no way of knowing. There was no way of knowing. So to clear that up, Popeye, and anybody else, there you go. Truth hurts sometimes, doesn't it? It wasn't meant to hurt anybody, truth, but it kind of works that way with some people. When you catch them in a lie, you prove them wrong. Not only did he have died 2 weeks prior to me calling her, not only, she already had his ashes. I'm like, what the fuck? Do you think maybe I would need to know about this? Do you think? Apparently not. Told you. Dysfunctional people. I don't care if they're blood or not. They're clearly dysfunctional people. Period. And that happens in families too. Quite commonly. So there you go. You think you know everything, but you really don't. When you don't know the details. Of course I would want to know if something happened to my brother. We talked every 2-3 days religiously. give him advice. If he needed help, I'd help him out if I could or wanted to, according to what the situation was. I was always there for my brother, even not physically. I was always there for him, despite the differences, despite the backgrounds, despite whatever circumstance. I was always there for my brother, Robert. Always. Always. Because that's the way I was. Still family. My daughter, for example, I don't talk to her. Doesn't mean I don't love her. Whatever psychological problems she's having has nothing to do with me. She brought these things on herself, but I'm not going to take the brunt of her psychology. Daughter or no daughter. No. That's not where I go with this. It's her own gig. And if she doesn't want to talk to me, that's her prerogative. You just accept what is. You wish for the best, of course, but still love her. My love hasn't stopped for my daughter, but I can't control what people do. I can only deal with it in my own way. Okay. I think this was a great show this morning. 2 hours. Although Popeye did a 4-hour thing yesterday. Popeye likes me to do something shorter because he has to sit there and hear this shit all over again. He has to sit there and actually listen to this. And then he has to play it again, whatever. I don't know, whatever he does. But, I'm helping people all the time. I'm helping Popeye do something with his time. I'm doing things positive to make his life a little more enriched. With all that time he has on his hand. I'm doing good. Right, Robert? What would you do without me? I don't think you'd have a show. No, you'd be probably talking about Bummer or somebody else. But everybody's perfect. Oh, excuse me. He's perfect, and everybody's imperfect in Robert's mind. See the way this works, guys? I think you get the point. With that being said, have a good evening, Popeye.
And one of the most powerful weapons, berries. Blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, these aren't just delicious. They're muscle-protecting superfoods. Here's why. Berries are packed with antioxidants, your body's best defense against muscle deterioration. Every day, your body produces free radicals. These unstable molecules damage muscle cells, causing weakness, fatigue, and slower recovery. When you were younger, your body could fight them off. But as you age, your defense weakens, unless you give it the right support. That's where berries come in. Their antioxidants neutralize free radicals, shielding your muscles from damage, speeding up
Working it, work it. Native headpiece there, in celebration of the Philippines. Absolutely. Who says I don't celebrate the culture? Celebrating it right here. Certainly am. Okay, wait for a few people to show up here. Not gonna do a long piece here. What time is it anyway? We lose track of time. Celebrating the native Filipinos out here, their history. Culture, yes. Gotta celebrate the culture, respect the culture. Working it, work it. I always say work it. Whether it's blueberries, no matter what it is, work it. Work it. Work your body, work your soul. Just finished working out a little bit here. Certain exercise I do. Wasn't the treadmill. No, it wasn't the treadmill. There's certain isometric things I do, and very standard stuff, actually. I didn't work with the weights today, the dumbbells. I got something going here, not a lot, but, What the hell? I'm not going to complain. It just gets better and better. Oh, 6 months from now, who knows? They might be naming me Muscles Magoo. 14 already? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. See, I got teeth. Teeth. Yeah. Celebrating the culture. Not making fun of it, we're celebrating the culture. That's what we're doing. Righteously. Pretty laid back morning, man. Pretty laid back. Really. Just watching some interesting stuff on YouTube, and the only YouTuber's channel I watched for a few minutes was Philippines Antics. I was talking about this German lady, she's only in her 30s. She had major liver damage. How do you have major liver damage in your 30s? Did she drink that much? No insurance. Yeah, it's always a concern. Even for me. Come on, let's give a thumbs up to the culture here. Let's get a thumbs up to the culture. Work it. You gotta work it. To get anything done, you have to work it. I don't care if it's doing this. Do this with your hands. Strengthen your hands. I don't give a shit. There you go. You got strong hands to grab somebody's fucking throat. Shake the shit out of them. Because we don't advocate violence on it. We just don't advocate that kind of shit at all. No, we don't. Come on, thumbs up, folks. Thumbs up. Oh, you got some cashew nuts for me. Protein and all kinds of stuff. Need magnesium.
Okay, here's this one.
Okay. You are what you eat. So, you're going to be eating McDonald's and all that shit every day. As I say, you're going to need a zip code. Grab that last one. Cashews. Kramer said to Jerry, he said, the answer to everything, Jerry, is levels. Kramer's probably right. But the answer to your longevity, well, stay out of trouble. Start. And eat right. Eat as if your life depended on it. There's a difference between eating to live and living to eat. Okay? Come on, thumbs up, guys. Smacking my lips, Barry. I know that bothers you. Call me Snapper. Snapper the rapper. No, you're not looking at the Fazio show here. He's long gone. I know you hate that. Come on, let me do it again. You hate that, right? You hate that. Why do you smack your lips? Well, when something's really good, you smack your lips. Or you may have a dry mouth. Or both. Native headdress, celebrating the culture of the Philippines, which a lot of people don't do. All right. Let's do the big brrr. The big brrr. The big brrr. Don't get me doing that enough, dude. I don't want that to become habit. The big brrr. See what you fucking caused? It's all your fault, Hector. And some others. It's all your fault. It's never my fault. It's always your fault. If you're a YouTuber, it's your fault. Never play with a player. Let me get something straight. Hector. John Smith, do you have a photo of your Popeye mate? I do. I can't bring it on here. I'm too busy stopping my lips. Salt, you know. Yeah. But we've been working it a bit, man. We've been working it a bit. This old boy has been working it. Work it. I always said that. Work it. Get down and work it. Work it. Work it. Work it. Well, look at that, man. Look at that. That's just 2 weeks of just working with the barbell. 2 weeks with the dumbbells. 2 weeks. Getting bigger and badder. Okay. Yeah. No, I do work out, though. Not like I should, quite frankly. But I'm working up to it with changing a few things in habits and, you know, kind of working down. Forgive me with this ratty little t-shirt today. I was working out. I'd throw something on. I should put something better on, but this is fucking YouTube. Who the fucking cares? I'm not going out for a formal invitation or something. I had a dream. I've had many dreams. That the idiots on here would take a vacation from themselves. Yes, but senor. Viva for senor, Mr. Esteraje. Hey, kiss him goodbye. Viva la Filipinas! Viva la Filipinas! Who says I don't support the local culture? Come on now. What does that tell you? I support the culture. You were right that Obama would deny about his attorney. Well, what did you expect? Work it. It's working on the shoulders too. Work at it. Come on, even that's an exercise. Look, right now, that's an exercise, isometrical. Work it. Keep it moving. Keep it grooving, baby. Keep it moving and keep it grooving. And you're going to start getting results. Very slow. It's going to be slow. But it's going to be more impressive as time goes by. When you don't use your muscles, you're going to lose your muscles. I mean, this is something. I mean, it's better than a fucking kick in the ass. I mean, what the fuck? You got that, Barry? No, you got fat. Drip it all the way down. You got dripping fat all the way down here. Pull, come on. No, I'll never get to equal his fat. You gotta work it. Work it good. Doom, 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 doom. Work it hard. Work it hard, babe. Bang a pot, make a lot. Bang a pot, make a lot. Remember that? My God. How about Licky using the suck muscle? Oh, with that lady boy? Oh, yeah. Gats, I tell you. Says he has a stomach bomb. Oh, so Ricky has an atomic bomb for me. Well, set it off, baby. Set it off. I might have one for you. You just never know. You never know with me. Imagine somebody just lives their life like that. It's embarrassing to begin with, you know, it really is. Never mind the hat here. It's not embarrassing, it's celebrating culture. Come on, man. Celebrating culture. You're gonna laugh at the culture of the Philippines? That's what you'd be doing. I'm respecting it. I'm respecting it. Work it good. Work it good. Yeah. Well, you know, I don't give a shit what Ricky does. Ricky's days are over, man. He'll be out. Maybe before the year's out, you know, he'll have a heart attack or some shit. By his own loans, not my no voodoo with me. I mean, it's just going to happen. I mean, it could happen to me, it could happen to anybody, but when you look at the odds with this guy, I mean, his weight and everything, his diet, I've always said it, didn't I? The prophet returns. The prophet is here. Has an atomic bomb for you. Yeah, I got an atomic bomb for him, if needed. Yeah. Ricky's very slow. I don't know, they look at me and they say, oh, he's an old dude, he's an old dude. I mean, how quick could he be? Lightning, I could be lightning quick. See, I just punched you, you didn't even see it, did you? That's how quick I am. Whoa, what happened? What happened, Lucy? Whoa, whoa. Oh, oh, oh. Then I just come up with a fist of steel, I tell you. People do it wrong. You gotta put your thumb inside there, or else you're gonna break your hand. You're gonna break your hand. Idiots go, the thumb on it, you go put, I broke my thumb. Because you're dumb. Tuck it in. Tuck it in. Tuck it in. Tuck it in. Oh, we bet you didn't see that. Oh, I'm sorry, I just knocked you out. Pull, solar flex. Uppercut. Temple. Nose. Gone. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's your face, motherfucker. If you want to get really ugly with me. Right between, you can't see it, right near the bottom edge of the neck. You'd be down like a clown, mofo. Hey, but we're just funning around today. That is raw strength and reflex of a 50-year-old? Oh, come on. Give me a better break than that. Oh, I can be quick. I can be quick. Guarantee tell you that. I can be pretty goddamn quick. If you're slow around me, then you're down. I don't care who the fuck you are, how big you are. If you're slow around me, you're going down like Leroy Brown. If you get to that point. But, you know, I'm an old man. Saggy old shirt. That's just a workout shirt. I'm just an old man who supposedly has no possible defense in his life. Do you believe that? Good. Should have you as your six-pack. I don't have a six-pack. That I got to work on. I don't have a six-pack, no. I got a 12-pack. Right in the refrigerator. No, I don't have a six-pack. Give it time, man. I mean, nothing happens overnight. Give me a break. Frank, you're hilarious today. Who says that? Oh. It's hemorrhaging. But that's why you got the treadmill, like a six-pack in yeah. Oh, I've been doing the exercise bike, and I've been doing a lot of isometrics. Frank, you should be push-ups as your... I'm doing, but I'm doing it a different way. The start off is with the 45-degree angle push-ups, okay? Then graduate to the floor push-ups. And I've been doing about 145 degree angle a day. I've been doing that. I haven't even given it a rest. I didn't wait a day. I've been doing that every day. I've been doing that every day. The 45, yeah, that'll work the shoulders. It'll do a little bit here too, you know. The pecs are going to grow too. If I only had a bench set, but I just really couldn't fit it in there. I don't want to push things too hard. Push it hard, babe. Push it hard, babe. I got hands that are so quick. I sometimes put a pillow. My hands just so quick. I got to take off my rings. I never take off my rings. Oh, ooh, oh, oh. Now they're kind of damp. There we go. I'm telling you, man, I got talents, my boys. Talents. Hidden talents. Would I lie to you? Never. Never. Never lie to my viewers. I never do that. Never do that. Oh, I don't do the spoons, no. If only Fazio could see this. Need to honor Fazio. Nah, he's an idiot. No, come on, this is in respect for the culture here. No, for real. This is in respect for the culture. Okay? And Gilda wore this to the parade. You know, she was, you know, I respect this. This is a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing. Don't make fun of it. Do the ignorant dance? Is there one? No, I'm not going to make a fool out of myself. No. I thought that's what Barry wore in the province. In America. I'm dying to, damn, I'm telling you, over to hear this awesome. Frank, why are you in such rare form today? Because I don't waste my time with bullshit. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna stress out over shit. I'm not gonna stress out over shit. I handle things as they come. Simple as that. Why let something stress you out? I mean, it's not worth it. I wake up every day, do whatever I normally have to do for the day, and chores, anything else. It's like any other day. And, you know, I deal with things when they happen, not when they don't happen. That's what you got to do, or else you're going to just stress yourself out, you know. Make Frank's glasses great again, great again. Why, I tell you, inch by inch, step by step, I approached the bastard. And he ran away. Mrs. Heminger, oh, I should wear it. You proved you didn't peep in the windows, and you're struggling to see things. And eat that, Heminger says, eat that, Popeye. Yeah, I'll give you something to eat. Mataio Sozic, motherfucker. Stateci tuzibatskula sia. That's Italian. I don't want to tell you what that means. You just have to trust me. Do 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 hard. Push it hard. Good. We're being native today. native today. Make Frank's glasses. Hold on, you gotta go for a little ride with me. Not a little ride, but... Oh, jeez. I gotta go off camera for a second here. Because it's gonna be a big glare here. I gotta go outside. Despite my other stuff, I still smoke. I just cut it in half. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not perfect, man. I know you think I am. Frank, I'm not jealous of you. You got nothing about you to me. Well, I got talent for one. We know you can't sing, and we know you can't dance. You gotta become a dancing fool. A dancing fool, I tell you. I think he wants to become a dancing fool. Yeah, George. Yes, Father, you're right. He wants to be a dancing fool. The mantis. He's not built for that. Even the goats, even the goats laughing at the whole situation. The bogan has landed. Well, good for the bogan. Maybe he'll get lucky this time, huh? Bogan picked up a fine time to redeem his Bitcoin. Bitcoin is plummeting. Yeah, I heard. I did hear that. I don't have any Bitcoin. Yeah, birds like that. Hello to Winter. I'm sorry, I've been wondering. Real deal is in Cebu, but he took his live stream down. Yeah, I know. Whatever Jay does. You proved you didn't peep at a tenant's window, of course. You're struggling to see things up close. Make Frank's glasses great again. I like that. I really like that. Yeah, buy high, sell low. Yeah, that's a strategy, yeah? Anyway, how you doing, Alo De Vinta? Haven't seen you around in a while, sir. Thanks for keeping me updated every now and again. I certainly appreciate that. But you got to understand, Frank, I'm a busy man. I cannot contact you all the time. That's okay, but I appreciate the contact every now and then. Really. More than you know. You the man. Panic sell and then rebuy later at a higher price. Well, I don't get involved with that shit. How much money do you think I fucking got to go fuck around with Bitcoins? What do you think, I'm rich or something? Remember, I'm broke, remember? I don't know how it compares to America. Understand, I am broke. Broke as a skunk. Dunk as a skunk. Bitcoin is 85,000. So if you bought it for 100, then you lost some money. Is that it? I, number one, could not financially deal with Bitcoin, spend that kind of money on there and take that kind of a gamble, because that's a big gamble. That's really big. They have a big Mac index to determine the cost of living in each country. What's the cost of a Big Mac now in Cebu? I don't know, man. Jay Abo is here for the free Barry J legal team. Oh, okay, that'll be interesting. I'm sure there's no love lost between them. Barry said some pretty shitty things about Jay, I'll tell you that. But, in all honesty, come on now. Everybody has said something about everybody. That includes me, that includes you, that includes everybody. We're all guilty of something, but the difference is, it's the degree of what you've done. That's what it really comes down to. It's the degree. When it gets really outlandish, then, well, I know somebody who's wishing he never opened his mouth, but he did. $10 or more in America. Yeah, I heard. You can't take a family out in America for a McDonald's meal or something, right? In America, McDonald's burgers are at least $10, for a Big Mac or something, Gilda.
Expensive.
Very expensive. Very. It's horrible, man.
You know, you're better off just buy the leanest meat you can, you know, buy it in bulk, you know, and then separate it in separate Ziplocs, you know, for one day. I wouldn't eat meat every day like that. I'm going to tell you right now. We had chicken again last night. We eat a lot of chicken. Again, I had the roasted potatoes to die for, and probably would. Frank, eat a Big Mac. You're getting, no, thank you. Just an occasional thing with me. That's all it is. I don't depend on that. As Heminger says, you should take advantage of the cheap Big Macs and Saboo and eat them. I only do when I'm on the road or something. That's it. You'll never see me buying a Big Mac otherwise. Frank, you have children 6 times a week. I do? Who? Oh, you have chicken. Oh, should I have children 6 times a week? What a stud. I need my water. No, we have a lot of chicken. We do. And I try to take the skin off most of the time, actually. But chicken is, if you're going to have to eat a meat, I would suggest you would eat chicken over pork, certainly over pork, and certainly over red meat. Hector, Ricky is dining in 5-star Michelin-rated establishments like Chili's. Like Chili's. There you go. Mrs. Heminger, Frank, you can be more efficient by eating a chicken stuffed with blueberries. No, that would never work. That would taste horrible, man. Just like you can't have, you know, I said earlier, you know, what the fuck is pineapples doing on a pizza? Who came up with that shit? People in Hawaii? Well, yeah, I could see that. You don't mix, I'm sorry, I'm an Italian American. You don't mix fucking pineapples or any fruit with pizza. Let's get genuine here. What's this woke generation shit? They need to awake. The woke generation, they need to go back to sleep, maybe. Chicken feed is life. Yeah, it's maybe some locals. I don't like it. Pineapples have their place. Put them on a plate with whipped cream on it. Better yet, get some blueberries. But by the way, kiwi fruit is very good for you. Get some blueberries, get some strawberries, get some kiwi fruit. Get out the whipped cream and just say, fuck the calories. Spray that puppy all over that, and that is delicious. And pineapple. Put the pineapple in it too. There's a place for everything. Funny enough, I hate pineapple, but I love them on pizza. That's it. Yeah, everybody has their own taste. So, you know, when we buy a pizza, we buy one with the pineapple, Hawaiian style. Which the kids, you know, they're tropical kids, you know. They like things like pineapple. And they'll eat the pineapple portion. I'll eat the pepperoni part. Hector says, I've been to Italy, and they'll put you on a stretcher if you ask to put pineapple on a pizza. I would think so. That's like insulting the culture right there. We got 27 strong. We had over 30-something here, I think, earlier. Nico Gump. I like that. Tomatoes are technically fruits, so pizza does have fruit. Well, I don't want anything too sweet on a pizza. That's what it really comes down to. I don't want anything too sweet on it. Too sweet. See, people take food way too seriously. I don't get it. I've never been a foodie. Heminger says, I don't eat anything fancy. I don't know. My uncle, who passed away recently, he said he ate all his life, anything. Junk food, anything. He didn't watch his diet. Well, he had the genetics come in. He lived to be over 100 years and 3 months, I think. 100 years and 3 months. So, but they didn't smoke, though. That's the thing. He did before he got married to his wife, Gloria, back in ancient times. He quit when he got married because I guess Gloria didn't like him smoking, whatever, you know. When you were in the military back in those days, you smoked. That was the thing to do. It was a Hollywood thing, too, and people caught on with smoking because they thought it was glamorous until their lungs, you know, crystallized. But they thought it was a glamorous thing to do. And you'd never see women smoking it, but men would smoke. But women started to smoke, and it caught on, just like Marilyn Monroe with the blonde hair. All of a sudden, this is how trendy people are, cattle following the cattle, that I always talk about on my show. Always talk about. All the women started dyeing their hair blonde. They wanted to be. And then remember back in time, well, not too far past, really, when Farrah Fawcett was around. All the women wanted to style their hair like Farrah Fawcett. Is anybody original other than me? Please tell me there's somebody original out there that thinks outside of the box, that doesn't follow the cattle of society. Tell me there's somebody out there. Let me know that society is still there, that people are still, can be original and not just copy off everything, just like the copycat channels did. Yes, yes, it's storytelling time. Prop your feet up, have a cool drink, and let's tell a story or two. Are you into it? Show me that you care. That means a thumbs up. Or you don't get a story. Thumbs up if you want a story. Storytelling time again here. You need thumbs up. Thumbs up. No story. No story. You guys are so lazy you can't give me a thumbs up? Seriously? Wow. Has our relationship come to this? Oh, there's one person. Come on, people with the thumbs up. I'm not going to give you a story. Come on, you could copy this, whatever you can do, the usual. Simulcast it. I don't care. I need a thumbs up, though, to tell the story. We're both wasting our time here. I got 10 viewers, only 2 thumbs up. How fair is that? Okay. I'll just hang in there. Not good enough. 3 is not good enough. Sorry. 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 Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Why isn't this fan working? Okay, is that why? No. Okay, here we go. I'm going to share one of my stories from Seattle, Washington. How's that? From Seattle, Washington, back in the day. I was living in Seattle. At one point, I had to go back for 5 months to New York. And I had my furniture. Interesting shit I had. Pillow furniture. I had somebody store it for me. When I got back, they sold it on me. But okay, that's not really the story. I knew this one guy out there. His father was a big real estate guy, So in a kind of a posh area, he had a house that his father was letting him stay in, rent, whatever. And he'd rent out some of the rooms there, and he rented it out to what would have been the sister and husband of my ex-wife. Okay,
Follow me? Temporary, you know. I just came back, so I gave up the old apartment. And so anyway, the guys that he was renting to, one guy was Rudy and his wife was Donna. She was like all natural type of person, drinking goat milk. In fact, I went in the refrigerator one night. Oh, milk. I go to taste it, and yeah! The fucking thing was goat milk, man. She was the type that would walk around the kids naked, really, in the house when her son would have his friends over. She was that type. Well, I didn't see her do that, but anyway, her husband was Rudy. Rudy was like a Charles Manson looking guy. I mean, I'm telling you. He was in and out of jail or whatever. He was a pothead. I mean, a total fucking pothead. I don't know what else. But he was extreme chronic, always high all the time. So, let's see. I kind of started staying there. A very interesting stay, I might tell you. It was over in Lake Forest Park, which was more of a high rent area as far as houses, you know, near Lake Washington area, around there. Okay. So that friend of mine, Tom was the son of the realtor, and he was staying at that place. So, you know, pay the taxes, everything else, you know, he'd rent the room. So he rented to Donna and Rudy. Okay, remember Donna was the sister of the woman I wound up marrying. And while I was there, I said, you know, they just thought I was a runaround, you know. So they kept on saying, hey, you know, my sister's coming back from Oregon. She went to this, what do you call camp, where they torture these trades and stuff, and she was learning to cook or something. And they showed me a picture of her. It really wasn't flattering. Thick glasses at the time, and yeah, okay, I'll talk to her sometime. And I did. I talked to her. But let me tell you the in-between while I was staying there. Then I'll bring you more forward, okay, on this. Okay. So, while I was there, Tom's sister would be visiting. She was younger than me. And, I don't know, she felt attracted to me. And, I don't know, we had a blanket over, we were sitting on a couch and playing Feely Wheelie. Tom came in and says, what the fuck? He really thought I was a loose goose. He really thought I was a runaround guy after that. At that point, I felt uncomfortable, but I had to get out of there, really. I mean, I thought it was a good idea. It was Tom's sister, you know. He didn't want me fucking around with his sister. She was cute, too. Seattle, oh my God, stories about Seattle. I gotta make a series of it, let me tell you. I truthfully can. I mean, I really can. You have no idea. No idea back in the 80-ish areas, you know. But just to give you a little background, Rudy was the husband of Donna. Donna was the sister of the woman I got together with and married. And what I didn't know is that Rudy had a thing for Donna's sister, who was the woman I married. So Rudy, you know, he was pushing me. Yeah, you know, go see her. You know, she's single and, you know, you're looking for a woman, companionship, whatever. Oh, I'll meet her, you know. But I didn't know that he was quite interested in her. He thought I was a runaround, and, well, you know, Frank's not going to get involved with her, so I don't have to worry about it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised that he actually screwed her. He did later on, as I found out. Right, okay. All right, gets better. So, all right. I was living in this apartment in the U District, which we called the U District, University District, or University of Washington. And that was the one I talked about. I had that apartment that got kind of flooded because there was a drain. It was a basement apartment, and the drain would get full. And anyway, that was the place, you know. So I talked on the phone, and man, it didn't take her much to come down from West Seattle all the way to North Seattle. I'm telling you, she got on that fucking bus. She ran. In fact, probably telling the bus driver, hurry up. Okay, so someone comes knocking at my door, and I look through that little peek hole. I say, who the fuck is that? Some chick with, you know, bottle glasses on, and oh no. Tell me that's not what I think it is. Okay. All right, I'll let her in. Introduce. Hi, I'm so-and-so. I'm Frank, and blah, blah, blah. She comes in. And I did like a lot of small talk, you know, it was a lot of small talk. And she didn't want to hear the small talk. She was a fucking nymphomaniac, is what she was, really. Well, I don't know well, could have been. I don't know. And she attacked me, started taking off her clothes, and I didn't initiate it. I'm telling you, man, I did not initiate it at all. I did not initiate it. I did not. So, we went through with it, And, I just, come back from New York after a 5-month stint in New York before I came back to Seattle. And I had to rebound and find more friends and women to know and stuff like that. So, it was nice having her as a companion. So we kept on seeing each other. And then which I liked the apartment. It was a 1-bedroom place, an older building. It was over a bar, this Greek guy was upstairs. Everything wooden, nice wooden windows inside the window frames were wood and quality. It was kind of nice. I kind of enjoyed it. And a good area where I was, Wallingford area, There's some restaurants and bars around there if you had to go. One right across the street called the Whales Inn. Long story, 2 of them. But, forget the bars. But that's another story too, actually, the bars. Oh, I got some stories for you. If you're a good boy, I'll tell you that one. Okay, so, all right, I figure, well, why don't you just fucking move in, and I'd have companionship and all that. And, I was settling. That's exactly what I was before you even tell me, She was good companionship and all that. Anyway, one thing happened to another, and she wound up becoming pregnant. And I'm like, what? Well, one day we decided to go up to the clinic. She wanted to go to the clinic. I guess her period stopped. Don't you love this shit? Comes out, well, how would you like being a father? I'm like, what? What happened was when she first met me at the other place, she stopped taking her pill. Because what happened is a boyfriend she had once before, she'd ride a motorcycle with him, and they got into an accident, and she was actually pregnant with that guy, and she lost a baby, a miscarriage, right? She had to make up for lost time. Here comes Frank. Here I come. With a sucker label on my head. But, okay, she was good companionship, and, I was affectionate with her and all that stuff. I wasn't a creep. I really wasn't, I just didn't know how deep she was in different ways. A lot of things I didn't know about her. She was pretty wild, man, let me tell you. She was pretty wild. Wild child is what she was. Born on the south side of town, southwest. A lot of jive people there and stuff, in the schools and kind of the hood type friends and stuff like that. Be it black or white, it was all right. It was just one of those things, Anyway, those were her choices, not mine. But, do a Seinfeld salute with that one. Hold up that black and white cookie. All right, so let's speed it up a little bit. Yeah, living together, not married. Okay. I wasn't even sure that the baby was mine. I'm telling you, man, I had some suspicions, but it was. As she had the baby, and as I grew up, it was mine, no doubt about it. However, during that progress, it was very difficult. I nurtured her, took care of her as her belly was growing, and if I was going to be with her and I had any kind of feelings for her, which I did, I had some feelings for her, It wasn't the biggest love affair in the world. Great companionship, and, unfortunately, she just really wasn't very well educated and stuff. So, and I'll speed it up. I know you're getting bored. All right, so Rudy started coming around. Remember I talked about Rudy, her sister's husband, Rudy, that Charles Manson type of guy, the eyes, the beard, all that stuff. I swear to God, it's the brother of Charles Manson. Oh, well, he found out. He never thought that me and her would be that close and to be living with me. Then he finds out she's pregnant. He just got irate. He'd come over there downstairs. I'm on the second floor, the back of the house, throwing things at the window to get our attention because we wouldn't let him in with the buzzer. Throwing this stuffed toy up there. Give this to the kid. I'm thinking, why? What the fuck does he want? Is it his kid? I really didn't know. And for a long time, I did not know. She actually fucked him once. Him and his friend. Boy, did I choose right then, right? Wow. And he didn't like the idea we were together. So to get rid of him, and also, importantly, to give the baby a name, we got married. Simple $40 deal in a little chapel. In fact, my daughter was even crying while we got married. It was like an omen. It was a freaking omen. My daughter was saying, don't get married to her. Don't get married to her. You enjoying this so far? It's a great story. True story, actually. Oh, loved my baby. Loved my baby. But, it was getting difficult. She was still a wild child. How do I know that? Because when I took her out to see my friend's band, she was drinking. I could see how wild she could be, and I had an element of mistrust with her. I just really did. I'll speed up the story. She went to work at the Commissioned Officers Club for Naval Station in Sand Point. And Popeye will concur with that. Sand Point Naval Station. They used to be over there on Sandpoint Way, located in northeast Seattle. So she had a job as a prep helper or whatever, a salad. And this other guy happened to be a black guy, African American. A brother, okay? A brother was working there. So he joked around with her a lot, joke around. They even got some pink certificates that they haven't been doing their work. Too much playtime, literally, actually, as I found out. That, I don't know what was going on, but, what I found out is this. I usually go with my judgments. I got pretty good instinct, What happened was, me and my friend Terry, a guy, this is a guy I worked in Alaska with, we went together twice. So he said, come out for a beer. And I was feeling suspicious about it, so I said, this is what I did. When I pulled away, we drove away in his truck, we were just going to go up the road to a place to have a beer. They have a pool table in there, and they had, games and stuff like that, So as I pulled away, I noticed that she was looking through the blinds to make sure I was leaving. Oh, yeah. All right, that really upped my suspicion. So what I did was, I was very anxious. Stayed there with Terry a while. No, I bought a pitcher. Said, no, finish your beer. We'll go back. I said, okay, time to go back. I said, pull up a little bit up the road from the house, and I'm going to sneak around the back door in the backyard. And I purposely left it open. And I could see through the blinds in there because they were a little bit broken. She was on the phone with somebody. She's the only person she talks to is her sister, Bobby. She don't talk to anybody else, really. How do I know this? Because before I came down, what I did was I called on the phone to her sister, Bobby, and it wasn't busy. No. And I happened to know, I don't know how I knew that at the time, but I had the number of the black guy, Afro brother, the brother who worked with her. It was busy. And my phone was busy. Uh-huh. So that's when I pulled over there and went through the back of the house, and I went to look through the blinds, and I said, she was indeed. So right away, I dashed through the door. I said, who the fuck you talking to? Nobody. Give me the phone. Anyway, I hung up. I think I hung up on her. I said, who the fuck is this? There's somebody on the other line. Anyway, she stood there in the seat, looking like a deer in the headlights of a car. Okay, you know that glazed look? I say, what the fuck is going on? I said, you've been unfaithful to me? And but you know what? I wasn't exactly faithful to her. But we'll get to that. Touche, right? Yeah. Kind of glad that happened because I felt guilty too, because I was not real honest with her because I sensed a few things were going on. We'll get to that. Stay tuned. So what happened was I confronted her. Who the fuck was that? Was that, and I don't know the guy's name, a long time. She's hesitating to answer anything. I said, have you been unfaithful to me? Hesitation. Yes. Is that, what's his name, from work? Yep. And I got mad. And I got to straighten out the story because I think I did this once before. I got so mad, I wouldn't hit a woman. I got so mad that I just smashed the face of the stereo unit I had, a nice one. Just broke the glass on it, that's all. Still worked. I said, get your things, call your sister Bobby up, and get the fuck out of here. That's exactly what... Shauna's coming with me. No, she's not. No, she's not. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And how many other times she might have done that with him, I don't know. Pretty wild, huh? Wild and hairy. And eventually I divorced her. And I got child support from her. Can you believe that? What man could do that? I raised her on my own. It was the in-between stuff, though. Visitation would be okay on the weekends. They'd come to pick her up, bring her to West Seattle. But my ex's mother lived in a fucking trailer park, man. There was no place for her to go. But, I wanted to allow her to have time with her child. But she was a free bird, man. She was a free bird. And she wanted her freedom. The shark got a taste of meat. Fresh meat for, somebody else. She wanted more. She got a job working as a bartender or something, or serving or whatever. She'd be hit on by a lot of guys and stuff like that. I don't know why. Let me tell you. Pardon me. I got a dry throat. She didn't look too bad back in those days, but what she looks like now. Oh my God. And I can laugh about it now, but sometimes maybe there is something as an angel on my shoulder because I think I got so lucky in a way. The choices I made in life, some of them weren't really too wonderful, put it that way. Anyway, to her surprise, I went to a lawyer and I got divorced. She got a paper in the mail. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. That's the way it is with me, Now, on the cheating thing with me, let me make you understand something here. I'm faithful. But I knew my relationship with her was more based on a companionship than some kind of deep love or nothing. It wasn't there. But I stayed with her because I had a baby at the time and all that. And it was important that I stay in the child's life. I'm like that, I'm not going to abandon the kid. I was not going to abandon it. I stood there. I mean, I changed the diapers, gave up middle of the night, formula for my daughter, and I did all that stuff for her. I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. But it was really time for her to go. Anyway, I went out, and this is before that time when I knew she was probably cheating around on me. And I ran into Julie, little redhead, fiery little redhead, skinny thing, Irish. I met her at this place up the block in Wallingford. And they had all the damn game machines in there, and a lot of people and college students went there, and we wind up sharing a pitcher of beer. So we were getting sloughed and all that. And she knew I got married. Julie knew, actually, that I got married. Didn't give a fuck, and I didn't give a fuck that night. I really didn't give a fuck at all. So I wanted to go to her place. It was Coinky Dinky. It was like right around the corner, an apartment building. Well, you could figure what happened from there. Fun times. Fun times. And one more time, that my friend's band had finally cut their single. A local band in Seattle called the Socialites. Got the album cover right here. I did photography for them, and this other gal did the graphics. She was a graphic artist. Tall, brunette, busty like crazy. And anyway, we had a little record party there. Single was released, you know, and we drank a little beer. And at the time, I drank some beer, you know. So she went to go give me a ride home because I don't think I was driving or had a car at the time. Let's go around Green Lake, which is this public lake, and we went in the parking lot. Next thing you know, I'm screwing her in the back seat. High Times at, what's the name of that movie? Was John Belushi involved in this? No, John Belushi wasn't involved with this. No, he wasn't. I got around, let's put it that way, okay? I got around. And look, understand something. If I loved somebody, I would never cheat on them. I would never do that. That's not who I am. If I was just fucking around with somebody and I knew that's what it was, you know, next bus that comes along, I hop on that bus too. If I wasn't married, I wasn't in a relationship, I mean, that's what you did. You sowed your oats. And believe me, I had a whole oatmeal box of oats in Seattle. And you could trust me on that. No bullshit story. More than I ever thought I'd ever have in my life. I never wanted to get married after that. Keep it straight. You wonder why you're not married now. A lot of reasons, but because I can't get married to her. But even so, I just don't believe in the institution of marriage. I don't want to be in an institution, is what it is. Who wants to be in a fucking institution? Although some people I can think on here should be in an institution, but getting past that, get the thumbs up, folks, if you're enjoying the story. Okay, so what happened from there? Well, you know, we were divorced, and I met other women. Lots of other women. A few crazy ones, for sure. One really religious one who claimed that she spoke in tongues. Her name was Carrie. Not spelled like Carrie in a movie, but it's K-A-R-I, not C-A-R-R-I-E. She was a cute little thing, you know, but I couldn't screw her. Why, you ask? She had a double hymen. I didn't want to deal with that. Believe me, some women have a double hymen. Her cherry was never popped. She had a double hymen. She'd have to have it surgically. So we just played around. Then she'd invite me to her friends. Ah, man, I wasn't part of that scene. They were taking out the guitar around a campfire and singing Kumbaya. I mean, literally singing Kumbaya. I was out of that scene, Jack. I was out of that scene. You know I was. You know I was. We departed. She's from Binghamton, New York, originally. Living out there. I don't know what the hell she was doing. Spoke in tongues. You mean you're speaking with thy words of thy Lord? You know, I didn't buy into that. Oh, you know I didn't. Okay. That was all. But anyway, there was a lot of relationships I had there. There was a lot. Some were really interesting. Some were very, very, very promising. Very promising. Several, really. Very, very promising. Some of the chicks were divorced. They had money. But I wasn't after any chicks' money or nothing, man. But it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. But the two main women, well, that I met before the other one that moved to California, that was Suzanne. Blondes, they're all blondes. A lot of money. Had their own house. Had their money from their husbands with the divorce. And they was just out playing the field. They weren't interested in getting in a long relationship with anybody. Oh, hell no. So when I started getting too close to them, they ran away because it's not that they didn't like me. The problem was the opposite. They did. They did. Two main ones. They did like me and they were attracted to me. But they just got out of a fucking long-ass marriage. Boy, my timing really sucks sometimes, you know. They got out of a long-ass marriage. They didn't want to settle down with some guy. But, you know, let's be real about it. I was a broke skoke. They didn't want me. Neither did the doctor's daughter. I thought I'd marry that one. We were actually engaged. I have to break the engagement because I got to take care of myself. You know, my bulimia. And I fell off the wagon with the drinking. I said, damn, Frank. You can choose them. I mean, you could pick them. But goddamn, the pickings that sometimes you pick, they may look good. But there's always something fucked up wrong with them. Something. Always something. Timing was bad. A lot of stories to share. This is just one of them. But 2 of them, 3 of them. I don't know. How many so far? I can't go down the list. It's too long. You need a week. But yes, I met a lot of interesting women, and I've had some really interesting times. In all honesty, I did. Seattle was the place. Quarter of a century I lived there. And at that time, in the 80s, whatever it was, you know, there was a lot of delicious women out there. All denominations there. You know, I went out with a Norwegian gal, fully Norwegian. That was interesting. Yeah. And I'm not prejudiced. I got together with a Mexican girl once. Well, it was just for one night, but I got together with her. You know, I wasn't judging the color of skin. I'm not a fucking skinhead. Without hair, I'd probably look like one, but, you know, I don't even have a tattoo on my body. I was a good guy. I treated every woman I've ever been with. I treated them like, you know, they were gold. I treated women very well. Always did. I had some really, the one woman I will say that really caught my attention, and God damn it, you know, it was a timing thing too. This one I do want to talk about. Her name was Sally. Again, I don't know why, but blonde hair, dark blonde, whatever. And I was out at the kids' school. They were having this little parade or some kind of procession or something in the street, celebrating something or another. I don't know what the hell it was. There was Sally. The gal was taking pictures of her son in the procession, whatever it was. And my daughter was going to be in it too. And this gal had a smile that would drop you to your fucking knees. You know how somebody could be so inviting looking with their smile that just lights up your face? She did that to me, this one. Unfortunately, it's always a game of timing with me. Story of my life, right? The timing. Because I was starting to see Leslie. Leslie loved dogs. She had 2, what do you call terriers. And Leslie was a cute thing, but she didn't like guys who smoked. I might have talked about it, you know. Cigarette smoke. Cigarettes. That's what she'd call it, you know. And I was just starting to move things along with her. Of course, I do stupid things. I was going to go out to a club that night. I went over to visit Leslie. I liked Leslie. Played around a little bit just as I get to the point where she's escorting me to her bedroom. I say something really, really stupid. And you probably heard this on comedy shows or something, but it happens in real life. I said, so this is where it all happens. Could have been coming out from Seinfeld's mouth. Well, she quickly turned me the other way, and I went to the club. Frank, come on, man. Come on. Frank, we even went to the public health center before that because we knew we were going to have sex. She was responsible that way. She didn't want to catch no disease, neither did I. We went to the public health center. We got checked out sexually for any transmitted diseases, STDs. Good to go, man. Good to go. Then it comes to that time and I totally fuck it up. So much for Leslie. Of course, we ran into each other all the time. She also worked for the city, but she worked for the electric company. I see her at the bank or I see her somewhere. Still liked her. Always liked her. Dog lover and all that. But Sally, the one there, the reason Sally, I didn't get together with Sally, again, the goddamn timing. Because Leslie was visiting, it was near Christmas time. Leslie came over to say hello to me and my daughter. My daughter kind of liked Leslie, you know. Sally found out where I lived. She decided to come over and visit me. I'm thinking, oh, fuck. What do I do? I invited her, my friend Leslie's here. Don't worry about it. It's no, not a big deal. And of course, Sally felt a little uncomfortable. I had this big stuffed animal I wanted to give her, and I did a big ass stuffed animal. I gave her. Oh, you're giving that to me? No, please take it. I said, it's not what it looks like. You know how many guys have said that to women? It's not what it looks like. And it really wasn't what it looks like. I wasn't really anywhere with Leslie at that time, but it was uncomfortable for Sally, okay? It really was. And that's what kind of like Sally said, I don't want to be involved with a triangle. Later on, though, found out that she did develop breast cancer. I don't know if she's alive today. I know I did run into her on the ferry going to Canada. We were going to Victoria. Me and my daughter were taking a ride on the ferry from Seattle to Victoria, BC. And lo and behold, who the hell is on that boat? It was Sally. And she had a boyfriend at the time. Or maybe she's with her son. Was she with her son? I don't know. It was so... I have pictures somewhere, too. God, I have pictures. I gotta find them. Lovely woman, man. That smile would light you up. I don't care how depressed you are. God, I really wish I would have gotten together with her at that time. People change and everything else, and I just made some stupid mistakes. Yes, I'm capable of making stupid mistakes. I've met some women that you would die for. Why? I don't know. They got attracted to me, my New York accent. I don't know. I wasn't really, what I've been told, a bad-looking guy in my 20s and 30s and so forth. I guess so. I don't know. I'm not vain and stuff. I'm just saying I must have had something that attracted them because, shit, I got them, man. I got them. I'm not complaining about it. That's not what I'm saying. I managed. I don't know how, but my life opened up when I moved to Seattle. I got to tell you that at the time. It's a different place today, but anyway, I actually forgot Sally's name. I would just love to look her up. I ran into her son when I was still living in Seattle in a Safeway store. He said hello to me. He got big, the kid. Grew up. And I should have, I said, say hello to your mother, stuff, but I didn't know what was going on. I know later, at that time, she developed breast cancer, and I don't know if she survived it or she got her mastectomy or something. I don't know. That still wouldn't bother me. She was such a beautiful woman. The smile, I tell you, she could, without electricity, could light up a room. You ever meet anybody like that? There's two of them that were like that. No, three, actually three. Three women I was with, they could light up a room. Three. One more than the other. But, yeah, Sally, it was like, it's like on these sitcoms. My life is actually a sitcom. When the timing is always off on a sitcom, like Three's Company, for example. It was like Three's Company. The timing thing was always off. Jack would always get caught up in a situation that he didn't want to create, but he did create, but, and women were leaving because they thought he was fucking around with somebody else or this or that. It was like a situation comedy, man, exactly what it was. It was all bad timing. Or just stupid words or stupid mistakes, but it was mostly bad timing. That's what did it. Bad fucking timing. But I have been with some special women, I must say that. I actually have. I have. And when I got married at that time, it was really for my daughter. Because I cared a lot about my daughter. I wanted to give her a name, I guess I was one of those old-fashioned types. I wanted to give her a name. I would not have lasted with my child's mother, really. We were drastically different from each other, And I felt guilty not being faithful to her because there was really not much love there at all. And when I had opportunities, I took it 2 times. And I felt bad about it. I even took that chick who did the graphic work for my friend's album. She once drove me home, and I said, hey, let me introduce you to my wife. Take my wife, please. Take my wife. So, she became suspicious. Who's this good-looking brunette? The long overcoat type thing, jacket, come downstairs. The baby there and all, I'm telling you. I guess I didn't care at that point. I really didn't. This is highly personal, but it's shareable. it's shareable. And I like thinking back on these times too. I really do. Because I had some high times at Fremont High, whatever it was. Not really high times, but good times, good times. You got to look back at some of the good times from the past. That's who you are. It's part of you. What you did in the past carries these memories in your head. So yes, I got around. I did get around. No rock star, nothing. I didn't have money. But they liked me for me. For me. For me. Not money. Not anything like that. Maybe I was a good fuck. I don't know. Well, they never complained about that. In fact, I got compliments on that. Oh, one more story. One more story. Maybe two. Oh my God. I started getting together with this redhead, and she was friends with this bartender at this place I used to go to listen to music to. And, she used to come in there to see her friend because she'd be the waitress. Her friend would be the waitress. Got together, talking to her, and we got together, me and this redhead. She was a big gal. I don't mean like, she was fat. She was like I don't know. I mean, she was shapely but well-nourished, Pretty attractive. She was from the South. In fact, she come from Georgia. I think it was from Georgia. Yeah, Georgia. We got together, and she was actually rooming with the waitress that was working at the bar. So we went over there, and they had their own sections, and she had curtains, and a friend was in the other room. We wound up having sex, and it was pretty wild. And she was, let me just kind of top it off, leave out some of the intimate details. She claimed that she had multiple orgasms with me. She's never been with a guy that was able to give her multiple orgasms or any at all. Of course, I left there with a proud head. I had a big head, well, down there and up there. And she told her friend, which she was rooming with, the bartender chick. No, I'm not making up these stories, by the way. Truly. She goes to me, well, I hear you got together with Lisa, another Lisa, okay? Heard she had like multiple orgasms. She was bragging about it. This is the waitress telling me that. I had a big head. I said, oh, really? She said that to you? Well, they were roomies. Of course, they're going to talk. And I had a big head at the time. I said, wow, pretty good. The boy's got the touch, the magic touch. Of course, a guy's going to feel good about that, right? If you're pleasing a woman, you feel good about it, don't you? That you know how to please a woman. Because it's not, remember I did a show, don't just make yourself happy, but you have to make the woman happy too. Okay, most women, believe it or not, do not orgasm with simple intercourse. If you're able to do that, you're doing something pretty special. Or not. Yeah. But she had a problem child. I don't know, she's gonna go back to Georgia or something. Whatever, Yeah. So and one more story. One more. I lived in a place that the owner lived on one side, and there was this big-ass apartment. You walk in, it was palatial, had a piano. And it actually had, what do you call these? Platform beds, bunk beds, 2 rooms. It didn't have the bedrooms. It had stairs that go up to a bunked area on 2 sides, and my daughter would have the other side across the room, and I would have on the other side, So I had some chick come over, another redhead. I don't know where these redheads come in, but another redhead. And she had this tiniest little voice you ever heard, such a gentile voice, So, I think she was afraid to go up the steps on there. She had a problem with that. I don't know what the deal was. We got up there, and I remember everything is timing, okay? It was an unusual living situation. Oh, lofts. Call them loft beds. Okay, they were lofts. Unusual. I didn't feel totally comfortable with that. I wanted a regular bedroom. But she would come over and, whatever. And this chick was, let's just say that we started to kind of get it on. But I didn't know that the chick was on the fucking rag. When I say on the rag, It was a murder scene. And I swear, my good sheets, everything was covered with blood. I was covered with blood. Covered with blood. I had to stop. I mean, she was all worked up and shit. She got mad at me and left. I said, I can't do this, man. My bed's covered with fucking blood. I'm just soaked in fucking blood. You think somebody just knifed somebody to death? It was blood. She was on the rag. It was a bloody mess. And I don't mean to be British about it. It was a bloody mess. And I said no more. That was it. Oh, God, I got lots of stories, but we're going to cut it off at here because I'm going to go have sex. You have to talk it all about this shit. If you don't mind, I got worked up. Oh, that's right, I can't have sex, according to Barry. I got a little dick. And I can't get hard. Is that what you think, Barry? You don't know me very well. I have nothing wrong with my dick, buddy. And I do have sex regularly. Sorry to disappoint you, son. I'm a very sexual creature. Doesn't mean I have to have it every fucking day or even once a week. Don't need it all the time when it's there. When you're in a mood, you do. It's called being mature. I'm not jumping on her. I'm not a fucking teenager. I'm not jumping on her every fucking day. I don't do that. And most people our age, they don't anyway. These are special moments. You wouldn't understand about special moments, son. You'd have no fucking idea. Intimacy is just fucking them. Drawing that target. Here I come. And whether you enjoy it or not, I don't give a fuck. As long as I'm enjoying it. I don't care that you have your needs or maybe you want to orgasm and feel good to whoever his woman is. But he don't think about the woman, just his pleasure because he's so fucking selfish. That is my story and I'm going to stick to it. You know what I mean? Well, I guess Big Kevin's going to do a show on Overstayers. Well, I got to see a movie. Actually, I've been going to bed a little early, so probably not going to watch the show. But Big Kevin. I think he's one of the top list of that we know of the biggest overstayers in the Philippines. He still never settled all his affairs, I think, in the Philippines, and that's why he'll not spend the money. He will not come here. And that's why he's in, well, first Thailand and now Vietnam. So he's going to do a show about overstayers. That's rich. That's absolutely rich. And the second one, of course, is Barry Jordan, with almost 7 years under his belt. And he still has not paid the fines and fees regards to that, even though he's had donations. So what do you say about that? Yeah. Okay. Well, remains to be seen as to whether Big Kevin ever comes to the Philippines. I think he just doesn't want to let loose of any money. And that's why he chose the other two countries to live in. He's always talked about coming to the Philippines, but he never will. He doesn't want to pay off that money, but he surely will buy women drinks and ring bells and buy drinks for everyone and attempt to date whores in the country of his choice, which is his choice to do. But I don't think Kevin is in a position to talk about overstayers. And I do mean anyone. Yeah, and I think Barry Jordan is second on the list of the longest Philippine overstayers.
I love how people can talk about this, but these are pretty long overstays. You know, I mean, they take this a lot more serious. The longer you overstay in this country, the more fines and penalties, etc., etc. Kevin, to my understand, never paid this off. Didn't Big E give him money to do that? I don't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that actually Kevin used that money for that purpose. Did he? Or did he not? That's why he's not in the Philippines. He's even had somebody hand walk him over to an immigration office when he was in Thailand to try to take care of this problem. But to my knowledge, he did not take care of this problem. He just wants people's money. He didn't want to spend it on his immigration penalties for how many years? We're talking big time years here now. Okay? We're not in a minor league. This is the major league of overstayers. Major league. So will Big Kevin ever wind up in the Philippines? It's not looking that way. He wants people to hold his hand to go to these offices to take care of business because he's not capable of doing it himself. And when people like, what, Don C., Big E, and whatever, try to help him out, what does he do? Oh, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'll get around to it. Yeah, I'll pay it off, and I'll be in the Philippines yet. But he's not. He's not. He's a little slow in the head. A little bit slow in the head. Probably from that bolo knife, but whatever the reason is, he's not going to wind up in the Philippines if he doesn't make an effort. And the Philippines is where he spent a lot of time, but I think there's more to it than that. I don't think he wants to go into Philippines because there's trouble there. He's pissed a lot of people off. Yeah. There are probably people still after him, like the guy who put the bolo knife in his head, if he's still alive, or the relatives, or whatever. I think he made a lot of enemies there. He doesn't want anybody to know that he's in the Philippines if he ever made it here. Everybody's always running away from something. Not this, if not that, then it's the other. This, that, and the other. They're all running away from something. Yeah, I do declare I'm not going to stay up for Big Kevin's show. Actually, I'm going to go to bed early tonight, about 9. I think he's starting his show at 9. So, I don't think I'm going to listen to Big Kevin's show, but I know it's going to be the same shit. Someone who had one of the longest overstays of any YouTuber I know of is going to do a show about it's not worth it to overstay in the Philippines. Well, when he had the chance to take care of it, and it wasn't administrative. He did this on his own doing, like Barry did. Nope. It wasn't an administrative hold. Nothing like that. It was a clear intent of not to pay. There you go. Clear intent. Like both guys. Both of them. Okay, I wasn't going to come on very long here. There's no dialogue anyway, so with that being said, I hope you enjoyed my last show. Will this be the last? I don't know. The best and brightest is back. Kevin's second show will be about deadbeat fathers. There you go. Viking Son says, I'm sure it is meant to disrespect you more. Yeah. Of course he's going to talk about me, but that's why I'm doing this show. Because I know he's going to talk about me. And from the biggest hypocrite, one of the biggest hypocrites out there anyway, from a guy who did something like 13 years of overstay, if I'm not mistaken. And he chose to, all this time that he was collecting funds, because he wanted to see his kids. How long is he doing that? How much money did he collect off his viewers and Big E and all kinds of people?
Because he wanted to go see his children. Did he ever go see his children? Answer is very clearly no. I don't think his kids give a shit. You know, he didn't want to be in their life. It was more important to buy those little toys and things that light up and new microphones. And, you know, he has the emotional makeup of a 5 or 6 year old child. And no matter what caused it, whether it was a bolo head and a knife, the bolo head, whatever, the bolo head, the bolo knife. Yeah, he conned everyone saying he needs to go to the Philippines to see his kids. And he never did. Viking Son says, your best revenge is to live a long, healthy life. That will irritate them most. I'm sure it would. Watch them drop like flies. And they have been too, actually. They certainly have. Have they not? Yeah. Yeah. They're con men. That's all they are. Kevin, he might be dumb as the day is long, but he's very smart. He knows how to manipulate people on his show as the ringmaster of trolls, which is exactly what he is. He don't do much talking on his show. He just lets everybody else do the talking and the hating and the name calling, and he just sits there, collects his AdSense, collects some donations now and then. That's what he does. He has no interest in his kids, or he would have seen his kids. No interest at all. In fact, I saw one of the girls on a picture of him. She looks just like him. I can't believe it. You know that's his kid. She had the big chubby face and everything. You know that's his kid. Oh, you absolutely know that's his kid. So he has no interest at all in his children. I have an interest in mine. It's just that you can't force somebody to be in your life. But he has had plenty of opportunity. Instead, he decides to go to fucking Asia. Decides to go to Thailand because he couldn't get into Philippines. Then decides, and he spends all his money on women. He starts bitching that he's broke. He overpays for a piece of shit apartment. You can put your arms out and touch both walls. Goes to bars, ringing the bells like a dummy, not realizing that he has to buy drinks for everyone. Then the only way he can meet women is to buy drinks for them to sit down. Well, gee, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Seems like a common theme on here. Numerous people, actually. But what about his children? He may contact him by phone, but don't they ask, well, Daddy, you ever plan to come to see us? Do you ever plan that, Daddy? He doesn't care. He don't care. He'd rather buy little gizmos and gadgets than to go see his children. He almost sponges as good as a vagrant. Doesn't he? The best and the brightest says trolls, more like lonely sheep. Yeah, that follow him. Lonely sheep. He's the shepherd. The best and brightest says the more I tune into this genre, the more pathetic I realize the majority are. Have you just noticed that? Oh, 1 thumbs up out of 17. How generous everybody is tonight. Good thing I'm not asking for money. I know, they're all hypocrites, man. They're all hypocrites. They say one thing, do another. He has a couple of kids, man. What are they, in Australia now or something still, or whatever? Well, they got good parents taking care of them now. Not a loser like Kevin. That's all he ever was a big fat fucking loser. The only thing, well, I could give credit for, he lost a whole human size, 200 pounds, and he's still overweight. He's still overweight, although he shed supposedly 200 pounds, if you can believe that. We got to clap our hands and applaud Big Kevin for that. But he's still Big Kevin. He's still over his weight size. And it's not going to help him on what he eats and what he drinks. That weight will return. Except we now have a new Big Kevin, and his name is Barry. Barry's starting to get just as big as Big Kevin was. Give him time. He will be up to that weight. He sure will. I tune in for the hypocrisy. Some are so cringy, it's hard not to look. It's like an accident. You don't want to look, but you wind up looking. I get you. Big Cabbage, yeah. Viking Son says, they hate on you because you're living a good life. I think I'm living a fair life. I mean, I'm not complaining about it. There's things I need to improve on, that's for damn sure, but it's not perfect, but it's good. It's good. It's actually very good. So this show will segue into Big Kevin's show at 9 o'clock, and I don't think I'll be up for that. I know, Big Kevin, I'm not going to come on your show. I have no interest in running your numbers up. They'll try to get me on their show to run the numbers up, create controversy. The only reason I don't go on Barry's show when he invites me is because he blocks me all the time, but not just that. It's just that he's trying to get me riled up, so he could maybe find something on me that I said or wrote or something. I'm not that stupid. And I don't want to up Barry's ratings either. It don't matter. It's a small channel. It don't make a damn difference, really. Best and the Brightest says, Barry is the worst this community has ever seen, and it's not even close. Yeah, Barry blocks everyone. Yeah, even his good donators that he had in the past, he blocks them too. And that's why the likelihood of most of these people are not going to donate again to him. I think they get to a point where, yeah, it's been fun, we want to slap Frank in the face, perhaps. But they're getting to that point, well, that's still not hurting Frank. Frank don't give a shit what the hell you give to Barry, But Barry is doing his own job of chasing him away. Like I always say, if it don't come out of my pocket, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, he blocks everyone. He blocks everyone. The mysterious skin rashes here. She developed it again, hydrocortisone and antihistamines makes it go away. We don't know what the fuck it is. Dust mites or something in the house. We've been trying to figure it out. I sometimes get bit. It looks like it's a bug bite, but we don't see no bugs around. Occasional tiny little microscopic ants. But then we look at the bed after she got bitten or something, we don't see anything. So I don't know what the fuck it is. Everybody has an idea. They say dust mites you can't see. It's like microscopic. Dust mites, unfortunately, plague everybody's home. You can bring them in from outside and this and that, but these things you don't really see. And we vacuum the bed and we do all kinds of stuff. We wash the blankets very frequently. So we don't know what the fuck it is. It's no fleas. Dog doesn't have any fleas. It's not bed bugs because we checked. We don't have any bed bugs. We checked very thoroughly. I'm thinking dust mites. I thought maybe she had an allergic reaction to something. I don't know what. No new skin cream she's wearing. Nothing like that. I get bit too a lot. I'm thinking it's more like on me, it's mosquitoes, but, they have these tiny little mosquitoes. You can hardly see them. But even what she had was different because it welted up the skin around these little, what look like bug bites that are little round welts. But there was an area of skin that was welted in between this area. It's kind of strange. If anybody has an idea, say something. Let me know. Maybe we can figure it out. I get those bites in the Philippines too. Oh, I was always getting mosquito bites. I think in the morning if I go outside, like I want to smoke or something or whatever I want to do, I'm going to have to start wearing this very light sweatpants I have. Because these fuckers, you'll know it's mosquitoes, especially if they go for your feet or ankles. That's mosquitoes. They got these tiny little fuckers. And you don't even know they're there. They bite you. We do got ants around here, that's for damn sure. And we have found some really tiny microscopic ants occasionally on our bed. Don't eat in bed, for one. You don't want to leave any crumbs in bed. That's one thing you don't want to do. But, yeah, we haven't figured it out yet. Nothing that an antihistamine or some cortisone cream doesn't heal. Thank goodness for that. But we're just curious. I have no idea what they are. I showed a picture to my veterinarian on the phone. Nah, he can't figure it out. He's just a veterinarian, but, he's not an expert on bug bites or something like that. But no, we thoroughly checked the mattress, pillowcase. We washed them very thoroughly. But we don't have hot water to wash them in, really. We wash them in cold. But if you had bed bugs, believe me, you would see them. They're in different sizes, and they're big enough to see. So we checked everything, the seams of the bed, creases, all that stuff, flashlight, magnification on the camera on the phone, and we haven't seen anything like that. So we're kind of ruling out bed bugs. And by the way, just to let you know, I will tell you that whenever you visit a hotel in Cebu or Manila, if you have a suitcase or backpack, make sure that you zipper up your backpacks or suitcase, close it, because very possibly you could wind up bringing that shit home with you, and that's how you transport them. Even cockroaches. Fortunately, we never see. Jesus Christ, I was on the ferry several days back, whatever. There's a big boy, cast his own shadow, he was so big, crawling along the floor. People weren't even aware of it. Gilda pointed out, she pointed it to the walkway area. Oh, I said, gross. I tried to chase it away, but it went down to where the other seats were. Hopefully they didn't climb on anybody. They're just gross. I mean, the cockroach's not going to harm you, but, you want something like that crawling on your ass? I don't think so. I don't think so. They're nasty. Some people are used to it. I went to visit some gal in Florida, in Key Biscayne. Yes, I've been to Florida. Popeye, I've been to Florida. Anyway, I went to Key Biscayne to see Gloria, and she lived with a nurse, shared apartment, share expenses. I go into the kitchen at night or in the morning. I said, Gloria, you got a shitload of cockroaches. They're crawling all over the stove, coming out of the garbage bag. Oh, I know. That's what she said. Oh, I know. I mean, if it was me, I'd be out there with that goddamn spray can or getting rid of that garbage, but it's like, yeah, I know. They're so used to cockroaches in Florida, especially Florida. It's like nothing to them. They don't even react. Oh, yeah, I know. We get them all the time. It happens all the time. That crazy roach of mine. No, I cannot stand those creatures at all. No. They were nasty. I remember as a kid, we lived in this apartment complex that used to be the old William Penn School. It was made for veterans, low rent. And we lived on the bottom floor. Now, across from the apartment, they had the garbage room where people, come down from the 4 floors and they would dispose of their trash, right? I tell you what, it was a frightening experience to go in that garbage room because you didn't even want to touch the light switch because they'd be coming out of the light switch. You see them all over the wall. You see them all over the garbage cans. It was gross. It was gross. The most prolific creature in the world that survived the Ice Age and just about everything. Viking says, they are Barry's family. Oh my God. That's a good one, man. So Big Kevin's going to talk about overstayers. He's going to say, oh, Frank didn't do it ECC. You're in big trouble, Frank. Shit, I was at the police station just the other day, inside, taking care of some other business, and shit, they all know me. It's a small town. We all know each other here. Not all of us, but, you've been downtown enough, word gets out who you are, if you're good or bad. They know you in the streets, they know you in the stores and shops and restaurants. Even the police, when I used to file reports on there, they know who I am. They know exactly who I am. And I am friendly with them, too. It doesn't take any donuts to be friendly with them. Yeah. The chick that owes us a lot of money tried to do a report on me when I approached her and she was recording me without my permission. The guy basically almost threw her out of the police station. So she couldn't make a report on me. Guy knew who I was, and he also knew who she was. Well, she owes half the town a whole bunch of money. Well, not that much, but she does owe people money. She's going to be going to jail for like over 20 years, I'm thinking, when this hits the court. Oh yeah, it's called estafa. It's called estafa, which is a very serious crime. Barry had the one guy, Prince Cyrus, over in that, I don't know, Romblon area or whatever. And you remember this situation where the guy went through a place to take out a computer for Barry, because Barry couldn't do it. He wasn't Filipino. And so he got Barry a computer. And Barry had promised to make the payments on it. And he never did. And the guy, you know, he took Barry's word. Like Barry saying, I never took money off anybody. It makes you want to just smack him in the fucking face every time he says that. Doesn't it make you want to just smack him in the fucking face? That ugly motherfucking bald-headed booby, no toothless fucking wonder, cockroach, hunchback. Don't it make you want to just slap him in his fucking face when he lies about that shit? All the people he took fucking money off. All the people he took money off. Really wants to make you slap him around like a bitch boy. So what happened with Prince Cyrus was that he got stuck having to pay for that. He just didn't have the money, the income. And he had a police going after him. They were going to arrest him for estafa because the company went after him. There was no payments from Barry at all to him to pay the company. This is a true story. I'm not making this shit up, because Barry will deny every fucking thing because he's a piece of shit. He's a fucking loser who claims he's never took money from anybody. Well, everybody knows about Pennsylvania trucker, the $25,000 to his ex-girlfriend. He put half in his pocket and gave the rest to his girlfriend. Need we be reminded of that? That's just one small incident. One small incident out of dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens through 10 years. So what happened was, Prince Cyrus, he called himself on social media, his mother had to pay it off. She couldn't afford to do that. It was better to see her son going to fucking jail. Barry almost had a guy in fucking jail. And I'm sure Prince Cyrus has been following this shit, and he's probably very happy. And so are the other people, if they follow his media, very happy to see that the motherfucker's been incarcerated for almost 23 months. Hello, Clint. He would have been salivating, waiting for his past girlfriend to finish writing their signature on the paperwork for the scooter finance. Yeah, I wonder how that went. He probably was salivating. He still claims it's his bike and his girlfriend's bike. Quote, girlfriend. Okay? It's not his bike. They confiscated it. He probably owed the family money too. I wouldn't be surprised. Somebody sending me a heart? I want to know how that works. He owes a lot of people money. Then, of course, there's the one guy in that he really fucked over, man. I mean, he fucked over everybody, but he fucked over over in the Marlborough area. What was his name again there? The guy who owned a little eatery and sold booze and stuff too, and he really fucked him over. He used to hang around the store every day and get credit. And it got to the point the guy got sick of it. He got sick of it. Told him to get the fuck out of here. There was another one, but forget the charity he was asking for. Yeah, it was St. Jude's. And then the other one was they saved the Morales or something from the war they had down in Mindanao. Yeah. Oh my God. Cliff. Thank you. Cliff. Yeah. He fucked over Cliff, man. Cliff looked like a nice guy, had a nice wife and kid. But, you know, but Barry was hanging around there. I mean, he didn't do good for business because he got this bald-headed guy with no teeth, with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, hunchbacked, walking over to the street, you know, and making noises and sounds to women and rude comments and And that really fucked it really fucked Cliff's business up down there, you know? It was not advantageous to have Barry sit around over there, and all he was trying to do was mooching, like at the knife wielding incident. He didn't want to pay that bill, is what it was. The girl was just doing her job, and she just said, you know, you still have to pay back what you owe. I don't know you nothing. I don't know you nothing. That's when he muted everything, then eventually took out his fucking knife to intimidate her, like he tries to do me with these emails and other people to try to intimidate me to drop the case. What she knows, I'm never going to drop the case, ever, ever. I'm not just doing this for me. I'm doing it for all the people that he hurt. I'm doing it for all the people that he screwed over. Nobody ever thanked me in any way. They never did. Even when I was monetized, hardly anybody gave me any money. No real thanks for the work that I did. Nothing, really, when you think about it. Yeah. He screwed over at the Sorry Sorry store on Romblon Island. Who didn't he screw over is the best question. This is how this guy gets by in life. This is what his history is. Oh, he's a real charmer for a woman. He's a real catch for a Filipina. Would you say so? Look, I don't know what any woman sees in that motherfucker. I have no fucking idea. If I was him, I couldn't even look in a goddamn mirror. Toothless wonder, bald head, scars, tattoos. Now he's fatter than a fucking fat burger. Mother Nature is paying him back. And the court will too. Somebody's sending me hearts. Now funny faces. Who is sending me that so I know? I mean, I don't know how this works. I know you got a little thing on the side, the bar, and you can send it. I've done it myself. Yeah. The question is, there's hearts again. Who hasn't he screwed over? That's the question. And probably continues to do so from his cell. Yeah, assholes like CW gave in to him big time when he once gave him a 50,000 peso thing that he on camera says he was going to use it to fucking bribe the fucking prosecutors or something. On camera, man. On camera. That was one of the best. He doesn't see what the rest of us see. Apparently not. He doesn't. He's oblivious to everything that's going on around him. He's oblivious to the fact that he could face prison time, very likely. He's oblivious to the fact that he thinks he's getting there almost 23 months, that it could be a hell of a lot longer. I don't even know when the next case is. No word from the bird, you know. I have not heard from the lawyers. And they're good people, by the way. They're very good people. And they've been taking care of me. I take care of them, but they take care of me. They're basically pretty good people. They're doing a job. Of course, it's not for nothing, but one of the associates went with me to the immigration office a week ago, whatever it was. You know, he had to come all the way up there from Cebu and this and that, fight traffic, everything else. He didn't want to charge us for the cab fare that took him here, however he got here. He didn't, he didn't ask us for nothing. He goes, I'm just trying to help you. And I'm saying, wow, that was really nice. But I threw him 1,000 pesos anyway. So I had to give you something. I'm sorry, but I got to give you something. They're really good people. They're really good people. Really good people. So, yeah, I'm probably going to bed early tonight. I try to catch up on a lot of things, and half the med, too. Half the med. It's been working, too. Half the med. Yeah. Best of the Brightest says, remember Barry's friend, the guy who owned Glenn, Burger King, he burned that bridge. He owes that guy from a small loan. Yeah, yeah. Hell, Pennywise. Wow. Yeah, that was Glenn. And he sucked Glenn dry. I don't know, he owned a franchise or something with these burger places or something. The guy's got money. And Barry used to gravitate to his place all the time when he needed help. He might have been the guy that was actually holding on to his passport, to tell you the truth. It possibly was Glenn. Possibly. Greetings and salutations, Frank. Good evening to you. Good evening to you, Pennywise. Haven't seen you for a while. Well, somewhat of a while. Remember Pennywise, they all float. They all float. So Kevin's going to have a show on at 9. I don't want to really promote his channel, but he's going to talk about it's not worth it to overstay. And he was the king of overstayers. Wouldn't even go visit his children all these years, but he sure took Big E's money. He took everybody's money with the thought that he was telling everybody he was going to go see his kids. And what did he do with his money? He was buying toys with it. Things that light up. Things that make laughing sounds or make other sounds. Buying new microphones and stands. Buying a green screen setup. So that meant more than his own children. These are the fucktards that we have on YouTube. These are the fucktards that we have on YouTube. I was on your live stream yesterday, but you did not acknowledge me. Really? I didn't see you. I usually know who's on my show. Well, I apologize about that. I didn't see you. Kevin is one of the biggest creeps on here. Certainly on the top of the list. He really is. He's been the circus master for a long time. He doesn't have to say much on his channel. He just comes on. He has a capability of just saying a couple of words here and there. He can't express himself very well. He's not a good orator. He's not capable of such. But he lets the creeps. It's basically a troll channel is what he's got. And every troll in existence shows up. Don C., Popeye, everybody shows up on his show and has something to say. Turtle Man, all the trolls, you know, all the trolls. And he's just the troll master is what he is. That's what he is. And actually, he's going to do a show about overstaying that it's not worth it. Well, he should know. Other than Barry, he's the top one, I believe, that overstayed. I don't think even Peter Van ever overstayed that much, did he? I don't think so. It was Big Kevin at the top of the list. And I'm not sure where Peter Van ever fits in on that. But Barry is certainly on the top list, too. ISC. Barry has put up a poll on his live stream. Who cares? Asking if Frank will be deported. And he lost and is going crazy about trolls and sock accounts. That could be Barry himself announcing this on there because I don't know who ISC is. No one cares about his fucking polls. They don't give a shit what he has to talk about. They're tired of his same old rhetoric. They're even talking about it now. I've even seen the comments on there. As your show is getting boring, do you ever talk about anything else but Frank? And it's really wearing people out. It really is. It's wearing them all out. He put up a poll. No one cares, Barry. No one really cares. If I will be deported. And he lost. And he lost. Oh, okay, I'm not reading this right. So he put up a poll on his live stream recently asking if I will be deported. And he lost the poll and is going crazy about trolls and sock accounts. So he lost the poll. I would have liked to have seen this poll. Is that what you're saying? Oh, Barry, when are you going to face the fact you are such a fucking loser, man? Hang it up, man. Or hang yourself or whatever. Put yourself out of your misery or something. The Abo has landed. Maybe Jay, the Aborigine, has landed. Maybe Jay will shake things up next week. We'll see, said the blind man, huh? We shall see. He wants to come over here, he can figure out where I live real easy. He wants to be a big man about it. I'm not hard to find. Not at all. So make sure you smile when you come by. So he lost the poll. That was brilliant. Stillman, what a weird looking dude. Yeah. That's why, I said about the I was really curious. I mean, I was being honest. I mean, he looked like a native Australian, you know, Aborigine. He had these features other than the dark skin he didn't have. But I really think that, and it's not an insult because, I mean, that's the Australian Aborigine. Those are the original people who settled, I guess. I'm not an expert on Australia. Don't have any interest in Australia to visit or anything, but, you know, other than the Great Barrier Reef or something, but it could be in his blood. And one baseball cap, right? Oh, I'm convinced Jay only owes 2 shirts. Oh, those 2 tank tops he wears, yeah, and 1 baseball cap. So what did he go for broke on the coins? Because I heard that the coin market there took a big downturn. Did he lose his 2 shirts, tank tops? 31 strong in here. Send money, not prayers, baby. But I don't have any monetization on here, so can't do that. They're all interesting people. And I say that lightly when I say interesting people. Oh my God. Hey, I'm not going to keep you from Kevin's show. That's going to be at 9 o'clock. I don't even know what time it is, but I'm going to go check. I'm not going to stay up very long, actually, tonight. I think we're both going to head in here pretty early tonight. We had some wild sex earlier, you know, where's his how? Yes, baby. What time we got there, sweetie? What's 8:59.
Yeah.
Time for my num-nums. Okay, num-nums. Where's my num-nums? Okay. There's a half of one somewhere. See, I reduced everything, man. Everything. Where's the plastic bag that was up here? Oh, here's the thing. Okay, I got it. My num-nums. Num-num-num-num-num-num-num-num-num-num. Come on. Gotta get my num-nums. Come on, num-nums. There we go. Pardon me. Okay. Pick that up later. Num-nums. I'll be in there shortly, precious. The poll asked, will Frank be deported? 72% said no. That's a pretty good score. 72%? That's like, 3/4 of the people. Wow, they got faith in me. Thank you, folks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. The poll now is over 80% out of 32 voters so far. Really? Num-nums? No blueberries at night. That would keep me up. No, man, my benzos, baby. I reduced it in half. I was really taking one of the smallest doses that they offer, and I broke it in half. I'm kind of weaning myself off this shit, And, you can take sleep aids, but, I've never really taken anything that's really going to help. Not really. They got some powerful shit, but that can knock you out the next day, too. I'm not going to get it. Look, if something works for you, you take it. Or if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Whatever, man. A lot of these things are just Band-Aids anyway, That's why I call them Band-Aids. They're not taking care of the root of the problem. That's the problem. Just a Band-Aid, like everything else in the market. HAE just got here. Well, Kevin should be doing a show at 9, so I can get off here if you want to listen. He's going to be talking about overstayers, how it's not worth it. And Kevin was one of the biggest overstayers in the Philippines in this genre. I'm sure he's going to talk about me, what's been going on with that shit, right? It should be interesting to listen to. You might want to check it out. Of all people, talking about overstaying. That's why he can't go in the Philippines. Big E and a lot of people gave him a lot of money. For example, to visit his own kids. Never did. I ain't going on Kevin's panel. I'm not going to jump his ratings. Fuck him. He's still a fat fuck to me. To think that he lost the weight of a huge man, 200 pounds of weight loss he got. That guy was almost 500 pounds. It was 475 pounds at one time. I give him credit for that. He's got to keep it up, but he got to stay away from the alcohol. That's never going to work for him. And I hate to say this, but see, I don't hate Big Kevin. I dislike his character, but I don't hate Big Kevin at all. And it's sad to say that from all the years he's done that abuse to himself, he's not going to last very long. I'm afraid not. And neither is Ricky. Do you see that Ricky put up a channel with my name again? Like I'm a Trump supporter of some sort? Yeah, he actually put up a channel. The Republican channel, Frank Battaglia. I don't know what he's gaining from that. I'm not really sure. Well, he knows I don't like Trump. That's what it is. Ain't doing nothing to me. You know how I feel about Trump. Look what's happening now, folks. Look what's going on in the world now because of Trump. And some of you people out there in the States voted for him. Didn't I tell you? Call me the prophet, call me whatever you want. I've been called a lot of things. Now, countries are not wanting to deal with the United States, which is going to really fuck up the economy in the United States. Because he wanted those goddamn tariffs. Fistos comes in. I used to feel sorry for Kev, old bolo head, but there must be a reason someone smashed him with a bolo. Exactly. And why he has no contact with his own children ever since. He says he does. Says he does. He says he does. But a lot of people sent money to him, especially Big E and people like him, for that purpose of seeing his children. And as I said earlier on my show, what did he do with the money? Gizmos and gadgets. Things that light up like a little fucking kid. They must have hit that part of his brain that had to do with the maturity level, because he was buying all these gadgets that make sounds and lights, and then he bought a green screen and new microphones, new stands, but nothing for his kids. I don't think he ever even sent his kids any money. Okay, I'm going to get off here anyways. I got to wind down anyway. No, I'm not going to listen to Big Kev tonight. I don't feel like listening. I'll never sleep if I have to listen to him. But feel free to do so. And I appreciate your support. Continue. Do you want to comment on there something pro-Frank? You're more than welcome. I kind of wish you would. And talk about the poll. Yeah, it sounds like Elmer Fudd. It must suck to be him. Must be suck to be a numerous amount of people on here, man. I'm happy with myself. Barry's always saying, I love myself. I'm the greatest. I have no problems with myself. He's got a lot of problems. And more to come. All right, go ahead. Go listen to his show. I don't want to hold you guys up. I got to wind down for the night. I'm worn out from earlier. Get it on. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. And I got it on, baby. Yeah, I'm still very active. They did a poll. Barry did a poll on his channel, apparently. How many people think that Frank is going to get deported? So apparently they're up to 80% saying that I will not get deported. So Barry's probably fucking pulling his dick hairs out because of that. Once a loser, always a fucking loser. Go ahead, go listen to Big Kev. I'm not going to stop anybody. I got to go anyway here. Put a few good words in me while you're there, folks. It's been a pleasure, as always, to talk to you guys, and thanks for coming by, Pennywise and Clint Aston and AJG, which is, Anthony. I actually blocked him once, accidentally, so he had to come on as AJE. And the best and the brightest, of course, Clint Aston. Also, I think I mentioned Mr. Ister Raiha. Never get his name right. And who else came in there? ISC. Mr. ISC. And I mentioned Pennywise. Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate it. They're all leaving now. Watch the numbers go up on Big Kevin's show. Ta-ta. Toodaloo.
sad thing about this, the new owner is really, the last time we lived in Paul Simon was only 5'3". A lot of these cats, about Barry's size, there's some really elaborate chandeliers and marble and exquisite fireplaces. Some of the woodwork, very salvageable. There's so much salvageable stuff in there that I couldn't see it. Anyway, they wanted, instead of replacing this, it's a 105-year-old home connection, and it could be demolished by a new owner. And I'm thinking, capital waste, the work that went into this thing. And this is a marvelous place, not for me. You know, needs to be. I don't know what many of that show turned out to be, but stars like to want to know it's a status symbol, and that's what they do. It's just useless. We have 100 people there, homeless people there. Just like someone was commenting on that channel live thing that in the South. But there's a lot of abandoned schools in the United States. These places could house a lot of homeless people. I don't understand why they don't utilize these places to do so. They just become a tract or really, graffiti artists and all that stuff. And if that's housing, then okay, what can I say? I don't make rules or anything like that. I mean, people can use their property as they want, and housing crisis. And a lot of these abandoned, even mansions and schools, they're full and unexpected house quite a lot of people. Go figure. Who the hell needs? I mean, it's all in status symbol. Who the hell needs a mansion like that? And you better hope that's not here, because to just maintain a mansion, it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to maintain the grounds, to clean the food, to keep the fountain air, to upkeep the grass and the lawn. And it gets next to the ego, so that's should be up there. Not probably that's Thailand, but I think. I mean, how many homes do you need to live in? How many homes do you have to own? I mean, for example, you own some of the homes somewhere, but why do you have to have another upgrade? That's different. Do that as investments. That's just silly. But I don't know how much you sold the home for. 5 million or something. I don't know. But this is like 105 years old. I was just looking at that. Yeah, that's what I look at. I mean, you can all think, go through these quotes or stuff like that. I spend more of my time when I'm on the phone listening to find things that are interesting to look at without thinking too much into them. Ah, it kills my ear, actually. It actually hurts my ear when I wear these standard headphones here. Like, ouch. Okay, we got a glorious morning. Any morning you can wake up to is a glorious morning. And listen to the roosters crowing off there, waiting for my tea to cool down. Yeah, I got up pretty early this morning. I woke up at 4 o'clock. I said, "What the fuck? Are you kidding me?" It seems like no matter what time I go to bed, I'm always going to get a certain amount of hours of sleep. It's not like I have to get up overnight, like I have a bad prostate or something like that. I don't really. If I'm up, I'll use the bathroom, but I don't particularly get up because I need to go take a pee or something. people who have any prostate problem, they'll probably do that. But as far as I know, I don't. I mean, they measured the size of it and they said that's pretty damn good. I got to go for another PSA sometime, though. My PSA last time was very good too, so I don't understand. I think I do during the day, however. Uh, I know I do urinate a lot more often than I used to, and I personally think it's due to the ureter because I had a stent in there. I think I don't know. It's just my theory that it did some damage or something. I have no idea. It's not like I'm drinking that much water that I got to take a piss all the time. Um, but when you got to go, you go, and you generally don't question it. But um, you go. But no, if it was a prostate problem, I would be getting up overnight specifically to take a leak. But I don't. I don't. We'll go figure. Hey, it's getting out. That's all that matters. I think that the urology guy told me. He said, "Well, you're able to take a piss, get everything out." I said, "Yep." Any pain? Nope. Okay, very good. Can you fuck? Yes. Okay, no problem. You're all good to go. Your plumbing is good. Congratulations, young man. Good to go. But when you've had a 9 millimeter stone, it's the stones. When you had a 9 millimeter stone in your urethra, well, you would think it's definitely going to be abrasive and cause some tissue damage. I wouldn't be surprised. But I know I've gone for some sonograms, ultrasounds, and everything seems peachy clean. Who knows? Who knows? I'm alive. I can piss. I'm not dribbling out all over my underwear. I mean, I guess I'm doing okay. Enough about my urinary habits. Main thing is I'm alive. Okay. I'm sitting here with my hot cup of tea in the morning. Although I do find myself at times during the day, according to what's going on, if I dare to sit down, and I really need to replace that recliner. God, I really do. It's not good for my back. It's not real comfortable. I bought it off a guy. I bought it used, that one. It was nice. But I don't know if it's if it's real leather, it's naugahyde or something on there. I don't know what it is. It's hard to keep clean though. It's dark, it's brown, but sometimes, uh, it does need a cleaning. I'll take some mixture of white vinegar and so forth, clean it off. I don't know really what to clean that with, to sanitize it. I have no idea really. When I don't use it and I'm not around, the kids will definitely take advantage of it. No doubt about that. God, speaking of the kids, I was looking at Christian, and he's the older one that lives with me. He's just slightly older than his brother that lives with me. I'm saying, damn, he's getting so tall. He's about my height. He's 14 now. I say, damn, you got all the way to your 21 to grow. And I've seen these kids grow before my eyes because when I met them, you know, knee high to a grasshopper or whatever, it's just and watch their growth spur, is amazing, just amazing in front of my eyes. Well, I've had a relationship with them. Let's see, our kids, all of them, about 9 years. So they were really little when I first met them. Amazing. It's amazing how time goes by. Speaking of time, um, I really should come to I'll certainly make the effort to come to a conclusion with the Cock Roach and all that. You can only give somebody so many warnings, and they don't take your warnings, and then they kind of regret it later because actually the paperwork is out for his, you know, for the report on his usage of his phone and all that stuff. This is the real deal. This isn't paperwork. This is like they call it, the legal manifestation. So that's why I would joke around with him and say, go use your phone, go make your shows, and do what you got to do to get the vent out and tell me how you feel. Which he hasn't, 20,000 times he's told me how he feels about me, but that's okay. That's all right. He's got a vent. I understand that. God, you don't even have a fucking lawyer. Oh, that's not my problem. That's his problem. God knows when the next fucking case is, a hearing. I don't know. I truly don't know. Lawyer don't know. They don't know. I don't know. Then again, sometimes lawyers they don't check on schedules. But in this case, he doesn't. No, he doesn't know. There was that hearing that was going on recently, but because he doesn't have a lawyer, so they really couldn't. They didn't go through with it. Actually, that's what was going on with that shit. There's only so much you can say about somebody when you just got to say to yourself, okay, man, I mean, what more can I say, unless you want to be reactive to one of his videos and stuff, but that's not very fruitful. He's not going to do anything, you know, sensible when he does a live stream. That goes without question. But, you can only warn somebody so much, and then they don't take heed to your advice, and they just want to make things worse for themselves. Well, I'm done with that. I mean, he's on his own with this and with the courts and everything else. And, you know, I know he needs that phone as a lifeline, but hey, he abused his privileges. And I do believe that shit's going to be taken away from him. Something's going down because, this is a legal letter that's being sent out actually tomorrow, I think. I don't know who he's sending it to, my lawyer. I'll be honest with you, I don't know who he's sending it to, but this will include, of course, video clips to substantiate the complaint, and that should probably do it. It's basically telling whoever he's writing it to that this guy's been utilizing his phone for not for good. I mean, the whole idea is he shouldn't be on social media at all, especially since if you consider, well, why does he have these charges on him? But he's a brainchild, so he just can't figure this shit out. And as I said, I don't know his psychology. Maybe this is comforting to him to have this. It's like having a free suite, in a way. Don't have to pay you know, any ceiling. Don't have to pay any fees to live in a place, And some people are like that. I mean, if he could live in a crematorium or pigsty, then I don't see. This has got to be maybe a step up for him, perhaps. I don't know. Could be. People are strange that way. But to each his own, I guess. I guess free is free, right? Even if it is a detention cell. I don't know, man. All right, let's see. I saw that death threat he made. Wow. Oh, he's made many. It's not just one. I saw some of Kevin's show. It was just a joke, same shit. Is he locked up indefinitely? No, he's in there for immigration overstay of almost 7 years. But then I put a legal case on him, a criminal case of some pretty major cyber libel. So he can't leave the detention until. That's why he's been in there almost 23 months, if you can imagine that, because they have to finish this case against him and see where it goes. And then from there, he either goes to prison or they send him home because he already got a summary deportation. But it's not looking like, that the judge is going to give him that proverbial slap on the wrist and a fine. It's not looking that way at all, actually. So I figured I'd just use this show this morning to just kind of get this shit out of my system, so to speak, because it really doesn't make sense to rehash the same hash over and over again like he does all the time. It just doesn't make any sense. It's a waste of oxygen and time, and what happens to him happens to him, whether he likes it or not. Yeah, he has been in there a long time, and that's not even a prison. He's just in the detention center, but he may graduate to the big boys club soon enough. We'll see. We'll see. I couldn't guarantee anything in life. If I could guarantee everything, I'd know when I'm die. I'll know when I'm going to die, and I'll know everything in the future. But I can't do that. You know, I just asked Chat GPT, who's that? What the penalties are for overstaying 7 years? $500 a month for each month overstayed, plus 42,000 in total. Is that a lot? No, it comes to a lot more than that. There are other fines and penalties. There are other penalties and stuff. He hasn't paid any of that shit. He's too busy, ordering his hamburgers and telling everybody he's not getting his Social Security disability when he actually is. If you're familiar with the guy, he's what you call a chronic liar. We have a joke about that. That when his lips are moving, he's lying, and that's the truth. That's not a lie. No, he got himself in a world of hurt. I mean, he doesn't have the best background in the world. He's always been in trouble. From 10 years ago when he first moved to the Philippines, he started it off. The minute he got off the plane, owes people tremendous amounts of money. How many people that let's just say that he's taken advantage of, okay, to be kind about it. Although the chronic liar says he don't owe anybody any money, but everyone who's ever followed him knows the truth, and him and the truth don't see eye to eye. He doesn't want to acknowledge his wrongs. Instead, he'll get very cocky about it and defend himself, say, I never said that, I never did that, and I don't know, it's just a bunch of shit. Then he made a big mistake, and he got his girlfriend involved in this. The one that he claims he married in jail, but he didn't get married at all, refers to her as his wife, but then he slips up a lot and refers to her as his girlfriend. He can't get married, and he can't get a 13A. He'll never be able to get her over to the States when he gets deported, and that's just the way it's going to be. So some people say, what's the purpose of the relationship? Well, as I said, it's utilitarian. He needs her to bring supplies and stuff and companionship and all that stuff. So, believe me, if you met somebody else, if he was on the outside, I mean, she's history, because he knows he can't get her over to the States. He has to prove a certain financial responsibility. If you're going to go over to the States, you're a Filipina, you have to prove that, where you're going, why you're going there, who you're going to be with. Are they going to carry you financially and not be a burden on the country, on the state? He can't do that. So it's over with. It's over with. Some detainees have reportedly spent extended periods. Yes, they have. He has almost 2 years in a detention due to administrative delays or unresolved. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, you mentioned the word administrative. It's a good word because you see, what you may or may not be familiar with the situation. I don't know if you're a newbie to all this. Sounds like you're kind of a greenhorn a little bit on this. Out of revenge, he got his girlfriend, so-called fiance, he coerced her to do a report on me to immigration. And yeah, it's that serious. And she made a lot of bogus claims that I said this to her and I was harassing her and she's seeing a shrink for PTSD and depression, but she would release all these videos where she's happy as a clam on a beach, and dancing around, singing karaoke and doing normal things like normal people do with her friends and going out for lunch. And it was just an absolute disgusting report that was so far from the truth.
and I've read it 10 times to go over this thing when I've had this report from immigration. Yeah, he's trying to get me deported. And right now, I've been due to, there's an ECC exit that I can't do. And it's definitely administrative. It's not like a purposeful or willful, that I not exercising due the exit requirement after 3 years. So he's over there boasting, you're going to be deported. You're going to be deported. No, you're definitely going to be deported. But the difference with him, he ain't ready to come back. We're waiting for a resolution from the immigration on this. And that's why, I'm not in a jail cell. I'm not detained or won't be detained and it won't be deported because there's nothing going on yet. This is over a half a year from, I don't know, from, no, more than that. I think she put this report in somewhere in April or something, and they still haven't resolved this. Well, they got all those pogo cases going on right now. So, yeah. According to the answer, Chat's SPT, whatever that is, gave me, he is not getting out for a long time. Who is Chat GPT? I'm not sure what you're referring to. She says voluntary reporting and settling any outstanding fines are to facilitate a more expedited resolution. Well, you see, in my case, his girlfriend put a report on me, and it's basically a complaint. There's a charge sheet. Now, what is a charge sheet? That's just another word that there's a complaint that was made against you. And they do that standardly with immigration. If somebody puts a report in on you, and it's contemplated, by the people that need to look at these reports, they say, okay, well, right now, typically to resolve this, we're going to call it a charge sheet because she's trying to press charges on me. Is what she's trying to do. So it's basically a complaint, is what it is. It's not a court case. It's a complaint, is what it is. They have to entertain this complaint, and how do you do that? Well, you had your lawyer who puts in counter affidavits and puts in the memorandums as required and gives you so many days to do it, which my attorney has done that very well, and more. And also a motion for consideration. It all goes around the territory. You play it out to the end, but then it's never the end because even if even if immigration says, okay, I don't know, man, we thought about this and maybe he should be deported or something, they believed all this crap. I personally think they were paid off. I mean, because under normal circumstances, they would not have even accepted this complaint because it's very hard to make complaints to the immigration. It's very hard for their fiscal or whatever to actually accept these things. I know because I've been through this, and they don't unless you got some really valid evidence that can be proved. It's very hard. So, with that being said, uh, no matter what the decision is, I mean, well, if it was a decision I didn't want to hear, there is, although Barry claims that you can't do that, but I asked my lawyer, yes, there's a court of appeals. If that don't work, then you got the secretary of the board to go through. So, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Let's just put it that way. That's why I don't sweat it out. I go on my day every day like normal. And I'm the kind of person that will handle something when it comes up. That's all. But unfortunately, though, is he dragged his girlfriend into this, which he really should have done. And he always said he would never do that, but yeah. What is Chat SGPT? What is that? I have no idea what that is. Ben Cunningham says Frisbee the Hobogoblin Waffle Flipper Hunchback Mantis Alabama Tick might be locked up for another 5 years. It's quite possible, maybe more. I don't know. Look, I'll be the first to tell you, I don't know. It's whatever the judge wants to do. And any other evidence that we could present in court on my testimony or by that time or whatever. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be a singing the song Born Free. I really don't think that's going to happen. So he's been playing with dynamite this whole time, and I'm the dynamite. He doesn't realize he's been blown up already, almost 23 months in immigration. But he acts like I did that to him. I did not. I might have been the one that reported him for his overstay because he's such a bastard and disrespect for the law and thinks he's above the law, and I would have to pay these things over the years I lived out here, and he thought he could get away with that. And a lot of people who do pay their visa fees and all that stuff, they don't like the idea either because if they have to pay, he has to pay, but he always thinks he's above the law and he could get away with it.
he gave a lame story about why it happened, which was a total bullshit story, and yeah. But things will come to a conclusion sooner or later, and I just don't think he's going to like the results of this. So he made things worse. Okay, so recently, well, not recently, here's the point. And I don't know if you're a newbie or not, but for any newbies on there, he decided during his incarceration for the immigration issue, he decided that, well, put it this way, there were five charges that were made against him by me, and he's presently in court. It's a court matter, and he made a lot of mistakes. I'll get into them, but including his guilty plea, but we'll get into that. But he made a lot of mistakes, and you know the reason why he got these charges on him. Five, five. They're like separate. That's the way they work it. Charge one, two, three, four, five. How much time or anything that the judge wants to do on each charge is, of course, going to be up to the judge. But he made a big mistake. The biggest mistake he'd ever. That's why he's still in there after almost 23 months. So what he did, for those that are not aware or current with the situation, because we're recapping everything on this show this morning, so we don't have to talk about it again. He made a mistake of, you know, continuing his horrible defamation of me, still calling me a pedophile, a child molester, a groomer, and everything you could think of. Small dick, erectile dysfunction. I mean, you know, he took out both barrels on me. And that's why he has a trial. Okay. Now, if you were a sane individual, the last thing you're going to do, if you have charges of cyber libel crime on you, the last thing you're going to do is to get on your cell phone and continue the cyber libel. But since the guy's got less than half of a brain and an IQ probably in the 30s or 40s, he continued to do that and it made his situation worse. I didn't do that to him. I didn't ask him to come on his show and continue all the same things he did that got him into trouble in the first place. I didn't put a gun to his head to do that. He did that all on his own. Okay, let me see. I got to read. I'm sorry. ChatGPT is an AI assistant that understands and responds like a human. Okay. It answers questions, helps with writing, provides ideas, and chats naturally. You use it for learning, creativity, or casual talks. Okay, thanks for explaining. Ben Cunningham says Frisbee the Goblin, blah, 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 blah. It's a long statement there. Has become obese to too many Oreos and Coca Cola or Sprite. Yeah, actually, Sprite. I think he got off Coca Cola or something. I don't know. For the most part, who cares? But yeah, he has become obese. I mean, he had lung problems to begin with. Whatever. He was a chain smoker since he was like 8 years old. He started smoking, and it caught up with him. Yeah, I do smoke myself. I'm not a chain smoker though. I've been cutting down actually. I'm trying to go in a positive direction. Enough is enough for my lungs. I'm not a younger man anymore, so I got to think about that. It's never too late to do things and make changes. Same thing here. You think it would be never too late, but I think it's too late for him to try to make any changes because he's had the opportunity to do so. But he kind of fucked that shit up on his own. He blames me for everything, and it's really kind of funny. And it's interesting human study on that because he got himself in the situation he's in, but he wants to blame me for all of it. You did this to me, you did that to me. But I said so many times to him on my shows, I said, no, sir, you did this to yourself. I didn't do this to you. You didn't have to call me a child molester, and ruin my reputation internationally on a social media platform. And he thinks, oh, that didn't cause no damage to you, but it caused a lot of damage to me, a lot of damage to people's reputations. I'm sure I have old peers or friends or people that have looked up my name and they've seen all these shows he was doing on me, calling me a pedophile. That's damage. As I said, I had a friend in Brazil, a female friend, not a love interest really, but she always used to check in with me all the time to see how I'm going in my life, and she'd tell me about hers. And she stopped writing me ever since this happened.
because some people will actually believe the stuff that he actually puts out there. That's what makes it cyber libel. It makes it a criminal, a crime, because you are, messing with somebody's reputation. And but the guy is so fucked up in the head that he'll make a statement, I'm a pedophile, this and that, that he'll turn around and say, well, I know Frank has never touched a child and all that. I don't think he would do that. But then he'll continue to say, he's a pedophile, he's a pedophile. It had to do with a song I sung to an 8-year-old. A very, very, how would I say? I don't know, a very insignificant, really, song. I didn't talk about cocks or dicks. I used the word PP and all that. And he still makes a big stink about that. The court doesn't want to know that. There was a civil case. The court does not want to know about that. It has nothing to do with a civil case I had where I used to live in Hawaii. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. But he's always on there pushing it all the time. He doesn't know what to talk about. His viewers are starting to tell him now, more and more so. They're telling you, man, can you talk about anything else but Frank? Can you, do you have any topic matter that you could pull through on here of interest? And just telling him this is getting awfully old. Awfully old. Hey, best and brightest. It's like how the claims he's never said anything negative about Gilda. Yeah, I proved he has. He's always talking about her. And for those unfamiliar, yeah, my girlfriend does. They don't live here, just 2 kids. She has 8 children. She does. The oldest ones are in a career. They're working or in college, and some of them are still in the high school, and 2 of them live with me. That's all. Not 8 children. They're doing very well, and I'm happy to say that they're very well adjusted children. If I was a child predator, I think my girlfriend would know by now, because I've been around her kids. I've been alone with her kids at times, in the living room or whatever else. I've been exposed to these children in every way in the world, every room in the house, over 9 years. They have nothing but respect for me. And that's why, like, when somebody wants to call me something like that, they're playing with fire. That's exactly what he was playing with. I raised my daughter on my own from when she was 5 years old, too. So when somebody comes on there and they start labeling you as such, they're going to pay for it. And he didn't think I meant business, but he knows now, after spending 23 months in detention and having a court trial going on with him. Now he understands. Well, he doesn't understand. He still doesn't get it. That's why he's still cocky. He's still very, very cocky, still makes shows attacking me. And you cannot communicate with somebody like this because it doesn't absorb in his brain what's going on with him. He doesn't understand all the ramifications. He understands some of them. He's been in there almost 23 months, and he knows he's going to court, and he's already pleaded guilty, but the court is not recognizing that. He thought he'd plead guilty against his lawyer's wishes, and it was against his lawyer's wishes. That's why his first lawyer on this case, you know, threw him out, kicked him to the road. He didn't want to comply with his lawyer's request, and so he got another lawyer, and that lawyer dumped him too. Now he doesn't have a lawyer. He's going to have to get a PAO, which is a public type of lawyer, and there can't be another court date set until he gets representation. I mean, that's the law. They don't want to continue a court case until he gets represented. And until he's represented, they're not going to set a court date, which means he's going to be sitting there all that time. Sounds pretty horrible, huh? Well, it is. Brightest says the hypocrisy of the community. Gilda's kids would all be educated and raised to succeed. How has anyone in Bama's family tree raised? Yeah, how were they raised? Well, he already admitted that he was sexually abused by his father. Okay, and everybody knows that. No disclaimer on that. Okay, and it may have a lot to do about his bitterness in life, But sometimes you got to get over something and you got to face the reality. Okay, what happened was horrible, and I agree. To have your parents or family or anybody abuse you in such a way is a horrible thing. That's the only thing I could feel for him for. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. he has to put his boots on the ground and get himself to a certain maturity level for his age of 50 years old. He'll be 51 in June or July or something. And by the way, his passport also is going to be expiring this year. So he is really fucked up in every way. He has not paid his fines and fees to date. He hasn't. He's got a passport that's going to expire this year, and it's one big mess for him. It's self-created. Okay. Best and Bride says Bummer judges other people and their family, yet the guy abandoned both his kids. Exactly. Exactly. He has to pay fines to see any movement. Any movement, yeah. But, talk about how much he loves his son, which he hasn't seen in probably since he was 5 years old or something. I don't know what the deal was on that, but he claims that he doesn't owe any child support, which is a big fucking lie. I forgot how many years of child support that it's probably 10 years worth of child support or more. And I think that becomes a felony in Alabama or any U.S. state. It's according to the length of time and how much. I think that he gets a bench warrant for him on that or something. So let's say that smoke clears and they deport him back to the United States. Okay, let's make believe here. Chances are he's going to be greeted at the border in the United States, somehow maybe be arrested. And he's also collecting Social Security disability under circumstances where he shouldn't be collecting it. So he's got so much against him. But again, I digress. He did it all to himself. Says Frank's always trying to be the victim in here. I am the victim, motherfucker. You're the perpetrator. You didn't have to do all this shit. If you didn't like me, all you had to say is, "Hey, I hate you." End it, and not have to comment every time I do a show. He could have ended this a long time ago. Just deal with his immigration. He got a summary deportation, right? And he does. He's got a summary deportation. He could just let it be at the time and just shut his mouth, but he decided that he wanted to take revenge on me and do shows, every single show. He said, "I'm never going to stop." He has tried to incite others to intimidate me, to drop his case. He's tried to get me to drop his case. He's going on the phony emails threatening me. He's done very direct shows threatening me with real threats that people have heard and I've put on there. And this guy is like the textbook definition of what he likes to call a moron. He's the moron. Because why would you do that to yourself if you weren't a moron? He wants his freedom, but he doesn't want to earn it. Brian Cunningham says, Frisbee to, okay, I can't read that. Needs to lay off the brisket. He needs to lay off something. He needs to lay off me because how much more worse does he want to make the situation? I'm already in the process of going to have his communication equipment taken away from him. Paperwork is already written up. I think it's going out tomorrow. What's today, Sunday? I think it's probably going out tomorrow to the whatever agency he's presenting it to. I wasn't sure where it was going directly. But it's a legal document that is being written up along with video proving such. So it sounds like that it probably will go through when the time comes that he put himself in a position where he's so used to using his phone to talk to his girlfriend and order grab and insult and defame me continually. Another punishment that was self-created by him. I warned him. I'm always fair about this. I warn him about these things. I don't have to, but I get pleasure on doing these things to him because he deserves it. He's going crazy in his cell. He's losing his mind. He's having nervous breakdowns. His health is deteriorating. He's obese now. He's not in good shape at all. And he just wants to make things worse for him. So imagine he is not the use of his phone. That maybe the only time he could use the phone is to go to the guard and order his grabbed food and stuff like that, or make a quick call to his girlfriend or something. He's doing it all to himself. Lay off the brisket, yeah. He needs to lay off me, and he needs to lay off all his high-fat cholesterol foods. He looks like a mess.
Now, you remember before his incarceration, he was like a skeleton, somewhat emaciated looking, but now he's the opposite. Now he thinks he's a big boy that's going to kick my ass because he gained weight. Well, he gained weight, yes, true. Did he gain muscle? No, it's all fat. And his heart ain't loving it, his liver ain't loving it, you know. And the kind of food he eats, his arteries are not loving it. And although he said he quit smoking, and maybe he did, he's still vaping and he thinks that's a good replacement. But if you're going to quit smoking, you don't want any smoke in your lungs at all. And a vape is not exactly the safest thing that they proved either. So a lot of them does contain nicotine also. But the tar that comes of vaping and stuff like that is not healthy, as science has proven, or the medical society has proven, that vaping is not healthier than smoking cigarettes as much they thought it was. Okay. Well, I just think, and I also encourage my viewers to, let, whatever fuck is going to happen, let it happen. And as I said, I can't predict things. I could pretty much come up to my own conclusion, knowing the information I have as to where this is all leading. But he did the worst thing he could have done because, he claimed that he would never want to get his girlfriend involved in anything. He said she did this on her own. No, she didn't do this on her own. She didn't do it. I don't know why she's subservient to this guy. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. Why she listens to him, what she sees in this guy. But, it's kind of one of those to each his own type situations, Nobody can figure it out. I can't figure it out. But we don't have to figure it out. It is what it is. And people are going to do things whatever they want to do, whether you don't think it's sensible or whether you think it's ridiculous or you're just scratching your head saying, I don't get the relationship or I don't know. But the fact is he did get his girlfriend involved. And me and Gilda, we're pretty pissed off. We're livid about this, believe me, when I tell you that, with exclamation mark and bold letters. Because he's trying to play with my fucking life out here. And boy, you'd think it was bad enough that, I took care of that with the case, with the court case, but he was bad enough. He was calling me these names on there. But let me tell you, that's a different story. When he tried to make the effort, well, collaborative effort with his girlfriend to get me deported, that's when the big guns came out with me. That's when the big guns came out. If you don't mind, guys, I got to hit the CR for a couple of minutes, and I'll be back with more.
I'm sorry about that. Nature calls sometimes. Let's see. You give that girl too much credit. She's dirt floor poor. Listening to Bonner's lies about the future together gives her hope. Yeah, she's kind of hanging on that hope that there's going to be a future, but there's not. It's clear. There's no future. And why she's hanging on, I really don't know. Best and Brightest says no, she's desperate. I'm a Loser says yes, but she knows right from wrong. She's not innocent. No, she's not innocent. And as a result of all this, he loves his woman so much that he claims, although we know different, but she's nothing but a tool to him. That's not knocking her, it's knocking him because he's using her as a tool. And maybe she's that naive and gullible that she doesn't realize it, but that's exactly what's going on. You know, another woman came by, he'd go for her. If he had his freedom, he'd throw her to the curb. No question about it. But he got his girlfriend involved in this, and I went over the feasibility with my attorneys as far as whether or not we could actually put a case on her for perjuring herself on that complaint and aiding and abetting and harboring him. Because when he was arrested, he was at his girlfriend's house that whole time. And she knew damn well, although he says different, she knew damn well that he was hiding from his overstay. He was hiding while then he went from there to his girlfriend's place. And she's very much involved in this. Her participation has been noted by my attorneys. Believe me, they have. So there's going to be a possible case put on her if this doesn't go my way. Let's put it that way. I'll give her the freedom. What's the expression? What do you call it? The doubt, benefit of the doubt, or whatever. We'll see what happens with this immigration report. And if it doesn't go my way and I have to spend more time on this and effort and energy, then definitely we're going to definitely do a case against her and let the prosecutor fiscal decide if this should go to the Department of Justice. And, she could be facing jail time herself. And if this goes through. So he got her involved, and so much for love, right? Yeah, so much for love. And I'm sure she started off as very innocent, naive Filipina, but she got involved with the wrong guy. In fact, Barry said himself that she used to be in an abusive relationship. So maybe that's, you know, listen to that statement for a second. He said she used to be in an abusive relationship, and yet she's with him. And that's very interesting. Ever hear of battered wives syndrome? You don't have to be married, but it's a terminology, legal. Maybe she likes being with the bad boys. Maybe she's used to that abuse. I don't know. But he said that she had once an abusive boyfriend. And some women become acclimated to this for some reason. I don't know why. To each his own, but explore the possibilities of that. Interesting, huh? DT24 says she's desperate. Okay. Loser says in his last live stream, he has a new lawyer, but has not paid for her yet. No, that's the same one. No, it was a female that just dropped him. There was a lawyer before the female. He dropped Barry. Then he got this other lawyer, which was a female that you're referring to, and she dropped him as a client because he was intolerable and couldn't feel she could win this case. So there's nobody other than that to date. My lawyer would know about that. There's no other lawyer. He's going to have to get a PAO. Unless, somebody's got a spare 60, 80,000 pesos to give him. It's going to be the same thing. Rinse and repeat. They're going to see he's non-cooperative and everything else. They're going to drop him. Little lawyer. Let's see. So I can say Alan Dershowitz is my lawyer. It's the same thing. What a moron. Okay, he said in his last live he has a new lawyer. but has not paid for her yet. So he has no lawyer then. So I can say that Alan Dershowitz is my lawyer. It's the same thing. What a moron. DT24 says she's desperate. DT24 says he's got no representation. No, he doesn't. And he's going to remain in his cell longer until he can get representation. And then so they got to wait for a new court date, and that could be 3 months down the line or more. No sweat off my nuts. Even if I ever got deported in a situation like this, well, actually, as I said, there are steps to take. I want to emphasize that. Barry's trying to make people believe that, they're going to be coming to my door any minute. Hey, I was in the police station 2 days ago for something else. Okay, they all know me. They know my face. If it's something else, but I was in the police department the other day. There's no warrant out for my arrest to be detained. There's nothing of sort. I could walk around, dance in front of the police department here. No problem. They're not going to come and arrest me and detain me on this. This was an administrative decision to block me from getting an ECC. Not my doing, administrative. So they're not going to detain you under those situations. I even went to the immigration. We took care of one thing, but, the other we couldn't. But showed up right when my visa was due for renewal. And we showed up. It's not like I'm running away, which is he's been doing. This is administrative because of the complaint that his girlfriend made against me. Hello, Stephanie. He's in a real bad position. He must know he messed. Well, how could he not? But he cannot be that stupid. Could he be? Yes, he certainly is that stupid. There's no guesswork about that. There's absolutely none. 30 people. I didn't even look at the numbers on here. Well, welcome aboard. He is that stupid. Right? He is that stupid. I mean, who would do this? Look, if I was in a situation, okay, and a detention center, and somebody put a case on me for cyber libel. Okay, I'm in there like he is, right? Okay, am I going to take that phone out and do more cyber libel and ruin my chances of ever seeing freedom or to be able to stay in the country? You really got to be stupid to do that. That's exactly what he did. I mean, I've never seen such stupidity, and I can tell you that quite honestly. I've witnessed stupidity in my life, or maybe I watched a comedy movie that showed stupidity, but that was just acting. But this is real life. This is a real guy who's doing these stupid acts, and he's only digging himself deeper and deeper and deeper. Even if he doesn't put a show on, he'll make he'll post something on his community page that's just as bad, or make comments at other people's channels. But he's realizing now that the room is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's suffocating him. And he's now realizing that, and I didn't have to say this at all publicly. I didn't have to, but I did. That the fact that there is paperwork that's being probably done now, probably going to be sent out tomorrow to the proper authorities that is going to really help in actually confiscating his only communication device that he has. And why is that happening? Because he did it. He calls me a snitch because I turned him in on immigration. Call me what he wants. Because I represent just not myself, but I represent a lot of people that actually do or are in the Philippines that have to pay their fines like everybody else. Just like he's gotten away with that free money from the government on Social Security disability, and he's not disabled. He hacked the system with that. It was fraudulent, and he's been collecting fraudulently while he's been living in this country. And if you're like real rah-rah with the U.S. government and everything else and doing things properly and in the law, not above the law, that while you're living there, maybe you're still living there, you're paying taxes. And you're paying taxes for this goober to get some illegal Social Security disability. There's a lot of people that have something to say about that. If they're so rah-rah U.S. government and get all the illegal immigrants out and do everything right and people who are defrauding the system, well, if you're one of those people, then no, he's one of the culprits. He's been doing it all his life, this kind of shit. All this freaking life he's been getting away with shit, but he didn't get away with this shit with me. It ended here. He kept on running his mouth, and now he's in a bad position. He looks disabled with his back hunched over, fragile. I don't have the straightest back at work. I mean, Gildo was telling me, walk straighter, walk straighter. I said, I'm not a military man. I got a certain level of scoliosis, and there's some things I can't help, but he's got some kind of osteoporosis or something going on there. Because although he denies it all the time, he's definitely got a big old hump on his back. I've seen him sideways when he was cooking and different things, and and it's definite. And he's got a lot of other things going on with him otherwise. But that's, neither here nor there. That's not my problem. Oops, I did it again. Da-da-da-dun. And he did it again, and he did it again, he did it again, he did it again, and he did it again. How do you get through to somebody like that? You don't. It's almost like he's autistic or something. I don't know I don't know. I don't know everything. But I know he's got some issues. Whether he's got some borderline autism or something, or I really don't know. I really don't know. I mean, there's something going on with him. That's as obvious as a black eye. There's something going on with him. Something definitely going on with him that's not right. Because who in his right mind would continue action that he's been continuing, knowing he's got a court case against him? Who would do that in their right mind? But I guess that's the point. He's not in his right mind. So do you feel sorry for the guy? The only reason anybody's ever supported him, whether gave him a donation, is because there's certain people that maybe don't like me and they don't like him. I'll guarantee you, every one of these people that seem to be against me, they don't like Barry. But the only reason they've ever helped him out or would even support him in any way is because to get at me. That's all it was. That's all it was. They all recognize he's done wrong. Some people say he's been in there too long. Well, talk to immigration about that, not me. Oh, Frank had to get a court case against him. I did. I mean, I really had to. I mean, I held off. I held off for a long time. I had to make this decision, both me and my girlfriend together. It was getting to be too much. And it's not like I never gave the guy fair warning, because if anybody's been listening to me for all these years I've been on, they know I have given him fair warning that he needed to stop what he's doing. He doesn't see it as a problem. He doesn't see that he does anything wrong. He keeps on talking about freedom of speech, but there's limited freedom of speech in the United States and here. And you got to abide by the local laws. But being a character that thinks he's above the law all the time, where's it gotten him so far? Where's it gotten you, Barry? Where are you right now and how long? Answer that. Oh, it's all your fault. No, it's not my fault, man. You didn't want to obey the laws out here. Stop quacking. You put yourself in that situation. Nobody feels sorry for you, man. No sympathy for the devil. No simpatico. Nothing. You are who you are, and you're not a nice person. And he's ruining the life of his own supposedly wonderful, beautiful, loving girlfriend. That's how much love he has for her. To involve her in his matter. And he did. There was no question about it. And I even got him on tape saying that he coerced his girlfriend. He keeps on forgetting about that. Immigration has all that information. Whatever decision they come up to, they're going to come up to. But doesn't mean we can't fight it. And let me tell you, before the smoke clears or after it clears, there probably is going to be a legal case against her for this because she put over to turmoil with that false report. And this is this innocent, supposedly innocent Catholic girl, which are the biggest fucking hypocrites in the world, all these Catholics. That's my opinion. And that's my freedom of speech. Have the diocese, whatever, the archdiocese come after me and sue me. They're the biggest hypocrites in the fucking world. She's lying on a report. I thought she was a godly person. I thought she was godly. All these churchgoers. Again, the confessional booth. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I tried to fuck up somebody's life and his relationship and everything. Because my book Sunday with more of your. That's how the Catholic Church works. In other words, you could rape somebody, you could do this, you could do that, you could do that. Go to confessional booth, as far as these Catholics are concerned. All is okay. It's all right. Hello. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Just come to confess in the confessional booth and everything's going to be okay. Well, guess what? It's not going to be okay. Because when somebody tries to separate me from my loved ones, I'd understand if he had loved ones and a family that give a shit about him, but he doesn't. But I do. I do. DT24, she needs to be punished for her stupidity. Well, that might happen. That might actually happen. Best and Price says, if you were to estimate how much would it cost beginning to end to file a case on Shaw, probably, I don't know, start off at about 60,000. About 60,000, do a bona fide case. And it doesn't have to be. It could be just a administrative type of report. It could be just a report to like the Department of Justice or something. Just like I did to get the case against him. You send your affidavit to the fiscal, and the fiscal is another word for prosecutor, Department of Justice, and they read it over, they look at the evidence and everything, and they make a decision whether to push this over for a court trial. And it doesn't necessarily mean I have to get a lawyer for this, because if they, it's according to what the situation is, it could be handled under the Department of Justice, the auspices of the Republic of the Philippines. Yeah. Well, that's probably going to come to that. You want to do a donation for that? Give you my email address, and we can discuss that. If the extra funding is there, we'll definitely consider that. And I have considered it, actually. This has been a talk with me and my attorneys. It's not like it's never been brought up before. It has been brought up. They pretty much in agreement with me, but they just got to get the legal outlines out on this. There's proof. We can get the agents together that went over there and saw that she was harboring Barry. It was her home. And they're right there. She's guilty right there. Guilty by association, certainly. And she was actually indeed aiding and abetting him. She damn well knew he was an overstayer. That's bullshit. That's just Barry saying different. But she was caught with her pants down, so to speak, because that's where he was staying. It was her home. That's where he was arrested by at least 4 agents. My lawyer actually accompanied them. Yeah, my lawyer actually accompanied them. You don't see lawyers doing that. He wasn't really big-time lover of Barry. He wanted to see him get arrested. Now, with the help of a confidant I had, is how we were able to locate where he was and make sure he was still there. Now, the people from immigration, the agents, they had to go there previous to the arrest. So it took some effort on their part. They had to go there previous to the arrest and to make sure that he was still there, because they didn't want to have their officers come all the way from Cebu to Carcar, to Buena Vista, and he wasn't there. They had to make sure he was there. So there was an effort involved with these agents. Yeah. There was a lot of effort involved. It was a very, very well-oiled operation is what it was. Don't worry, I got him off raining cats and dogs. Don't worry about it. No, DT24, if you know my email address, write me. Write me. I'm serious. He says, you're not going to get any money out of me. We're talking about everything from punitive damages and all this other shit, court fees and fines or whatever. I don't know. But if he doesn't pay it, if the judge deemed it to allow these charges, lawyer fees and all that stuff, punitive damages, well, he may not have the money to pay out of pocket, but he will have to stay locked up somewhere until he could actually pay these fees. So it doesn't work out good for him either way. Well, if you're serious about, her, if you want to contribute to that, shit, I'll take your money. What she did was wrong. I mean, it was wrong. Just to please him. I don't understand why a woman wants to please a man like that. I don't get it. Someone said on there that she's desperate. Not my words, it was one of my viewers' words. I'm not going to read her. I'm not going to address that. But for whatever reason that she's with him, and she's guilty by association, harboring, aiding, and abetting him. And because of the fact, if she didn't do that, if she did not put that report in on me, I would never have considered that. Oh, it came to my mind, but I would have left it alone. But it's a little late for that now. It's a wee bit too late for that now. Look at me. I couldn't make an exit clearance because of her. Okay? And I'm under scrutiny right now because of her. But, of course, the center, the ground zero, of course, is Barry. He's ground zero on all this. So now he involved his girlfriend, and all hell is going to break loose. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. If I have to wind up going to a further court to address this issue, watch what's going to happen. You'll know about it. You'll know. She'll know about it. That's for sure. I have no pity or mercy on her at all. Not at this point. At one point I did. Bad enough she was with this guy. Give her a little mercy and whatever. God, poor you. But everybody makes their own decisions. Who do you want to be with and why? Ginger, stop looking at. That's her own gig. That's her own thing. We all scratch our heads on that, of course, but there's politics involved in his relationship with her, obviously. She's a tool. She's a tool as far as he's concerned. 31. 31 watching. 9 thumbs up. So that's what's going to happen. And I will broadcast this publicly like I am now. It doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here. And according to how things go, she had the time to remedy this report. Whether that would have worked or not, I don't know. But she had the time to make an effort to say, look, I'm rethinking this to the immigration and saying, I'm just going to, back off on this report and let things be. I want to live my life. I don't want to have any, go through litigation, and get in trouble with the law. It's bad enough. I turned in this report and it's making me look bad. And there could be ramifications to this. I don't want to be involved with this, but she did involve herself in this. And there's going to be a price to pay for this, unfortunately for her. That was never my plan until she actually put in, with the money from Ricky, as I understand, had a lawyer write this shit up. Of course, my lawyer reacted to that with the proper, guidelines of answering back on this complaint and so forth. He did what he had to do. Rainy Castador says he's used every woman he's ever been with. DT24 says yes, he has. He certainly has. Of course, he's in total denial of it, but what do you expect? But I think everybody agrees with me. Everybody agrees with me. If you want to see her go down, she'll go down. You know where to donate to. And I will accept donations. I think I put out enough of my money so far. And I'll continue to do so if I have to, and I will. But if you want to donate to the cause, you are welcome. Contact me at frankinhawaii54@yahoo.com and talk to me. Talk to me. That's all you got to do. The Brightest says, I'm sure you have the recordings of Ricky and Bummer admitting to pushing Shaw to doing the complaint and paying. Yeah, I've got enough shit on. I've got stuff that's usable. Yeah, I've got stuff that's usable. I've got the recording of Barry saying that he coerced his girlfriend and others. That was turned into immigration, to the BOI, Board of Inquiries. That was turned in. They have that. They've seen how nasty he was on his shows and how, you know, now, unless the immigration was paid off on this, then I can't see why they wouldn't, quash this complaint. Maybe there was money involved. I really don't know. I really don't know. It could have been, but I can't say for sure. So I'm not going to definitively come on here and say that there was money being exchanged because I really don't know. But is there a possibility that happened? Yes. There's a very distinct possibility that happened because they would not have even considered this complaint. Wilson Gills. American in Philippines jail. This just popped up on Facebook. Oh, Barry's posting more. He's trying to get sympathy from his Facebook viewers. That's what he's been trying to do. The Johnny Warrior page? I don't know. Loser says, what could her family be thinking about her? Either they have no idea or they're living in shame. Could be a little bit of both. You see, Barry admitted that her family did not, I repeat, admitted that her family half of her family was under the impression that he's back in America working or something. He said that on his own show. So there's your answer. They don't know exactly what's going on. They don't. It's saving face. You're mentioning that, and I mentioned that before. It's part of what you call saving face. Saving face. Because that's the way it is in the Philippine culture out here. Saving face is a very, very important issue. Very important. They must be embarrassed. I would imagine so, for those that do know. Yeah. Best and Brightest says she travels to Cebu with her friend. It's not her sister. I don't think any of them know. Well, because a girl in that position, the Filipina does not want her friends to know that her relationship is with somebody either is over, or he dumped her, or her boyfriend's in trouble and he's been in jail. They're not going to come out and tell all their friends the truth. Oh, he's having some problems, or he's back in the States, or his friends may not even know that she's visiting him over at the jail cell. They might not even know that. Yeah, she tells her family that he's in the US working, planning to bring her there. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what's going on. So it means she's got something to hide then. He shames her. That's what it comes down to. He shames her. And she didn't want to feel that shame. So she ain't gonna tell friends and family, or most of her family, what's really going on, because that's part of the culture. It's saving face. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Kind of in bad lighting right now. So let's see. DJ D24 says, "What a joke." Uh, that's kind of what's going on. I'm giving a recap on this whole situation here. I think you guys are all pretty much caught up on shit. There is no court date set yet, so he could be in there quite a while waiting for a new court date. He's got to have a lawyer because that's what. And by the way, he keeps on thinking, and I want to straighten this out. He goes, "I pleaded guilty, and that's the end of it. I'm going to get deported and go home." Afraid not. Afraid not, buzzard face. It's not going to happen that way. It's not going to happen the way you want it to. Stop being so goddamn delusional. Don't work that way. It has not been accepted by the court. You ain't going home anytime soon. You got to face your charges in court. Keep that in mind. Put the immigration issue to the side. The fact that he's got a summary deportation. He thinks the judge is going to slap him on the wrist and say, "Bad boy, small fine. We're going to send you home because we already have a summary deportation. We want to get rid of you." Well, he has a case against him, so it doesn't work that way. The case will make a lot of determinations if he's going to go anywhere. He knows he's in a really bad situation. So he wants me to be in a bad situation to make him feel good. What a charming person he is. And for his Catholic girlfriend, really, to go along with this caper, that's really sad. Apparently, he don't give a shit about her because he put her in a bad position. There might be legal ramifications. There is legal ramifications of what she's doing. If we can prove that this was all bullshit, she could be charged for perjury, aiding and abetting, and harboring him. She really wants to get involved with that. She's the one that wanted to stay on the sidelines. She didn't want to be involved in this. Or as Barry says, I don't want to involve my girlfriend. That she didn't want it. She didn't want to have the embarrassment of this. But you know what? It's going to come down to that. It's really. So you think I'm going to sit back and let that happen? There's no fucking way. I will fight this tooth and nail. She better hope. She better hope and pray. Hope and pray that I don't have to go through further steps to address this issue with the deportation complaint. She better hope and pray. That's not a threat. I'm talking legally here. She better hope and pray because I'm going to drag her through the legal system. Money, no object. I don't care how much I spend. I'll go broke trying to do this. Because anyone that's trying at my age, I'm very settled. We got the house. I got a great relationship. And if they're going to try to do something to get me away from that, oh, they got a big fight on their hands, let me tell you right now. You have no idea the fire in my furnace. It's one thing where he called me all these names, defaming my character and everything else he's done. But this is even worse than that. And if you seen how I'm the fire in my furnace, dealing with his case and putting him through a trial. You wait and see what happens. Legally, of course. What's going to happen to her? You could quote me, record it, quote me. Because Gilda is just as livid about this as I am. And she's guilty as sin. His other channel, by the way. She is guilty as sin on this, too. She cooperated with him. Makes her guilty. As I said, I'll repeat it. If you don't think I'm going to fight this with fucking fire and molten lava, then you got another thing coming. Anybody that's trying to interfere at my age with my relationship to get me deported out of the country to not see my family again, he has no family to see or gives a shit about him. It's a different scenario here. I got a loving relationship. It's a real relationship. Gilda's is not my tool. I think everybody knows that. Gilda's a great person, and everybody said that. Nobody has anything bad to say about Gilda except some of the trolls. And Barry said horrible things, and Popeye, of course, you expect him to say terrible things. Look at the life he's living, He's probably simulcasting me right now. Good. Hear what I say, bro. No, to let you know, I'm not leaning back on this situation. I'll make a public announcement. Leaning back on this complaint. There are things that will be in motion. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for a decision, a resolution on this, and we're going to go from there. We're ready to go. Just got to pay him to write up the paperwork. That's all I need to do. And the fun begins for her. What you looking at?
I text Lovely because last night Christian's there in Lovely's house also charging the e-bike from.
Yeah, to charge the e-bike on.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Good that he's got an e-bike to get him around, yeah.
We don't have a.
That's all right. I'm just having some cereal. I might throw some blueberries in there, but I got the muesli. Might as well use the rest of it. Well, not the rest, but gotta get them blueberries out. Everybody's how I feel about my blueberries.
Yeah.
I mean, Gilda, on any level, do you feel that was a necessary thing for Barry to do with his girlfriend to try to go break up our life? I mean, it's not like Barry has a family, and Gilda's livid about this. You're not going to hear her yell on the phone or anything here. She's not like that. She'll keep a lot of things inside or she'll confide with me, but she ain't happy about this. It's not because her paycheck would be deported. It's nothing to do that at all. It's just a gall and the nerve of actually putting a phony report against me to enact revenge just to satisfy her fucking loser boyfriend. Popeye, sad, yeah. Bryda says Saturday is bingo night for Popeye. That's why he's not. Oh, he's not. It must be bingo time for him. That's all right. I'm sure another channel will put this up. In all honesty, Gilda, don't you feel that according to what happens with this complaint, that legal ramifications should be put on Shaw as a result of her phony, bogus report that's trying to destroy my life? What is your opinion on that? I know what your opinion is, but if you want to voice it out, you got the stage right here. And don't be afraid to talk, because this is an issue that affects both of us.
Yeah, that one is a reverse for him because you filed the case for 5 counts for for civil libel. So that's why they do for the phony report for you. But with something happened, we're still together. We don't break up.
Gilda's behind me. She stands behind me. But, let her loose. Let her loose. And also, don't forget, some of you might be forgetting that he's been saying a lot of shit about Gilda. And she wants to. She could put a fucking case against him. And it's been considered. Because my lawyers have all that information. I'm very good with keeping in touch with my attorneys. And I'm very good with keeping records. I'm very good with that. In fact, I'm excellent with that. And as such, they are privy to all this information. And they know what's going on. They know exactly what's going on. But it's one step at a time type situation. But it doesn't mean it ain't going to happen. I mean, I'll take this case to the fucking poorhouse if I had to. Where's my open bottle? Okay, hold on. But, they got another thing coming if they think they're going to get away with this shit. Because they're not. As I said, you can push something so far, and then I'm not going to go along with it anymore. I'm not going to deal with it anymore. I mean, I'll deal with it in my own way. This has become like the big YouTube drama on here. The Frank versus Barry crap that's been going on. That people are enjoying immensely. She's lied and filed false reports. Exactly. She should be punished. Can I get a big burr? Big burr. Raining Cats and Dogs says Barry has told her what to say. Of course. They were counseled. And, Ricky's help and all that. But I'll tell you, watch what happens. I personally consider what she's doing to me is worse than what Barry did. If that gives you any idea how livid I am about this, it's actually worse. GT24 says, Gilda should never have been involved with any of this shit. Sad she got dragged into all of this. Well, she did. No choice. Hector says, that's a lot of additional charges. Coercion, witness intimidation, perjury, fraudulent filing, witness tampering, and more. Exactly. Oh, we'll spell it out on paper if we have to. They just picked the wrong guy to fuck around with.
They did. And they're going to be finding out. Well, he's already found out. Sorry, I'm eating a cereal right now. Whether I have a show on or not doesn't stop me from eating. Well, time will tell, right? They really need to take this seriously because it's a serious matter. As I said, there's somebody that owes my girlfriend a ton of money. Unless she pays up, it's a stopper. And this woman could go to jail for over 20 years. We don't fuck around. We're talking millions. We're talking millions. Oh, yeah. Hector says, and Brevis will research California laws and give him bad advice. Yeah. Well, we anticipate the person in question that owes her money will find a way to pay back because they don't want to go to jail. It's a solid situation, all on paperwork, spelt and clearly written and notarized, and the woman has no defense at all. Millions. Can't believe it's almost 2 years he's been locked up. Kind of shocking. Not really. See how cocky he is in Bickerton, Mr. Big Boss of the third floor. I love that. Yeah. Gotta be the boss of something. He says, wait till you're in here. See what's going to happen. Yeah, what's going to happen if I was in there, Barry? You'd be pissing your fucking shorts. I don't care if I'm 20 years older than him. I do work out. But I'm not obese like him. He's a fidget in size. So there you go. Okay, finished the cereal. DT24 says he might be in there for a few more years, maybe more than that. Best and Brightest says not really. Imagine being locked up in those conditions for almost 700 days. I can't imagine. Hector says Obama's previous lawyers were cutting and pasting from old affidavits to use for this case. I don't blame him for being pissed. Well, you either get a good attorney or not, but he blames his attorney on everything. Well, the fact is, they got rid of him because he just was not being cooperative. That's what it really was. He went right off. He said, I'm pleading guilty when his lawyer didn't want him to do that. He didn't confer with his lawyer before he made that statement. And then he runs on the floor when he was actually in the court
with this charge sheet. Look what I got. Look what I got. Looky here. Look to the lawyer. Look what I got. He's got a charge sheet. Got a charge sheet. He was really out of place to do that in a courtroom. It was recognized, believe me. He was really out of place to do that. That's what he does. He gets frantic and he makes mistakes all the time. He can't help himself. Loser says, plus the hot weather will be here in the Philippines very soon. Yes, it will. He'll be locked up in a hot box. He's already been through that already. The best and brightest says, fascinating that Bummer takes no ownership of his life, blames everyone but himself. That's my point. Ben Cunningham says, Frisbee is clutching at straws. He certainly is. And so be it, man. I have no mercy on this guy. I have no compassion with him. He keeps on trying to hint all the time, I want to settle this. Let's come to an agreement. And while he's saying those words, he's calling me names again. A pedophile and a child molester and everything else. Small dick, erectile dysfunction, the whole bit. So in the same breath, it goes to show you how mentally ill he is, because in the same breath, he's trying to push me to negotiate with him. And in the same breath, what does he say? That's mental illness, man. There's no question about it. That is mental illness. Who would do that? Well, he would. Who did it? He did. Who continues to do it? He is. Sometimes I think I've seen it all. Sometimes I think I heard it all. But I keep on proving myself wrong. I keep on proving myself wrong. What's the next stupid thing he's going to do? Your guess is as good as mine. He's done every stupid thing you could possibly do in his particular situation. How stupid can you get? In his own expression, dumb as the day is long. Well, it really applies. Okay, let's see. Hector. When his lawyers told him that he must submit pleadings to the court to allow him to plead guilty, he said, I ain't pleading to no judge. Oh, my God. Yeah, I know. I don't know. He thinks he's running the courtroom. Look, he just has no idea what he's facing. The only reality it's going to hit him when he's in Bikichan or one of those places. That's when reality is going to hit him. And again, I'm going to repeat this as often as I can. He did it on his own. I'm tired of hearing this bullshit. Look what you did to me. No, it's what you clearly did to yourself, sir. And everybody agrees with me on that. I don't think there's one person out there that's not going to agree with me. Loser says, did you hear him out of breath on his last live when he was climbing the steps from getting his food? He is so out of shape, it's amazing. I don't think I did. His last live, I'm not sure when that was, because he takes things down himself. And I mean, it's just, I think there's a lot of people that are really pissed off at him besides me, because he's had people, the kindness of donating money to him. It basically was just to continue the drama is why they donated to him, or against me, but it still was money out of their pocket. And what does he do with his donors? The people who took money out of their pockets to supposedly help him out, he didn't use the money properly it was geared for. And then he'd attack them later on when they'd come on his show. And these are donators, by the way. Then he'd attack them when he's on his show, and they want to make a statement. And it may be something that he doesn't agree with, but he's the guy that's pushing this shit about freedom of speech. But he doesn't want to allow his viewers to have their freedom of speech, because some of them maybe had some really pertinent questions to ask him. But if it didn't favor him, unless it was downing me some way, he'd block everybody. And these are people, some of them are people that actually gave him money. Gave him money. Go figure that. DT24, he's gotten thousands of dollars over the years. Where did it go? Good question. Where did it go? The best and bride bummer is posting Shaw's PayPal link. Yeah, I noticed that. Asking for donos. Claims it will all go to Shaw. Yeah, right, and pigs could fly. Going in his fucking pocket. Why do you think he's encouraging her to put a show on to try to get her monetized some way or some form so she can make money for him? It's everything for him. He is her whole world, apparently. As sick as it sounds, he is her whole world. And the things she does for him to satisfy him, it's very perplexing. But the day's going to come when she's going to fucking regret. It's not a threat, physically or any other way such. It's a legal threat. And I will go through with it. And she wants to face court and spend more money. She wants to face the embarrassment and the possibility of getting jail time in a women's facility or something. That could very well happen because as I said, I am livid about this. I think it's what she was doing is worse than what Barry was doing to me. And me and my girlfriend, we discussed this. She's all pro against anything that I want to do on this. She don't like Shaw at all, believe me when I tell you that. She don't like either one of them. And she'll go along with me on anything that I want to do. She will support me on that. She will support me on that. A knockoff Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah. Ben Cunningham said Frisbee thinks he can say whatever he wants with no consequences. He's delusional, absolutely. I'm a loser says Barry ruined her life. He did. It's sad. Look, let me explain something here, man. I don't hate Shaw. I don't even know her. Okay? And she should never have been involved in this. But he got her involved, and that's the story. It's too late for that. It's game over. He got her involved. I didn't get her involved. He did. That's just a fact. Now she might have to face the consequences of dealing with him and going along with everything that, he told her to do. And how that's going to help her, I don't know. And how it's helping him, I don't know. Barry just wants to see me deported. It's just nothing, more than revenge. That's all it is. And he got her fucking involved, man. How many times we've heard him say, I don't want to get my girlfriend involved. She has nothing to do with this shit. But what did he do? What did he do? He got her involved. Now she's going to have to face reality. The good Catholic girl that she is, that lies through her fucking teeth just to please her loser boyfriend, criminal loser boyfriend, which exactly is what he is. No disclaimers needed on that. DT24, she is in too deep now. Yeah, she absolutely is. Shore Patrol Bob. Little Rascal Test Pilot. Very petty officer Bob Clausen insisted you be a BI detainee last week. That's not working out for Bob, apparently, no. I'm home, going on with my life. That's it. I will handle things when things come up. That's it. What else can you do? You want to see the fire in my furnace? You watch and wait what happens with this situation. Trying to uplift me from my family here? Because she wants to support her worthless criminal, ugly, bald-headed, toothless, smelly, criminal boyfriend that's in a detention center? What's fucking wrong with her, man? I don't know. It's not for me to say. But she's anything but depressed. And maybe she's depressed with him. And maybe he gave her PTSD, but I certainly didn't. I never even met the girl. You can write any words you want. You can have an attorney write up because they're taking your money. You can write up anything you want, pay an attorney. Anything you want. And a lot of these attorneys, don't have any scruples, so they'll go along with anything you say. Money speaks loud. Money speaks. And that's what's going on. Was anything underhanded going on in this little caper? Did Ricky pay off the immigration? A lot of people brought that up. I can't answer that. There could be a likelihood that he did, because that complaint was totally bogus. Like Ricky likes to say, you're going to pay, you're going to pay. She's going to pay. They're both good. They're pay, but Barry's paying for it right now. She's next. If you don't think I mean this, then you're wrong. Did I mean it when I said I was going to drag this motherfucker to court? Did I do it or not? I did, didn't I? If I say I'm going to bring her fucking sorry ass to fucking court, if this thing goes sour and I have to wind up going to another level to appeal this, oh, believe me, trust me. If you've never trusted me before, believe me, I will take this to a milestone you wouldn't believe. She's just as guilty as Barry is, as far as I'm concerned. Good Catholic girl that goes to church. Yeah. Fucking hypocritical fucking Catholic people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion. They're all fucking hypocrites. They don't live by the verses of the Bible and the verbiage and wordage of the Bible. If they don't live by it, they don't practice it. If they really believe in religion, then they're going to hell. They're on borrow right now. When they drop dead, they're going to go to a fiery hell for the shit that they did to try to ruin somebody's life. Good Catholic girl, huh? Shit, she should burn in fire the minute she enters a fucking church, as far as I'm concerned. She should burn on fire for what she's doing, because she's lying. And she thinks going to the confessional booth, that typical scenario, say 10 Hail Marys, and she's off the fucking hook. And she'll continue to do the same thing Barry does every fucking week. She supports this goober. She's just as fucking guilty as he is. He insists that there is no appeal. Well, that's what he says. Of course there's an appeal. You can take it to the Court of Appeals, then take it to the board, the secretary of the board. So he's wrong. I questioned my lawyer on that. He said, of course. Randy Cats and Dogs. A nice case on Barry from Gilda, which sort him as he said, plenty about Gilda. He certainly has. I've got it all. You think I don't have that? You know me. You know I have that material. Yeah. That's up for grabs. I'll make his life as horrible as I could possibly make it, in consideration of everything, inclusive of what he did with his girlfriend to do a complaint against me. Believe me, I started this, and by golly, I'm going to finish this. And I will be at the finish line. And he's going to be in fucking jail with all the other cockroaches in jail. Maybe even get the paddle if he doesn't behave. He's living in, his version of at least a Motel 6 right now. But if he goes into a prison, he ain't going to be in no Motel 6. I guarantee tell you that. Not remotely. Oh, we've talked about it, Rating. We've talked about it. We absolutely have. I've got the recordings. Tells people he never talks or mentions Gilda. He does on a lot of his shows. And I recorded it. Of course I did. Needless to say, he wants to get ugly. I'll continue to get uglier. I'll do whatever I can to see that he spends time appropriately in an appropriate prison wearing an orange uniform or whatever they give you in there. Striped uniform, orange uniform, I don't care what it is. I'll put this to rest. I will put this thing to rest, no matter what it takes. I am devoted to this. I have devoted my time, money, irritation on this for how many years? And if you think I'm not going to come through with all this, if he thinks there's going to be any negotiation, he is dead wrong. He's either going to die from a heart attack from his obesity and other problems he has. And I don't buy that story that they're not letting him go to a hospital, have him checked out. I don't buy that story. They have to do that. He just don't want to spend the money on it. But he doesn't have to spend money. He can go to the, to what do you call it? hospital, the public hospital, Vincent de Soto. He could go right there and pay a 25 to 50 cent, 50 peso registration fee. Because that's bullshit when he says they're not letting him go to get himself medically checked out. He's complaining everything about his hand, this, that, this, that, this, that, this, that. He probably has a definite esophageal problem, gastro problem with his throat. That's the coughing, the burping is really excessive, and that's indication of an upper gastrointestinal problem or something on there for sure. Don't have to be a doctor to figure that out. I've had it. So it doesn't take much to figure it out. His lungs, that's another thing. His diet, that's another thing. His weight, all that shit just adds up together into something that's not going to be very good for him. Needless to say. Patrol Bob knows everything, though. Patrol Bob. Whatever the fuck that is, yeah. Loser says those documentaries of the Philippines prisons are eye-opening. That is one place you do not want to be. I can't agree with you more. I've seen them all. If it was on YouTube anywhere, I've seen them. I've seen the documentaries, and it's really horrible. There are some places that are not as bad as others. There's rarely ever fighting going on. They have prisoners who get that position of authority that get a little benefits from it, and they take the pressure off some of the guards, or they save the prison money by hiring, in a sense, hiring these prisoners to be the I don't know the word for that. Well, it's just to be in control of the other prisoners and keep them in place. And for doing so, they get rewards. They might get more food. They might have some other privileges. Yeah, I've seen that on the documentaries too. He's got stage one emphysema for sure, for starters. Okay, he's got something going on with him. That's for sure. Besides mentally. So look at all the thing he did. He fucked over Social Security system, and I'm telling you, I'm encouraging you guys to write the Social Security Administration in the United States. Come on, boots to the ground. Write them. Tell them what's going on. That he's been incarcerated for almost 2 years. And he's been collecting money for 10 years while living in the Philippines under a bogus disability status. Don't be afraid to do it, man. Don't be afraid to do it. Just do it. You seem to agree with me that this guy is a louse on the skin of society. Do it instead of talking about it. That's why I get a little upset with my viewers sometimes, and pardon me for that. Sometimes I get upset because you want me to do everything when some of you have not cooperated. You know that Shaw did me wrong on that report? Okay. Contact the Cebu District Office of Immigration. Contact the Department of Justice. Find a way to contact the Board of Inquiries with the nation and make a report. Say what you have to say. Say what you know. Say what you know. Because talk is cheap. Short Patrol. Short Patrol says Bob's mobility scooter test pilot cool hand bummer. Okay, I'm not going to stay on here too much longer here because I got to shower up and all this shit. All I say to my viewers, be proactive. We're not asking for money. But DT24, you want to help out with the case against Shaw, I'm willing to take your money. Contact me on my email. We'll discuss it. Or anything else you want to contribute to either one of them in regards to this matter. Feel free to contact me. Collaborative effort to, get justice where justice is due. No, I'm not on here BE begging here, Barry, like you do. These are concerned people that know you're a piece of shit. That's all it is. And I know there's a few good people out there that regularly view my channel. I know there are. So if you do want to help in this, you want to get a case going against his girlfriend, we'll entertain that thought. It's already been entertained. We're just seeing where this goes. But we'll go, rapid fire on this one, man. Hey, I'm retired. I got another bit of time on my hands, so I have no problem filing a report on her. Whether it goes my way or not, I'm getting to that point that either way, or maybe it's time to file a report on her and get this shit in motion. Oh, that was Brightest. Brightest who said what? Oh, that was Brightest. My apology, DT24, but you could consider that yourself. Well, Brightest, you can contact me on email, frankenhawaii54 at yahoo.com. We'll get it going. We'll get it going on. And just think, if I ever got deported, I had nothing to lose. Rapid fire. Take out the 50 mil instead of the 22. Gilda will shine them up for sure. She'll shine them up. He said he would donate. Well, talk is cheap. That's all I'm going to leave it off with. You know my email address. If anybody wants to donate to this, that's fine. Call it e-begging. I don't care. I got the money for this shit, but I think it's time that some of my viewers cooperate with this because I've done their job. That's the point. I've done the job that they would like to do, but they did not do. I did it for myself. I did it for his victims. I did it for my viewers. Maybe it's time that you guys jump on the platform a little bit and you help out a little bit, defray some of my expenses. There's nothing wrong with asking that. Defray some of my expenses and get this fucking train back on the track. And let's reach a good destination. That being said, you're fucked, Barry. And I'm going to keep on fucking you over legally and righteously. I want you to know that. There will be no negotiations. There will be no backing down. Whether your girlfriend has a complaint on me to try to get me deported, I'm not going to change my direction. You're not going to intimidate me or anybody else going to intimidate me on backing out on this case. I will leave it up to the court. I will leave it up to the judge, and where it goes, it goes. If it's not totally in my favor, what I'd like to happen to you, then anything she could do to you or he, the judge, I'll be happy with, and I'll be glad to accept, and I'll be glad to go with it. But it doesn't stop here. Now you got your girlfriend involved. Why the hell she's even still with you? I have no fucking idea. Neither does anybody else. You really are a louse on the skin of society. You are pathetic. You got little man syndrome with a big belly now. Little man, 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 little man. Okay, we'll see what happens. Okay. Talk is cheap, guys. You know my email address. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening. What a beautiful day to be alive. Okay, what's on the menu? We're going to color that water too. Okay, what's for lunch, folks? What is for lunch? I don't know. Let's get a menu. Okay. Nice breeze, yeah. Shady and nice breeze, yeah. Lovely, just lovely. What drinks do I want? Let's see, I have a Jim Beam. No. I don't think so. I could if I want, but I don't want. I don't drink alcohol. that scene here. A shady spot table covered. You got this beautiful, gorgeous breeze, man. 10 people already. Oh, it is nice. Hey, Sid, how are you, man? Oh, it's a gorgeous breeze. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if you could hear that wind coming right off the ocean, man. It's a nice place. You come here and there. Been here numerous times. Good place to come for lunch. Menu's pretty fair. Gorgeous. It's by 13. Oh yeah, check it out. Better than rotting in a goddamn jail cell, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I'll tell you that much. How nice. Well, the kids are, they're out. One went to another town with a friend's family, and the other one is doing church activities today, I guess. Being raised very well, I just enjoy the scenery, man. Nice to see something serene instead of doing a whole show about some fucking loser. So let's get off that topic and just enjoy the scenery. I haven't decided what to eat yet. Gotta see the menu again. I don't remember everything they have on the menu, but I know a few things. The tacos wasn't too bad. I don't know. I may go for the tacos. Well, actually, what was it? Oh, you did order the tacos? See, she knows. She knows. She knows without me asking. Hey, Anthony, what's up, man? Better than rotting in a damn cell, that's what I just said. Yeah, actually, prior to this. But we don't want to talk about him. Just want you guys to enjoy the ambiance of the scenery. That's all for once here. Let's have a kind of a mellow broadcast here, Now bringing in the water here. Take a walk with me. You can see by the flags, you see how it's a really constant breeze here. It's really cool. I mean, literally and figuratively, I mean, let's see the screen for a second, just the sunlight, but it's not excruciating, Of course, you're gonna find some shit on the beach. I mean, when do you not see that, It's kind of sad. But look at that sky juxtaposed against the color of that ocean. Isn't that nice? I just want you guys just to enjoy it a little bit. You deserve a little enjoyment, better scenery. What I bring to you on my channel when I can. Take a deep breath, relax. I don't know how much data I have on here, so if I kind of go bonkos and go offline, you'll understand why. Just letting you know ahead of time. Just listen to those waves. That's relaxing. That's what I like. Isn't that nice, guys? Isn't that nice? Take a short walk over here. Hope the signal holds up a little bit. Beautiful, huh? It's nice to live here. I mean, as I said, I don't have all the creature comforts like living in a big city with the malls and all that, but that's kind of part of the trade-off, really. If something happens medically, then I guess I drop dead, but it's a chance you take, and I'm not the only one that's living out here. That's a foreign. We all take chances for where we want to live, Here, I'll just take you over here. You can see the flags, the wind that's coming through here, so that's why I'm cool. I'm walking in the sun. If it was a stagnant air system, I wouldn't be walking. Enjoy, my friends, enjoy. Go back here. Isn't it nice? No, I'm not stuck in the house all the time. I get a wild hair up my ass every now and then, you know. You go midday on the beach or something. But you gotta live too. So we don't always eat at home. Some of our expenses are eating out, alone or with the kids. You know, that's how we play it, but they are family, so they enjoy some of the things that we do. We need our moments alone, don't we? Okay. I'll look at your comments as soon as I get into the shade. Nice, huh? Yeah, that's why so many vacations come here every year. I get to live here every day. Okay. Okay. Let's see if I can adjust my eyes here for a second. Let's see. White sand indeed. Oh, you did some of your own, huh? Careful. You got me in there too?
No.
Yeah, wow, the sand is... oh yeah, it's pretty nice. Looks like you're living the dream. Yeah, I kind of am. From my place, it's not that far. I told you, I'm like an 8-minute walk from these resorts and beaches. This is just down the way, actually, you know. It's a long beach. It encompasses quite a bit of territory, quite a bit of resorts. I could easily, from my house, go down to the beach area and then walk on the sand and find my way to here. There's a lot of different resorts you can go to. Some more expensive than the other, you know. But it's all good. Now, I couldn't live in a cold climate anymore, I can tell you that. You know. There's always ways of cooling down, but you know, if you're ever caught in a bad situation, snow and no shelter, I mean, you definitely freeze to death. There's always ways of keeping cool, perhaps, even in a desert, but find a rocky ridge with shade, or, I don't know, find an oasis. I don't know. This is my oasis, that's all I know. Sure, you say, well, Frank, you're getting older, why don't you live around Cebu or somewhere like that? Nah, man. You know, yeah, I'd spend a hell of a lot more money if I did that. I'd be at the malls all the time, I'd be spending all the time, I'd be probably put on some weight, you know, because I'd be eating shit food all the time, you know, I don't know, or be in restaurants too much because there's so many to choose from. So that would be kind of a, you know, of course I'd be close to the hospitals, things like that, and that's what some people that are seniors choose to do. But yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, it's taking a chance when you live out in the provinces, especially I'm in a little island in the middle of the fucking ocean, you know. Let's see. Oh, we got 16 aboard here, something like that. Yeah, we're getting nachos. I don't want tacos, but we're getting nachos. What else? Anything else? Just want to share the nachos? You're in the mood? All right, you're in the mood for nachos. Huh? Yeah, so am I. Yeah. Cheers, folks. Oh, man. Nice. No, well, they have a bar here too, but I'm not bar hopping, you know, nothing like that. Just enjoy the scenery, just enjoy the ocean, man. It's pleasant to look at that. Because I don't go on camera all the time. It's nice to see something on the other side, here and there. I understand that. But we do get out. We actually do get out. We actually do. And we got 14 aboard here, baby. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. I don't think that matters, really. I'm not always pushing it because I'm not monetized. You hear that wind? It really cools you off. And a nice salt ocean air right in front of me. White sand. Just waiting for our nachos. Felt like nachos today. I'm not going to say it's the best nachos I've eaten, but it's edible enough to order it again. They just don't cover everything completely, you know, they don't, with enough cheese. Sometimes you'll lift up one chip thing, you know, and it doesn't have any cheese on it or something. You've got to kind of mix it around or something. Nothing's perfect, but, you know. I went to a great Mexican restaurant when we were in Cebu. What the hell was that Mexican restaurant we went to last time in Cebu? With H, wasn't it? H? Oh, I forgot the name of it. I'd recommend it. Now, the Italian restaurant we went to, that was a good one. Forget me on names. It was all in IT Park? Was it all in IT Park? Oh, Maya was the Mexican restaurant. Maya. Yeah, that was a good place. If you're in Cebu area, go to Maya. And they got good service, really good waiters. They're very friendly and they're efficient and polite, and the place is clean and modern. And yeah, I would definitely give a recommendation to that. Somebody out there in a little boat. Small fishing little bonker boat. There they go. Now, so we can get them in on here. Yeah. You know what it is when you go telephoto on here, you know. It's never really steady. Oh yeah, nice. I'm just loving the breeze, man. I don't like stagnant air, that's for sure. The air is stagnant, that's when it's really uncomfortable. But you could tolerate anything if you've got moving air, you know. Well, especially when it's outside air, because you know, when you're in a confined place and you just got fans, all you're really doing is blowing the hot air around on you. And you could like wet your skin, it might give you a cooling effect. You know, but you're just blowing hot air around. But when you're in an environment like this, right off the ocean, you've got that cool breeze coming right off the ocean, and it really cools you down. I figured Gilda deserves to come out and have a lunch today, so go on with my life every day like I normally do. Not gonna stress out on shit. Okay. Well, I guess people are losing. Now, what do we got here? 10. Okay, we're good. Well, let's see what we have here. I think I'll wait till the nachos come in here, and then we'll see what you think of it. Shell. There's a paperweight for the napkins. Okay. Bring me my nachos. Bring me my... You want a shake? I'll share one with you. I'm not that into too much sugar, but I'll have some of that with you. Certainly. The world is your oyster, dear. The world is your oyster. You are the pearl in that oyster. Yes, you are. Got a sweet talk to ladies now and then, you know, guys. The pearl of Asia. The pearl of Asia. Absolutely. All right, see the number's going down because of the time. Now I'm down to 8, so I don't know. I'll hold in maybe until the lunch comes, maybe. But how about if we go take a look at that water again? Oh, there she goes, baby. Baby, watch that skirt, baby. Yeah. Blowing everything around. Blowing everything around. That's a woman for you right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, looking at the menu. Want for something to drink? We got three. We got 3 thumbs up. 3 happy fellas. So we got the menu here, and you're looking at for something to drink, huh? We got shakes. We got pineapple, watermelon, banana, chocolate. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, and a salad too. Perfecto mundo. There you go, guys. There you go. Now we're talking the King's Turkey. Look at this. We got a little Caesar salad, whatever going on here. And we got the nachos right here. Looking pretty good, boys. Oh my God. I don't know how expensive it is. I'm not worried about it. I'm not ordering here from Panda Express, you know. That salad looks. If you want a mango shake, get a mango shake. That's fine with me, dear. Okay, let's take a look at this. My goodness, how do I handle this? You almost need a fork or spoon on this sucker, you know, really. Not too bad. Okay, we got our little salad here. Oh. Well, let's check it out. The egg, dressing, croutons, Parmesan cheese on top, of course. Let's give a little taste to this puppy, huh? What do you think? Yeah, that's good. Not a crouton, though. We gotta have something crunchy. All right. That's good. Highly caloric, but what the fuck? Live once, right? Yeah. I always have to go with this with a fork, really. So I am. So they give you a lot of chips, but basically they kind of top this thing over is what they do. So a lot of the good stuff and meat and everything does not kind of infiltrate into the bottom layers. They do that a lot. They do that a lot. But not bad. Not too bad. I really would like a lot more covered up. But, you know, the best way to do these things is make it yourself, you know. All right. Wow, they gave you a little beach. Gave you a little beach. Oh, wait for the float. Shake. Got a shake coming. Nah, just pick it up, man. Just pick it up. Making a shake for us. Yeah, that's what they do. You see how bare this is? They always just put the topping on top there. But if you go to a good Mexican restaurant, They'll make sure, you know, your ass is covered, you know what I mean? I like his shirt. It says, no bad days. Well, any day that you're still alive is a good day. Could be worse. Yes, that's real gold. Not made of tin or brass. So that's all we got. We got a mango shake. Here it comes. This is good enough. I'm not gonna chicken parmesan on. What the hell? I'm gonna take this. Here we go. Is that a mango shake?
Yeah.
Is that a color? Kind of a. Oh, you got the paper on the damn thing. Pull it off. I can't use two hands. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna take a sip of this puppy. All right. No sugar? Well, that's good. Just the natural sugar that comes in the mango. That's fine. That's fine. There you go. Mango shake, nachos, salad. Oh, look at the clouds that are building up in out yonder. Hey, Heminger, not sure you caught that on Big Kev, but Don C basically said Ricky is a magic show and magician, and it's all an act. I don't listen to everything Don C says, but a magic show and an act. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he said that Ricky's not like that if you meet him in person. Well, Ricky has two distinct personalities. He's a fucking psychopath on YouTube. He's still a psychopath, but when he doesn't have an audience listening to him, it kind of changes things a little bit. I met him when we weren't on camera. He was a little calmer. I met at Frank here at Bali, drinking a margarita. Salad. That's romaine, baby. That's romaine. That's the kind of lettuce that I eat when I can get it. No, Ricky showed some scenes in Thailand or whatever, but on some beaches. But he doesn't concentrate really on the scenery where he goes. So he's walking down the street or in a bar somewhere. Windy is beautiful. Means I love the wind. Keeps things cool. I'm enjoying. You can see the napkins blowing. Yeah, Ricky goes to some dark bar, walks down the street, and thinks he has a 5-star. Well, I could definitely tell you he's not living at a 5-star apartment. So what does that tell you?
that's for sure. And I know there's a fire. Oh, is the wind, oh, okay. Well, okay, I didn't realize that the wind was affecting it that much. Oh, fuck the Logan. I don't own the island, nor rewatched. They want to start trouble, I'll give them trouble. See? You could have the most expensive meal in an upscale restaurant, but if you're eating alone, that is damaging to the psyche. Ricky personified. Bogan is so scared of being deported, he would never hit you in person. He has seizures. Well, let's do it. Talk to immigration. Oh, believe me, I would. I'm not eating alone. There's a good juicy one here. Well, he's a lonely man, that's why. It's not a sin to be alone. It could be inconvenient, it could be sad, it could be... It's not a sin, there's a lot of lonely people out there. Oh yeah, I have. At some point in Seattle. Sure, life goes on. You gotta eat. So, just because maybe you don't have a girlfriend at the time doesn't mean you don't eat. But, I used to cook at home, mostly. No, you could eat fast food alone. That's no problem. Going out to, say, a fancy restaurant or something. Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, a last look at... one last look at right here. You're living vicariously through Frank, and so is everybody else. We're all living through Frank. Who else do you got, right? I don't know. Do you like that dressing in here? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what kind of croutons they are. They taste kind of weird. Garlic, or I'm not sure what they are. John Doe headed to Van Tine. John Doe? Will I meet John Doe? I thought he was dead or something. The original John Doe. I'm not much into meeting anybody really from YouTube, to be
be honest with you. Oh, you are kidding me. What? What? Are you seeing this, guys? Are you seeing this? You ordered a big ass chicken parmesan? Well, that's tonight's meal. God, you don't think the nachos here and the salad's enough for our stomach? All of a sudden, the big plate comes in with a big ass, what is it, 2 pieces? Or it's just one big thick piece? What does he say? Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? That'd be good for tonight or something. I'm just here eating my nachos. Ah, man. And what is that?
Mashed potato.
Oh, mashed potatoes. Oh, don't put that in front of me. Oh, my God. You know how I am with mashed potatoes, guys?
Yeah.
For the win. That Parmesan looks like a tomahawk steak. Damn. Oh, come on, man. I'm more interested in the mashed potatoes. See, people always know that I like to order. This is a different restaurant, though. It's a whole different scenario. The Parmesan steak is usually, they can make it into 2 pieces, but they're thin. They're not thick like this. They're not thick. Got fooled into fake cheese. Oh, who the hell knows what it's made of? It tastes good, I eat it. Potatoes are good. I don't know if the potatoes are out of the box or if it's real mashed.
Real mash.
You think so, real mashed? It kind of tastes like it is. Damn. Salad, nachos, parmesan, chicken parmesan, mashed potatoes, and vegetables. I might have to do that, Mrs. Heminger. I might have to do that. It's just not right. Cyber libel on their cheese team. And there's Hector. Chicken parm, Little Italy in New York. Nachos Mexican, Caesar salad, invented in Tijuana. What an international meal in Bantayan, no less. Ooh, is that for me? Yummikins. Oh my God. No, I'm not. Oh yeah, Italians love seafood, right? I wasn't, in my family, I wasn't brought up having seafood. They just, other than Gordon's frozen, fish sticks or fillets or something like that. No, other than that, no, we never did. I ate certain types of seafood. Oh, man. So we're going to stuff ourselves, huh? 17 on the panel. 17 watching, anyway. Yummikins. That's a lot of cheese right there, man. Oh, my God. Jesus. Yeah, a little international thing here. We got Medico. Yeah, we got Caesar salad. We got chicken parmesan. People ask me, why do you eat a lot of chicken parmesan? I don't know. There's just a lot of things on the menu that I'm not really big in. We always eat a lot of chicken anyway, so when I was in Italy, I learned that you never ever ask to put cheese in seafood pasta. You'll be laughed at by waiters. To put cheese in seafood pasta. Well, I don't eat seafood pasta, so I really wouldn't know. A little lunch out, a little gift to my viewers out here. Have out lunch with the boys. With the beautiful Pacific actually here. You have the rest of the potatoes if you want. I know you love them. I don't mind sharing a moment or two with my viewers. No problem. If I want to be really private, I wouldn't put a show on while we're eating lunch. Carrot. Too big. You guys want to take one more look before I finish this off? We'll walk on the beach over here. A little treat for my boys. Gonna have a smoke anyway, so hold on a minute, man. Okay. I'll take you to the water's edge. A relaxing minute or something here. Besides watching this munch down our meal. Oh yeah. Isn't that lovely? This is the kind of day that if you're in a mood to take walks for exercise, perfect day because of the sea breeze. Just beautiful, man. Perfect temperature with the sea breeze. I'm telling you. This is the place over here where Barry was at. I bought him pizza and shakes and stuff and a pack of cigarettes, and the motherfucker never at least paid me for the cigarettes at least. Yeah. You know the story on that. As far as how nice that local beach is, you got a lot of them here, man. I'm not living here for no reason at all. I could have chosen. Like, for example, people like to go to Boracay and all that stuff, but truthfully, it's a fucking major tourist trap, more than this will ever be, ever. It's too, I don't know, kitschy, speaking of kitschy. Yeah, not for me. Boracay, screw that. Yeah, I know they got nice beaches there, but just too many people, man. Do you see a shitload over here? It's the weekend, maybe down further, but you know, it's Sunday. I don't see a lot of people here. I don't see a lot of people. Boracay's okay for about 3 nights, huh? Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. I've seen enough people there, and I've seen enough videos about Boracay, and I don't know, it just doesn't interest me. They have nice beach areas, I'm sure, but everybody and their grandmother goes there, and you know, there's just, I don't know. Me, I'm a little different than some people. I like a certain amount of solitude on beaches. I like to appreciate nature and, you know, just what nature offers without a ton of fucking people around, you know. It takes away the experience, really. It really does. It takes away with the awe and beauty of a particular area. That's my opinion about that. Yeah, Boracay maybe one night or something like that. I could take the mountains or I could take the beaches, but I think I would like a little. You can't have boat necessarily. I don't know. You want to live in the mountains? You want to live in close to the coast? You got to make choices. Hey, doggy, doggy. Okay, I got to pay the bill. Let me see. Are you boxed up the rest?
Yeah.
How much?
1,000.
Dapat I have this.
1,000? 5?
I received 1,500.
I don't know. What was that? 1,400? 1,500?
1,300.
1,300. That meal was 1,300. Not too bad. You been at that place before? Here or Boracay? You've been here. You're referring to my short beach walk here.
Amihan.
Amihan. The name of the restaurant is Amihan. It's like a Japanese name.
Yeah.
Amihan. Can't say it's run by Japanese, but the waitress didn't want to give me change. Not sure it's the same restaurant. I don't know. We always leave a tip, so, you know. Thank you. And of course, we always leave a tip. Yeah. Nah, leave her a 50 spot anyway. She collects all the coins. I know somebody who would never leave a tip at all. I think it was a different, balcony. Is there any other part of balcony that's on that beach in Bentine? Yeah, there's places with balconies, yeah. Okay, we're gonna head our way. Huh? Oh, you gotta wait for the box, yeah. We boxed up the, boxed up the rest of the chicken parmesan, waiting for that. I wasn't really big on this salad. Oh, what is that? Oh, yeah, let me... Mango and a cherry. It's all mine. Let me see. Nice combo. A mango and a cherry, man. Have John Doe vet the cheese. All right, well, this was an unexpected live broadcast today. I just thought I'd kind of bring you guys to something other than behind a camera in the living room or something. We do get out. I mean, we actually do get out. We do get out. There's a port over there. That's where the port is. And they're working on that. Oh yeah, they're building it up. They're going to have a boardwalk over there, basically. Oh, there's plenty of beaches here. This goes all the way down. Then there's a sandbar down that way. Go around the corner and go down. Yeah. All right, I think I'm going to bring to a conclusion here. I want to thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much. This is called Amihan Beach Cabanas, and they have these really nice little cabanas you could rent. And their food is pretty good. I wasn't really big on the salad, really. I don't know if it was the dressing or it was the croutons or something, but otherwise it's okay. They make good burgers here. They have steak. They have seafood. But we're out of here. Oh, what's up? Got everything bagged up here. It's a wonderful day to be with you. Popeye is seething with jealousy. I've been to beaches in Florida. I didn't really like it, unless it was like a kind of a hidden cove or something like that is nice. And I was near alligators once, I didn't even know. Right in the water there. I went to visit this gal who lived in Key Biscayne, Florida. Okay, we're out of here, man. So, you got everything? Okay, so we'll make sure.
Thank you.
All right, salamat. So we're gonna. That's a nice place. See the cabanas they have here before I go. They got these really nice, very tropical little bungalows here, cabanas. See this thing? Sand out in front, very tropical feel. Nice. They got a little deck to sit on, and it's very nice. Very good tropical feel. Can't argue that. Okay. Thank you. All right. You'll know this place for this little piece of artwork here. Kind of looks like somebody. Cali beaches suck too. Well, I will tell you something. Over in, I've never been there, but I know about it. Costa Rica, place like that. The beach is like fucking toxic. Terrible, man. There's going to be a shower at some time. Yeah, we're going to keep walking. But okay, we're going to get off here. I just thought I'd bring you into our little lunch today. Since I had some data left, we'll have to replace it anyway. I figured use it up. Yes, we do get out of the house. And if you had to ask me what's a favorite restaurant out here, I don't really have any favorite restaurants. I mean, I don't know. I mean, most of the food is pretty much the same, I have to be honest with you. You know, I mean, if you're into seafood, I mean, this is the place to come. There's absolutely no question about that at all. This is the place to come. Nice looking Chevy. Look at the color. Look at that metallic color. Jeez, look at that. Do you see that, guys? I've never seen such a red metallic color like that on an SUV. I haven't seen that. Gee, look like almost like a candy-coated apple or something. Okay, there should be a lot of places. H&R Music Bar and Restaurant. They got live band here on weekends. They got happy hours 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. There's so many places there. Pasta, pasta, and pizza. Well, I already know I wouldn't go there. We get our pizza from Cocoa Bar, really, because that's the only edible pizza really in town. It's not that bad. But, you know, we spice it up, but, you know, we put a little bit more cheese on it, or add some garlic, or put some olive oil on it. That's what we do. What's the name of that area? Well, I'm in Santa Fe, and this is MJ Square. We have a lot of little restaurants and stuff here. In fact, I need a haircut, but he's no longer here. I'd have to go to Van Tyen to get a haircut. My hair is looking like shit. Or I go here sometimes to the Tiki Bar. See the big shark there, you know. Go ahead.
Because you don't look your camera.
I'm looking. Oh no, we're good.
Look your camera, so not in my head.
You want the camera in your head, okay. Okay, got Twisted. We've got lattes and different drinks. Ice cream, whatever. Hey Mojo is a place up here. It's a restaurant. Nice breeze up there. What are you pointing at, dear?
I said, look to your camera in your phone.
No, I'm looking at the street so I don't trip.
You know why?
Look at the camera in the phone, but I want to see where I'm going a little more clearly than looking into my camera screen. Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? 360 Pharmacy. That don't have much in there, really. We go where we got. If we want a real pharmacy, we go Mercury up in Bentayne. I wound up staying on later, didn't I? Because I was going to sign off. It started off really hot today, so some clouds kind of moved in as helping filter some of that sun. So it turned out okay. Cocoa Bar is the other place we go to frequently. It's where we get pizza from, actually, right here. Trade secrets, folks, trade secrets. We got the market back there that has fish and produce. Not the best produce in the world, I will tell you that. Not always the freshest, but you get what you can get. That's kind of the way of thinking you gotta have here. But they have other little stores here too with lots of produce and stuff, and other goods. This is a pretty good sized place inside, actually. And they do have chicken and some other meats and vegetables, produce, a few foods, canned food, all this from all the way down here. You'll get your rice, some frozen stuff, butter, milk, meats. There's a machine, PNB. There's a machine. And we're gonna get a ride back home here. Hi guys, so thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. I was glad to take you along. Time to get back home. Police outpost. Uh-oh, police, I better watch it. Barry's saying, hope a policeman comes out and arrests your fucking ass. Not gonna happen. Jehoshaphat, not gonna happen. Backing up, backing up, backing up. Okay. Do we need anything? I don't know. Nothing in the pharmacy. I have to clean out the filters on the air conditioner today. Oh, FDIY, okay. Always wind up in here for some reason. God, I've had to listen to that jingle that they play all the time. I hate to be the security guard or the workers here. I guess you're gonna still be with me for a little bit here. Here we go. Oh, nice air conditioning here. Oi, 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 oi. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right, what do we actually need here? We need something here. It's a beautiful day to be with you. She likes to come here. There's always odds and ends that we need. And some things that we don't need. Oh, nice and cool. The clincher was when he said he was working to create an AI company in Thailand. If he was rich, he would have retired years ago. You must be talking about Don C or something. You never know the real situation in back of these people. They could talk a good talk. Now, I know Big E has some money because Big E does travel a lot. He does travel a lot. Big E has some money. Don C, I don't know. I don't think he's broke. Not at all. But I think Big E has more money than Don C. Me, I'm just a poor boy. Getting on in life here, that's all. That's all. I'm just a poor boy. I'm just a poor boy. Nobody loves me. Gotta move, gotta move. What can I say, man? Somebody loves me. It's better than nothing, huh? I know all you guys just love me to death. We got music now, and that's not good. I don't even know what I'm looking at. She's in here to get something, and I'm just following her. And I'm just looking around. I don't know. Using company money. Well, it's his business, whatever he wants to do. I discarded him out of my life completely. He's definitely somebody you can't trust that was going behind my back. Oh, you better believe he was. I really didn't give a shit who he donated money to. That was his business, but Big Kevin, that was a real joke situation. It really was. That guy, You know, he wasn't sending no goddamn money to his kids. Didn't even make an effort to visit his own kids. But instead, oh, I'm going to Asia. He's still afraid to come into Philippines. Probably because he has not paid off. And I believe some of these people had given him money to take care of that situation, but he never did. He never did. He just bought a bunch of toys and said, oh, somebody gave me this, somebody gave me that. Bullshit. Bullshit. Heminger, did Nika even scam Big E? Yeah, she kind of did too. Yeah, she did. She did. We both kind of got scammed by her, actually. I don't care if she's in a wheelchair or not. She knows how to manipulate people if she really has to. Yeah. But there's probably not going to be any more communication with me and her anyway. I'll leave her alone anyway. Her mom just died and she's going through a lot of fucking hell with her health situation. You got to respect that. No matter what I think of her. I don't hate her, nothing like that, but she pulled some crap on me and she was willing to go along with Don C or other people. You know, she got manipulated by them monetarily to try to do something against me, and I didn't appreciate that, and I pretty much straight talked her and told her how I felt about that. Yeah. You gotta be sometimes upfront and direct with people and say, this is it, you know. You pull that kind of shit on me, you'll be on my shit list forever. And I know somebody that's on my shit list that happens to be a female right now. DIY, big and small, melody. Yeah, I'm dancing. DIY. Where am I? Didn't find the register. DIY. Imagine if you worked here. They played it every 3 minutes. DIY. Man, I'm young. Oh God, I'd go crazy. I'd go to bed at night with the DIY song in my head. I mean, I do got a song in my heart, but not DIY. You told Popeye he's on a 50,000 pension. I don't know what he makes. I don't think he's got a lot of money. Buy a car, Breeders. Driving your 1-year-old around on a moped is kind of ghetto. That's a good one. Best and brightest. Don looks a lot older for his actual age. I've always said that, didn't I? Nika must be contacting a lot of people. I just, by coincidence, she scammed Big E too. Seems coincidental. Okay, guys, I really gotta go. I'm gonna save the battery too. I don't know where she is. Probably waiting for me. Oh, there you are. So what did you buy?
I just take 3.
Oh, the dog gravy stuff,
Yeah,
huh?
they got there.
Well, we could have went to Van Tyen for that.
Yeah, so that's why I just.
That's just gonna have to do, that's all. That's just gonna have to do. We usually top off our dog's dog food with our gravy stuff. I know. Don't even say anything. We definitely spoil them a lot, but I don't mind spoiling the dogs at all. They deserve it. People treat dogs like shit all the time, like Chet, you know. They want to throw hot water on them and throw rocks, and we know somebody that likes to do that, don't we? Don't we, Barry? Okay, what else? Okay, guys. So much I could do on here right now. Yeah, so she purposely didn't remarry so she could keep his pension. So I don't know, maybe. His wife divorced him years ago. Popeye claimed she died. No, she didn't die. He found a good man. She got a good business going now. Mobility scooter test pilot. He was a low-ranking enlisted, but he's mentioned his wife got half his pension. I hope she did. I hope she did. Take care, folks. Thank you for joining me.
Welcome to the Matt Wilkie podcast.
I just want to talk about Jay Stillman's experience relating to opening a pizza restaurant with a other expat. The reason being is the problems he's had aren't very unique. There's been some sort of issue that's involved Jay being accused of robbing his own store for the money is owned by his former business partner, Wendell. But I will say, though, if you haven't got everything on paper, you've got problems. If you've got a third party that actually owns the business, which is normally a Filipino in the Philippines due to the way the systems are set up for operating a business, you're going to...
Well, welcome me back, if you don't mind. Kids are doing filming here today for a project for school. Didn't have to run to the house. They did. Speaking of children, something that I see a lot of expats don't want to talk about, maybe for good reason. Do you have any other children in the country that you came from? Because maybe you were a little bit careless. And maybe the woman didn't want to tell you that she was pregnant. It's all kinds of stories like that. Sometimes I wonder, I don't know, they got that Ancestry.com thing or DNA. I don't know how that works. You got to give a sample of your DNA. Something like that. I don't know. And somebody who's curious if they have any fathers or anything might register with DNA.com or whatever the agency is. But, you know, sometimes you get curious. It's not like I've only been with a couple of women in my life, and that's far from the truth. And I wasn't really one that always used, you know, what we call protection. Kind of wonder if anybody wonders or cares if they have any children out there, especially the expats that come to this country, especially. How many kids are running around? You know, my daddy's name is John, my daddy's name is Jeffrey or something, but they don't know much about their daddy at all. All they know is I have a daddy, and they think that someday, and I thought about this a long time ago when there was actually a documentary on YouTube, and it was about Angeles City, and basically there was a lot of women that were prostitutes that got pregnant from these foreigners, and as such, they had babies, and, you know, foreigner took off, and maybe he was never in touch with the woman again. Maybe the woman had some information on him. Maybe he found out that she had a kid, and he definitely didn't want to, you know, want the involvement. And this happens all the time. So many kids out there, Amerasians, you know, that have fathers that they will never see in their life. There's this one guy's show, I forgot the name of it, but this is what this guy, him and his wife, does. And they help people I'll find a link sometime. Maybe I'll put it on the description later on. But they help bring people together, which is cool. And they found cousins, sisters, half brothers, mothers, fathers, whatever. And they united people. That's a good show. Not the shit that goes on here, you know. That's a worthwhile show, bringing people together. People sometimes don't feel really complete when they don't have any family history and they were adopted out, perhaps, and they were not of any given knowledge of who one of their parents are, or maybe either one of their parents. They were left with very little information. That's very difficult. So I guess one way of doing that is through this DNA testing and stuff. Now, that would only mean, I would guess, of course, that other siblings or family members or something would have to register something, their DNA. So if a family member decides to try to find their family ancestry, they can go and do this kind of stuff. But there's some guys that just, they just don't want the responsibility. They don't want to know. Because they were just out there having a good time, getting their rocks off, and they didn't give a shit whether the woman got pregnant or not. They didn't use any protection, and it's a responsibility of both parties. I have to be fair about this, the woman and the man. It's a responsibility for both of them. But that happens more so out here with the big influx of foreigners coming out here for carnal pleasure. There are so many, it's countless, I guess. So many kids that are fatherless here in the Philippines. That's pretty sad, actually. And I like watching these stories, the good heartfelt stories, and it's really nice to see when there's one gal, Filipino gal, couldn't find anybody in family. She didn't know who her mother or father was, but they managed. So she got to finally meet her father, who I think was living, of course, Dumaguete. Of course, in Dumaguete. That's where all the foreigners gather. It's like a watering hole for foreigners, Dumaguete. Wouldn't you know? Yeah, likely. So that was a good reunite story, but there was many, and occasionally I listen to the show, but sometimes it goes into several parts, which I don't usually catch up with, but they gain your attention, and you want to see the reunion, and it's always heartwarming to see something like that, to reunite with family members that maybe you never knew you had. You might have some siblings you never knew about. Maybe the parents died, but you were able to find your siblings, which would make a child feel complete. And even an adult, it's not like just a children thing, even adult Filipinos. And when they finally know that they're not really alone, that there is a family member that does exist out there, whether they're still in the Philippines or they moved to the States or wherever it might be. So I think that's kind of shows are worthwhile watching. I don't mind watching that kind of stuff, but it makes you think that, and it made me actually think too, because, footloose and fancy free, that was me back in, Seattle mostly, really. And I've had my share of relationships and one-nighters, and like a lot of guys may have had that were single or divorced. And, sometimes the women don't want to tell you. They don't want somebody to have to be responsible for the kid. They think they're asking too much, or I would definitely take responsibility. I'm not like that, And sometimes maybe that woman don't want anything to do with you, perhaps, and doesn't want you to be father of her child. There's just so many reasons why some parents don't know they have children, and men, and some children don't know they have a daddy out there, and they have to call him Papa. And it's heartwarming when I hear this girl calling him Papa. She's got a Papa now. And like I said, it's heartwarming, and I like to see these kind of reunions. That's the kind of worthwhile stuff I like to watch. Something I could learn from, relate to, or something that's thought provoking. And that's the kind of stuff I like to watch. I don't know. Maybe you have a child in the Philippines somewhere. If you've been coming here every year and screwing around, did you ever get curious and look up old girlfriends and say, hey, you know, what's up? I don't know what to tell you. I'm more curious on in America, of course. I wasn't, going nelly yelly, whatever you want to call it, in the Philippines with a bunch of women and stuff. I really wasn't going crazy with that. In America, that was a different story, but I would say so more in America, of course. I don't know. For all I know, I may have a child out there. For all I know, I may have a couple of children. I'm at the age I'm on now. I'm at now. God, I don't know how many years I got left in my life, and I'd be curious to know. And who knows? I don't know how you do that thing with ancestry, the DNA testing, and all that. But that would be rather interesting to do if that's something I ever really got around to. But I guess it doesn't work, obviously, unless someone else is actually put in, want to know who their father was, and I don't know, sent a sample of their DNA somewhere. Never had to do that. I'm not sure if I ever will do that, but it's just a thought in my head. It's nice to know before you leave this earth if you have more than one child. I have one child, and, it would be interesting, even for my child, to know if she has a sister or a brother or something like that, which is quite possible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I kind of got around a bit with the ladies, I must say that. And unfortunately, I was irresponsible, and I really did not use protection most of the time, which I advise people to do, as uncomfortable as it might be, or get her to use a pill or something. It is a responsibility basically on both parties. Let's just face it, both parties. So do I have children out there, perhaps in Washington State or something? I'm doubting it, really. But you just never know. And don't you ever just get, just a little bit curious about things like that? I do. I get a little curious, but all this time that's gone by, where you could have been in that child's life, a child that you never thought you had, it's kind of sad, but it's better to meet a child than not to wait till you die. And so maybe it's something you guys should think about. If you're a busy little beaver when you come to Asia and you got around quite a bit, does it arouse your curiosity? Or you just don't want to know? Or is it both? Yeah. George Pearl, what? Foundation? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, I'm glad you had a ribeye. Good for you, Mr. Ben. I'm just having lentils with meatballs tonight. Yeah. It's actually a combination of lentils and split pea and some leftover meatballs I had. And well, I still have the chicken left from earlier. George Pearl something Buck Foundation. And what is that? I have no idea. But it's just something I thought I'd mention on here because there's a lot of children looking for their daddies out there, especially here in the Philippines. Now, during the Vietnam War, that was an incredible situation because, let's face it, the servicemen were having a little fun out there. And there were so many Amerasian kids born in Vietnam and surrounding areas. And whether any of them ever met their true father, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's some stories where that has happened, but that's why there was so many Amerasians in the world, actually, that are scattered around, probably never knowing who their father really was or is. Pearl S. Buck Foundation, and that's some kind of an ancestry thing or something. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I don't know. How about Ancestry.com or something? Well, I'm just saying that you just never know. You might be surprised. But I just truly think it's sad that, these guys coming around trying to put a notch on their belt and they don't give a shit. And I can name some people on here, definitely a list of at least 4 or 5 that spread their seed and have no responsibility at all. And one of them is Brevis. I'll just call him out and tell you that. He had a girlfriend besides the one he has now. He has a child with her. But he also got another girl pregnant, and unfortunately, she, I don't know, had a miscarriage or something. And it makes me wonder whether or not he comforted that woman or helped her out with any medical bills or anything. Probably not. But there's a lot of people like Brevis out there, and unfortunately, too many that don't take responsibility. I don't know how many kids he has here. I just know that the girl he's been with the whole time, he has one, and there was another girl he got pregnant, and I don't know how many others. This is what I mean with a low class piece of shit he is. He's a man that doesn't want to take on all his responsibilities. You know, he's probably staying with this one because, well, he doesn't want to be alone. And maybe he has half a heart and recognizes his child as being his child, and hopefully he's loving that child. I'm hoping he does, no matter what a screw up he is. Just hoping that, he makes that child his life and tries to straighten out his life again and stop hanging around in seedy bars and fucking other women outside of the relationship. Frisbee, the hobgoblin, waffle flipper, hunchback. Oh, God. Needs a waffle iron to flip waffles. I guess you like him, don't you? Yeah. It's just sad. I don't know how you guys feel about this. I have a heart. Some people don't. It's not right for a kid to grow up and not know their parents. It really isn't right. Because they never feel complete the rest of their life. And perhaps any one of you people out there could have been an orphan or something and would love to know who the hell your parents are, what they looked like, even if they're deceased or not alive, to know something about your parents or one of your parents that was never in your life, that left or died or whatever it might be. Yeah. I heard there is a gang banger from LA living on Cebu and looking for Drew. Oh, the big brrr, the big brrr. Is a big brrr looking for Drew? Or is this somebody from California that he fucked over? Oh, was he made aware of Drew? You're just pulling my leg. The big brrr, yeah. He's a gangbanger, sure sounds like. Barry's trying to get close to him because he wants to get him to go after me or something. Barry relates to those kind of people, street type people. He loves that shit. He lives for it. That's his style. I mean, that's who he is. I mean, he relates with that kind of stuff, the tattoos, the lifestyle, getting in trouble, doing this, doing that he shouldn't be doing. Maybe something to do with the court case back in California. Well, something big went down in California. I will tell you that. Because I remember his words to me that it saved his life moving to the Philippines. He didn't want to elaborate why. I will tell you the honest truth. Before he left, I seen Brevis, our last words at the gate before he was leaving to get on his motor scooter, his little scooter. He did say that to me, that moving to the Philippines literally saved his life. So something went down in America, in California, with all these court here, TROs, that he put against these people protecting him and his family. He did something wrong. I don't know if it has to do with the dispensary he worked in. It just happened during the COVID. There was rumors that he had took the dispensary's money and ran away with it. I can't validate that. I cannot validate that, but something is tying in here. Eventually, maybe it will come out. It may have to do with the dispensary he worked in. So that's all speculation, really. But I would not be surprised that that's what this was all about. Something to do with the court case back. Yeah, yeah. And he had to get a protection order for him and his family because he did something. When you do that, you really, and in your family, when it has to be of criminal nature, and this, I guess, was criminal nature, not civil, something went down really bad to flee the United States to come here to the Philippines. Something went down. I'll guarantee you something went down pretty bad. Everybody's got some kind of skeletons in their closets, and they're not going to tell you directly. You have to do the research yourself and find out. But a lot of people here who like to point fingers at other people, they're the ones that have this checkered past. They have a dark background. And they're afraid for people to find out. Well, of course, we found out what Brevis's name is. And, of course, we have found paperwork on him, knowing of these court papers and so forth. And something definitely went down. So there's probably a whole lot more to that story. The Burr guy says he is in the Blood Street Gang. Ah, I don't know why people even form in gangs anyway. These are a bunch of fucking losers that do that kind of shit. But I don't know, man. It's just not me, of course. But I've seen gangs, believe me, I have. I've seen gangs eyeing me out when I used to go to Coney Island, photograph the Coney Island Polar Bear Club, when I used to go to Brooklyn in the wintertime on the weekends. It wasn't the guys I was scared of, it was the women. They had women in gangs there that would tear up ass on some male gangs. I mean, I'm telling you, I've been on subways in the wee hours of the morning in mid-New York City, one of the boroughs. Scary shit. Of course, I've seen gangs, you know. No matter, I lived, there's always gangs. Not like in my town, it was more like drug addicts where I grew up. And I wouldn't say there were gangs in there, but when you went into the Bronx and you went into Brooklyn, you went into the New York City area, oh, absolutely. Absolutely, man. Can't be a blood. He's white. Ah, master of puppets. Yeah, well, people like to relate to this shit. Look at Ren Zero, Sentai 7. He wanted to have that gangbanger look, you know. Look at MJ. MJ is like a wannabe gangbanger type person. MJ to Flipper. He's definitely tries to act like a gangbanger. I don't know why you would relate yourself to that and expect people to respect you or think you're a decent person. How you come off on people, you know. Be yourself. Try stop being somebody else. Like all these Filipinos that are wanting to lighten their skin. Oh, geez, give it a break. Be happy with your skin color. I like the skin color, you know. They want to be white. But look at the Koreans, though, how white-skinned they are. Holy shit. Well, they don't get a whole lot of sun there. I don't know. Korea is like, man, they look like they got white makeup on. That's how white they are, Koreans. Mexican mafia family. Yeah. I've seen a couple of the Mr. Brr, the big Brr. I can't believe I'm even doing that. Yeah, I've seen a few of his videos. Very rude from when he got on the airplane. He's like a Johnny Somali. He's kind of a Johnny Somali type of guy. And they allow these people into the country. Like Barry with his background and all these other people, they allow him to come in this country. Philippine Antics woman, Heidi, who goes in pharmacies with a makeshift bomb and goes to prison. And how the hell did she get in the country? I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Child support records, where were they? When Barry moved into this country, where were they?
Where was his 6-month imprisonment for assaulting his wife? Where was this? I mean, I don't understand it. And they want to go after the lightweights out here. But we got some heavyweight people out here that should be fucking deported, that should be, you know, paying back the system, and that should be dealt with. But they're letting all this crap in the country. Then people go after you because you know, you hurt their feelings, as someone likes to say all the time. I hurt somebody's girlfriend's feelings. I did no such thing. So they want to try to get me deported. Go after the people that need to be fucking deported. Go after these real cases that have done damage, that have felonies, bench warrants, records. Don't go after the lightweights. That's preposterous. There are people in this country that shouldn't be in this country. And I can name names, but I think you know exactly the people I'm talking about. No, he ain't black. He don't look black. Maybe a little bit of Hispanic in there or something like that. Might have a mixture. Could you be loved? Could you be loved? Oh, God. Every time I hear that song, it reminds you of Hawaii. You know, I'm not a Rastafarian. I'm not, you know, I don't listen to that Jamaican Rastafarian music. When I was in Hawaii, they played it all the time. All we had there was a bunch of stoners, like, you know, Brevis. They were all fucking stoners, man. And everybody wanted to be like a Rastafarian. They'd all listen to Bob Marley, of course. He'd playing it everywhere. You know, I used to go to Kahana Beach where the smell of weed was in the air all the time. A secluded beach where I used to be. And all the Rastafarians would come there and they'd get on the drums and that, you know. If you saw my documentary thing I did on Hawaii, you'd see a scene in there on Kahana Beach. And they had the drummers there and all that. And I don't know, man. I just didn't relate to that crowd. I just didn't. And most of these people who were stoners, they never fucking worked at all. Just sit home and get high and drink and fuck and get on welfare, have more babies. And then the Rastafarian wannabe chicks would come into Hawaii. You know what they did? Doesn't take much of a guesswork. They'd get together with another foreigner. Well, not a foreigner. It wasn't foreigners on the island. We're talking about Hawaii, but they looked at us like we were foreigners. They'd get together with another guy so they'd have a place to stay, and they'd purposely get pregnant. And what they do is they'd get on welfare and they get food stamps and all that stuff. Then they get pregnant from yet another guy. There's one woman that had 7 kids from different fathers, and she was collecting oodles of food stamps per month. She would sell her food stamps, or basically the new modern method is food stamps are now on a, you know, like a credit card, debit card style, digital. And they, you know, for money, they say, hey, I'll sell you $100 worth of food stamps for $50 in cash. And a lot of people would go for that. It's like getting free $50 worth of food. And that was a common practice. So these chicks, and, you know, we knew some out there, and she'd be selling, one gal would be selling stuff on the side of the road. I forgot how many kids, all different fathers, man, all different fathers. And that's how these women would survive. See, a lot of people, the stoners and shit, and the new age hippies, which are totally different than real hippies, call them new age hippies, and they would come to Hawaii and they figured they're going to live off the fruit of the land. But what they found out, it wasn't that easy, and that everything was expensive in Hawaii. So they'd have to hook up with another dude, and this way he would house her, get the fucker, blah blah blah. They didn't use protection, she'd have a baby. And he said, cool, go to the welfare office, let's register. He didn't mind.
because it was going to bring food in, because he didn't have much money himself, because all maybe he was doing is selling weed and other drugs. So henceforth, it was a good thing to have a woman that got pregnant, because she might be able to bring in some money. She might be able to bring in quite a bit of food stamps, and quoting how many children she has. I've seen this. I lived in Hawaii a whole bunch of years, so I've witnessed this. I've seen this. All wannabe Rastafarians. I couldn't stand. Nothing against Bob Marley at all. He has his own talent, but I just got tired of hearing Bob Marley. Could you be loved? That's one of the things that's always being played. And there's a young guy that's coming to the Philippines and Thailand. And he's like, braided hair a bit. He's like a rich white kid, must have a rich daddy. And now he's got a girlfriend from the Philippines. And I don't know how he affords it here, but he talks like he's like a 13-year-old. He's looked like he's in his 20s. How he gets the money to live here, I don't know. He has maybe, how many thousand viewers. I forgot how many, but maybe he makes a couple of bucks on YouTube, but not enough to sustain him. I forgot the name of his channel, but he's a long-haired young white dude. Of course, he's a California stoner, and of course, they all California, and somebody will come from a year in Thailand and back and forth to the Philippines, and he's enjoying himself and loving it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, I don't know. This whole thing, I just cannot relate to at all with him. There's nothing wrong with him, having a good time. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But he kind of comes off as being, cocky. That's one word to describe it. And obviously he's being financed from something. Okay, because where the hell is he getting his money from? That's what I'd like to know. I have no clue. But now I think he found a Filipino girlfriend. I believe so. And, living it up. Cool. You can live it up. He's young. I mean, why not? You got one fucking life. But he kind of comes off as being rather extremely immature. And he'll use the Bob Marley Could I Be Love song in his intro a lot. And I can't remember his channel, but I come across it when I don't really want to, really. So many fucking stoners out there, man. But I don't think it makes it fun anymore when they allow, I guess to a lot of stoners, chronic, it was probably more fun when they didn't allow it in that state or country. It was just the challenge of smoking weed and knowing that was against the law or growing it or whatever. I don't know. But now that a lot of places have legalized it, well, it took a lot of business away from the local growers. We know plenty that were making money out there in its top times. But there was just a special group of people in Hawaii, especially the Big Island where I lived. And I mean, if you weren't a stoner or something, you were like, you weren't really accepted into a crowd. But then I didn't like to hang around that crowd anyway. The man just is probably eating Oreos and drinking Coca-Cola. I think he changed to Sprite. And it's the best and the brightest. Legalization ruined it for the small residential growers. Mom and pop types just making ends meet. Let me tell you something about Hawaii. It was ruled by marijuana. A lot of the major businesses, their customers had money because of their marijuana growing. So a lot of the businesses in Hawaii benefited from the marijuana growers. And they benefit from people being on food stamps. And I don't know, I had a figure once of 48% of the population in Hawaii was receiving
food stamps. 48%, if that's a correct figure. Wow. Yeah, it kind of messed people up quite a bit. My brother was a definite stoner. He loved his weed. He loved. Me? Well, I've smoked weed. I didn't like it. It was too strong anyway, because the strains that were growing, and my brother used to occasionally, his friend, did grow a few plants and stuff, not on my property, but I totally told him that ain't gonna happen. It was some strong shit. You take a hit of that shit, and you're fucking wasted. I mean, it's not like it used to be. Now they got it down to a science. I didn't know cannabis was. Last I checked when I was there, they allowed licenses to dispensaries. There wasn't many. And, they did good business. I don't think it's legal there yet, only through medical marijuana usage and only to be bought through the dispensaries that were approved by the state. Let me tell you, a typical smell, not just marijuana, on the big island of Hawaii, was the scent called patchouli. And a lot of the new age hippie chicks and guys would wear that patchouli. And you know what it was, because it's a very distinct smell. They'd reek of it, because they wanted to cover their body odor. A lot of them didn't bathe very much. They were living in makeshift places on a piece of land or something, and the only access to shower was a friend's place or go to a beach that offered a shower. Yeah, I understand that is in Thailand. Don't you think that takes the fun out of it? I don't know. Well, if you want to get they say this for other drugs too. Why not legalize all kinds of drugs, street drugs, and then, they'd have to go to a dispensary to get it, and it'd put all the drug dealers out of business. And does that make sense to you? I mean, they're gonna use drugs anyway, right? Why not just make it all legal? Let them do what they want. It's their body, and let them do what they want. I think you should be able to do with your body what the hell you want. They should make it illegal to want to kill you. Sophie, it's your own body too. God, I haven't been drinking enough water today. Pardon me. I mean, it's your body. Do what you want with it. You want to sell your body? Do you want to smoke, drink, take street drugs? That should be your choice. It's just that a big pharma doesn't have his hand in it, or Uncle Sam doesn't have his hand in it, like with taxes, then that's why they make it illegal. I mean, look at cigarettes and alcohol. They're not good for you, right? Right? They harm your body. But the government makes so much taxes on cigarettes and booze that you think they're going, they try to do the right thing on a cigarette pack, smoking can kill you and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. They don't care whether it kills you. You just buy the cigarettes and the government makes a lot of money. I don't know what the hell brand name cigarettes are going for in Hawaii, but holy shit, when I left, that's why I used to buy my own
bag of pipe tobacco, but it was really cigarette tobacco. He couldn't sell it under the name of cigarette tobacco, but the stores would have been taxed to death. And I had my really good rolling machine, made of steel, big thing. I'd buy the tubes with the filter on them and all that, and I'd roll my own. Cigarettes are going anywhere at $10 plus and maybe a lot more for top brands like Winston, Marlboro, and stuff like that. Fuck. Imagine if you had a 3-pack a day habit on that. How would you afford it? Everything is legal in Portugal, really. Well, the hardest, really thing I take is tobacco right now, but I cut down a bit on it. Small leap in the right direction, but, I don't know. But I don't do street drugs, Never really did. I've tried a couple of things in my life, in my younger years. Tried, that means once, or something like that. Well, pot more than once. There were numerous times I've actually smoked pot, but not very many. Experimented in high school once. We used to hide it in the cigarettes. I'd go outside somewhere and someone gave me some weed or something. All it really was fucking leaves, Take out the tobacco. I didn't even have the damn filter on it. They wouldn't know if I was smoking a cigarette or smoking weed. But I never really got into that shit. And so my brother became a drug addict, so that kind of taught me a lesson where I was not going to go in his direction. There was no way in the world. And boy, he experimented with almost every drug there was out there at the time that was popular. I don't know how he made it to 72, to be honest with you. That was a miracle, if there's such thing. That was a miracle in itself, actually. He did it, though. He did it. I don't know how. He was glued together, really. God, March 8th just passing. 1 year anniversary of his death. I cannot believe it's been a whole fucking year. Along with him, my dog, it was his dog, but it was like mine. Rowdy died. Well, I know they put him in a shelter, probably put him to sleep. Of course, if I was around there, I'd take the dog, but, I'm not living there. I would not think twice about taking Rowdy in. Not at all. But he's getting pretty old. Had a lot of skin disease and stuff. I don't know. Couldn't transport it to the Philippines, and the hot weather out here, he probably couldn't deal with, He'd never leave the house. He'd stay under the air conditioner. I wouldn't blame him. It would have been too much to try to get him over here. So, and I really don't know what happened, but I do understand what happened with him. But I don't want to even go into that. But I really started off with the topic matter of, do you have any children out there you don't know about? And if you knew you had a child, would you take on the responsibility of that child? I know, play. You're going to have to pay, and that's the truth. And it's not just a slick Ricky statement. If you want to play, you're going to have to pay. You pay, you pay. And there is truth to that. Or you should pay if you haven't. Some people are just so terribly irresponsible. If I knew I had another child out there, if I knew, I would want to get to know this child, despite the one I have, that she's kind of in her own bizarro world. I did my job, I raised her, all that shit, but I do. We don't talk, that's for sure, but one day she'll realize that she never gave me the opportunity to get to really, really know years my grandchildren. That's pretty sad. To know that I got 4 grandchildren out there, actually 5 now. One would be kind of a step grandchild. I don't know, because she's with another guy now. Yet another guy. So, my God. Now she has 5 children, and, oh well, what can I say? Can't force people to do something they don't want to do. That's just life. You got to get used to it. You know, when you got challenges in life, man, one thing I can tell you is face your challenges. Do what you feel that you need to do. Follow your heart. Follow your conscience. If it's worth doing it, do it. Because you have something that's not resolved in your life, try to make the effort to resolve it. And I'll tell you what, I was the kind of guy that when I was in relationships that were seemingly worthwhile, there's a few times that I, would offer to, let's go to counseling and let's see, third party's opinion, things that we disagree with each other, whatever. Oh, God. You know what I did one time? I told you, what happened with me. I went to, it was through Catholic Charities or something, I don't know, Catholic Community Services, actually. And I went to see this counselor. She's basically a degreed social counselor or whatever. And I was dating the doctor's daughter at the time. And, she's listening to me and all kinds of stuff. And I'm not kidding on this one. She was attractive. She had like a, I don't know, she was kind of a quasi, maybe used to be an older hippie type, but modernized, more new age. She had like a kind of a peasant dress on, very attractive brunette. And then I find out that she was attracted to me and that, we couldn't be in a client and professional, relationship. I said, well, fuck, man, I'll just quit being your patient. I see your client, And we were just about to get together for a drink or something or whatever, and she had broken up apparently with some guy. But timing and everything with me, I always talk about my timing is always off, right? It always is. She wound up getting back together with him or something. But there's well, it's not really an oath that you take, but you can't usually date your clients if you're like a counselor or something, I don't know who wrote the rules on that shit, but yeah, she was top of the picking. She wasn't lower hanging fruit, She had a brain in her head, and a very intelligent woman who understood human nature, and that's the kind of chick at the time I would have really liked. I told you, my timing has always been off, man. Always been off. It's almost like a situation comedy on TV, really. Oh, well, that's the way things go sometimes. Plus, if you have an opportunity for something, go for it. Because many times I was in, like a supermarket, for example, is a great example. Man, I would see a woman in line that was, what I say, drop dead gorgeous. Cat eyes, a figure that you couldn't get your eyes off. I mean, when a woman was so attracted by anybody's standards, you'd think she was a model or something. Maybe she was. I don't know. She might have been half Hawaiian and mixed something else. I'm talking about beautiful. Just drop dead gorgeous. Drop dead gorgeous. And you get shy and, you try to think of a line or something, and that's what gets guys in trouble. They're trying to come up with a one-liner or something. And I don't know. I guess the thing I'm trying to say is to take a chance. And the worst you could say is no, get the fuck away from me or something like that. But if you don't try, whether you're at a club listening to music, somewhere, or whether you're in a supermarket, do you understand how many women like that I have come across, but I was too shy to approach, being like a lot of guys get afraid of being rejected? Well, you really shouldn't, because you see, if you don't try, then you're really never going to know, are you? So if you come across an opportunity like that, hey man, don't do what I did on a lot of occasions. Go for it, man. Don't be afraid of embarrassing yourself, because if you don't try, you'll never know. She might just decide to like you or get into a good conversation with you, to get to know her, give you a phone number, get together. But if you don't try, it ain't going to happen. And I could honestly tell you, I've had many of these situations where I just kicked myself in the ass afterwards, going back, driving back home and saying, fuck, man, why did you say something to her, man? You say, damn, I can see myself with that woman. Damn, 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 damn myself. Fuck me. You know. Looks like I'm on low battery here. Let me plug this sucker in for a few minutes anyway before I finalize here. Okay, that probably saved on a 12% on here. All I say is go for it, man. What can you lose, okay? She could always just say no or get away slow-mo, you know, whatever. So you get your feelings hurt a little bit, you know, and you get knocked down a few notches. Well, you know, what if it worked? Then you're not going to be kicking yourself in the ass. You're going to say, wow, I'm so glad that I tried. Now I'm with this beautiful woman. I mean, we're talking body, everything, you know, beautiful, long, straight hair, almost like green eyes, just beautiful, you know. Man, you come across that. Because a lot of guys think, well, I'm not worthy, you know. She's not going to go for a guy like me or something unless I'm rich. Well, a lot of times, you know, that is the situation. But there's some women that like to slum it a little bit. Now, I don't mean to put down myself, but some women have very high expectations financially from a guy. And you know, if you don't meet those qualifications, she's just not interested, you know. That could be a situation. And, you know, like I said, I met some gals that were actually very rich. And they were good looking. I will tell you that. They all wanted why they were blondes. I wasn't just choosing blondes. They just turned out to be blondes. And, you know, a couple of them just got out of a marriage. And they were not looking for a long-time relationship. They just wanted to, you know, just have a little fun. Be with the same guy for how many years? They wanted to experience other guys. After being with one guy, the same guy for how many years? Sure, they've traveled to different countries with him. They got the nice house. Divorce gave them money, all that stuff. They're happy as hell. They're loving every minute of it. Being free and single to do what they want. Then they come across a schmuck like me who decides that, man, I got to get close to this woman. I don't want to let her get away. You push a little hard, you're going to lose them. Hang on loosely, but don't let go. What was the lyrics on that song with Styx? Hang on loosely, but don't let go. Don't hold on tightly. Something, whatever. I don't know. I don't remember the lyrics on that, but at least try. That's all I'm saying to you. So what if they do reject you? You know? But as I said, my timing was always bad. I'd meet what seemingly be the right woman. There's one woman, a blonde, that was that situation. She loved like going to things like I used to go to. She used to like to go to swap meets and all that stuff, look for trash and treasures, you know, and antiquing and stuff like that. I loved antiquing, and perfect for me, man. Just fucking perfect, you know. Good sense of humor like I do, and owned her own house in Magnolia, expensive section of Seattle, and oh man, I look back on this and I say, well, maybe there was a reason. Maybe it just wasn't meant, you know. Maybe it just wasn't meant. And I'm going to tell you something. In a lot of those situations, it wasn't meant, and I'm glad that maybe things didn't turn out, as I discover later on about these women. And then even looking back, and what some of them look like modern day today, I guess I was a lucky man. They can't hold on to their beauty all the time. That's just life. And neither can I. I thought I was a fairly good-looking guy growing up. At least I've been told I was. You know, I'm not the same guy anymore, man. I'm just not the same guy. We morph. We go to this metamorphosis. Instead of a caterpillar, kind of creepy looking, it turns into a beautiful butterfly. We're the opposite. We start off as a beautiful butterfly, and we morph into something that's unrecognizable. And for the few women that I've looked up a few times, just out of curiosity to see how they're doing, they're still alive, you know, And if they were, I've seen pictures of them on Facebook or something. I said, damn, is that the same person? What did Mother Nature do to you? But hey, man, that's genetics, you know. And they say if you want to know what your girlfriend's going to look like when she gets older, look at her mom. And that'll give you a good idea. Okay, well, there's not much dialogue going on here at this hour, so I guess I'll just let loose here. And I just thought I'd bring up that topic. You know, you got a child out there, you might, that you don't know about. You like playing around, you know. You might have a child out there, man. Maybe that child wants to know their daddy. I know, you don't want the financial responsibility, isn't that what it is? But maybe you don't have to. Maybe just finding that child, let them know that they actually have a father, and just communicate. So the kid feels more fulfilled. She feels more complete, he or she feels more complete. At least do that for them. That's all I'm saying on that. Do that for the kids. Frank out.